fans in the world. That's why they deserve the best sports coverage in the world. We are the Woodward Sports Network.
Welcome back to Detroit Pistons postseason show here on Woodward Sports. Big shout out to all our Detroit fans tuning in today.
Let's go.
And a shout out to all the New York peasants that are joining us as well. I'm here with Big Chris, my man Jerry, and we'll be joined in just a moment by the Pistons king himself, our very own Detroit Kool-Aid. Gentlemen, how you guys feeling tonight?
I mean, it's anxious. The season could be over tonight, or it could go. I really wanted that Game 6 in my heart. So I've been really hoping that they pull this one out. And is it crazy to feel like, despite being down 3-1 in this series, every single game is close? You can point to a lot of silly things being the cause of those losses, whether it be turnovers or officiating, whatever you want to call it. And all of those things you can point to. If you just clean those up for one quarter, you could be in a 3-1 series lead. So why can't you come back in this series? So,
no doubt.
I'm optimistic.
No doubt. And a quick tip here, and it looks like there might have been a violation, so they might be re-tipping it. But we are just moments away from the start of this game. Jerry, how are you feeling?
It's nerve-wracking, especially, this is my first experience, playoff experience with the Pistons. It's exciting, but Cade for three. We shouldn't be in this position, I think.
No, we shouldn't.
We should not be in this position. We should be up in the series, or it should be
certainly 2-2.
Yes, 100%. 100% 2-2 at least.
No doubt. And the Pistons come out not diagramming or generating offense. A quick three from Cade, not the best way I wanted to see these guys start out. One of the things that we need to be keeping an eye out on is the ankle of Jalen Brunson. And it looks like an early 24 shot clock violations. Pistons defense on point. 0-0, 11-22. We are early.
That's going to keep you in the games, man. It's going to be the defense. If the defense is what's keeping you in games, you just have to execute down the stretch. And Asar getting a foul, I like that. I want to see him be aggressive. Where are you at with Asar? Because he's definitely the best defender on this team, and he does an important job against Jalen Brunson. But obviously, crunch time, they've elected to go shooters, and more offense to help Cade. Do you think they should be leaning into defense rather than going offense in these late game stretches? He's
made so many gaffes at big moments. When they were on at a 10-point lead and they had an opportunity on a 3-1 run, he does a no-look pass to the audience. And as amazing as he is with his energy and defense, he's made some terrible plays. Yes. He has the IQ, and you can see what he's trying to do. He's just rushing stuff. So one of the things that you and Kool-Aid both thought you'd see today was early fouls on the Knicks called. League office maybe having a conversation with the officials. Hey, we need to give a little bit of love to the Pistons, and they get their first 2 points on the board from the free throw stripe. Asar Thompson 2 for 2.
Yeah, and I've been saying this across the network. The Pistons, look, it is absolutely fair to be upset about both of those calls in Game 3 and Game 4 really being a huge gripe, and you can argue definitely cost you the game. But ultimately, the way I look at it is in Game 4, Cade Cunningham had a shot to take it out of the ref's hands, and he missed a very makeable shot. And if you want to be the best player in the world, these are the type of expectations that come with it. So, to me, I haven't really bought too much into the ref stuff. Is it bad? Does it hurt? Yes. But ultimately, we've seen it, and we talked about it before the show. That's not how the Pistons get it done. Pistons get it done off defense, hard work, not flopping, and officiating.
And
so
to me,
got to be better.
They've been the better team.
It's a great lesson for a young team.
If you clean the turnovers up, Detroit has been the better team, but they are youthful, and the turnovers continue to happen. But I want to welcome in Mr. Pistons himself. Kool-Aid is here.
Man.
Let's pick the energy up. I know you're nervous. We did see an early foul like you called out of the Knicks. Referees putting us at the line. We'll see if that trend continues.
Wow,
Love
forcing
Josh
through
Hart
Josh
shooting,
Hart
by the way.
early. Josh Hart early. That's right.
And Josh Hart calling for a foul early.
Yeah, they're letting them play, it seems, huh?
It looks like a block from behind there a little bit.
Carl Anthony Towns a little hobbled.
That was something I noticed too. Like in the third quarter, again, there's so much ebbs and flows, and
Cade
they were
on
letting
Brunson.
it get physical. And then all of a sudden, that stopped, and there was a couple ticky-tack fouls on the Pistons after their
Wow.
run. But that
Wow, good
physicality
defense.
was a big part of
Pistons
them getting that run.
Pistons defense has been playing excellent to start this game. I know we're a short way into it, but Brunson looks a little slow. We've been hearing about the ankle, and so far it does look like it is affecting him a little bit. But the Pistons have to dictate tempo here, and they've got to start out quick.
Dog, foul on Cade.
Man,
Quick turnover.
and
Just
that's another
because he's
turnover.
Little, like if I hear this narrative one more time, well, Cade's bigger, so they don't know how to call it. Brunson's little, so they got to give him the foul. That's not how any of us were taught the game.
No.
Like, and I just don't understand
Yeah.
why they officiate it that way.
That's-
If you too little, then get out the paint. That's a
That's
big man's
unfortunate.
territory.
Yeah. That's a call they haven't been calling, but that was a foul. I will say that.
Help on the glass. There
Just
you
because
go.
he's too little.
This
Well,
is
he put both hands on his chest and shoved him. Big miss there from Mikal Bridges, who has struggled this game.
Hardaway coming out. There you go.
Nice tip there out
Hey,
of
good
Duran.
activity.
Keep the ball alive. Pistons have to be special on the offensive glass tonight. They got to get to the loose balls. And less one-on-one ball here. But, hey, another touch foul. And we've seen 2 thus far called on the Knicks. League office, I'm telling you.
Build up.
They were on the phone with this officiating crew.
Build up a lead. You know it's going to change. Build up a lead.
But you see what's happening there. When Cade puts that downhill pressure on these defenders, they can't really defend him and stay in front of him without getting real handsy.
And
He's
they-
going to have to keep that level of aggression up all night.
Yeah, they overloaded the side of the court too and gave Cade just a whole half of the court. Love the way Asar's coming out so far. Asar's been absolutely aggressive.
And under control.
Yes.
And under control, because that's the problem. That's it. If he can just take a moment, it's like every time you get a steal, just stop and find Cade. Find your point guard.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I want to see this matchup more. I want to see Asar on Brunson, make Brunson work for it. And you know what? This has been a great game so far in not
Great
letting
D.
Cat
Good
get going.
defense.
Great D.
Not letting Cat get going. Tobias for 3 and it's through.
Let's go.
Another thing I noticed too
This
is
is like an early 9-2
Great start.
lead.
You a little ahead of us, baby. You were just
Yeah,
a
we
touch
are.
ahead of
Yeah,
us.
we are.
You said it's good. I was like, all right, I like that. And
I'll
a
let you
near
guys-
and
I'll
one
let you
there.
Got to
do the
avoid
call.
this.
Yeah.
This is what Durant has to avoid.
one thing I noticed, and you look at with that play before with Duran in the middle with that backside to Asar, it's been open all series. Like that, they're weak when it comes to helping the helper. So we have to be able to do that with stretching Cade. Cade's got to be able to stretch out to go in, essentially.
Shout out Byrne, who's just been a constant in the super
Shout out
chat.
Burn.
Another super chat drop here. And again, guys, if you're watching at home, even you New York peasants, Stick isn't here, so I'll read it. As long as you put up $2, I will read it. Not just that, Vegas gets pissed about bad refs too, because it costs them money. Costs them money.
I mean, they could
So-
really screw people over the way the money is coming on the Knicks all series. They
Yep.
could really screw people over if they wanted to. But no, I'm not interested in any of that stuff. I just love the X's and O's, the art of the game, and so far, Pistons are playing like the better team.
Big missed free throw out of Brunson. You don't see that a lot. Starters remain
Early
out.
turnover and an early free throw miss from Brunson.
Pistons are bringing the energy. They definitely don't look like a young team that's coming off an emotional loss.
Come on, Cade.
I-
Gosh, you want to see those going
How is
early.
that not a foul on Cat? Literally just tackled Duran to get him out on a box
That's why I
out.
don't like the foul called, offensive foul called on Cade. I don't care if it was a foul or not. They haven't been calling it, so why call that?
Oh, no, nice,
Ooh.
very nice give and go there.
Cat got Cade back there,
Yep.
Got a little poster
but
on it.
Cade couldn't get the foul. He knows.
K to the rim here.
No call.
That should be an and one, man.
I don't know. That could have gone offensive.
Yeah.
Great.
I thought
He,
he'd go out
Hart
there.
had the
Asar-
position.
Asar had a great cut right there.
Love the no call, though. I'll take the bucket.
Yep.
One thing I like about Cade shooting right now is we have to live on him shooting these types of shots. I think he's going to have to take
There we
over this
go.
game, and we need him to play this game like he played in the regular season against these guys in the
defense.
Garden.
Good
We
shot.
need him to be in that 35 and 12 average that he was in the Garden during the regular season. That's what we need out of him right now.
I just want to see more Cade at the rim. More Cade at the
100%.
rim.
Ah,
Uh-oh.
come on.
And
These
that's
are
why
the
I
things
think
you got to clean up.
Oh, I think they called a foul.
They
or
did.
something.
They did.
All right.
as much as like the pick and roll is action, we live with that and we love
no,
it
I
because
think
we
they-
can run it. We
they did
might
not
have
give
to
him that.
see.
They did call the
Cade-
foul on Bridges. Big.
Did they?
Yeah.
Stick, I
Okay.
disagree. Cade needs to shoot more threes. He hasn't been able to get those that often because they've been blitzing and hedging him all series. So when Cade has an open three, definitely take it because it has been few and far between for him. And if you're going to make him just a mid-range and paint attacking guy, that plays right into the defense that they're scheming up against him. So if you're Cade, you got to take the three-point shots and just take what the defense is giving.
And I see Thomas Rotundi in the chat. I was going to mention this earlier because this was something I talked about before. There's a certain amount of turnovers that you can verify, and sometimes the reports will verify this too, where it's actually should have been a foul call, but they don't call it. Rotundi says in the chat, Cade knocked off the ball again in the turnover, but got bailed out by a weak call. Yeah. No, that's the call that they've been giving Brunson this entire series. It's a foul. It doesn't matter if you think it's weak or if you do not. But when they don't give that call to Cade, then what does it become? A turnover. And we've seen that exact same play be called a turnover so many times in this series. If they're going to give Cade that call, then this is going to be a long night for the New York Knicks. I promise you that.
And we talked about that on the E&E show. I'm predicting that. I don't think that you can end a game on a missed over and back call on the losing team's home court and followed up by an egregious missed three-point foul to finish a game. At this point, I know I'm a conspiracy theorist, and I know you guys know that, but if I'm the league office, I'm talking to these officials. You can't have another game go the way that the last two have gone and expect social media. I mean, look at TNT last night aired a 3-minute special just on how egregious the officiating has been against the Pistons. And I know all you New York peasants that are in the chat right now, you think it's Pistons being soft, Pistons fans being soft. It's all of the nation, all NBA fans have seen what's happened in this series, and they all think it's bullshit. So don't be shocked when the whistle tightens up and goes in the Pistons' favor. And if you do get past this young Pistons team, I hope you guys aren't shocked at the whistle you get against the Celtics because you're not ready for that.
I see Stick too. K got to hit the gym this offseason. Ashton better get his bulk up. And you know what's interesting?
Who's Ashton?
Ashton, the trainer, his cousin, and NBA trainer. He has gotten several people in the NBA, trained several people that are currently in the NBA. Also connected to Ron Holland through our guy, Coach Jay. Coach Jay, Ashton, the trainer, Cannon Cunningham, Cade's brother, they all blessed us with a lot of time here. They also came and gave us an in-person interview. They've been big supporters of us from the beginning, from like the start of Woodward and from their time being here. It kind of coincided together. But the one thing I will say is this. Cade Cunningham entered this season, he was more muscular. Obviously bigger weight than he was last season. And who leads the Pistons in paint scoring? Cade Cunningham. I mean, it just is what it is. So I don't know how much more he was supposed to add over this past off season, but there probably is another level for him to add going into next season. But he does lead the Pistons in paint scoring. And in all the NBA, he was a top 10 in paint scoring since February 1st. Number 2 in guards, only behind Shai Gilgeous. That's Cade.
I'm looking at a graphic right now. You guys probably seen that at home. Only 6 teams have come back from a 3-1 deficit. Denver's done it twice. And the Pistons, you remember it, in 03. And my big thing with that, it was the chess move out of Larry Brown, taking a forgotten rookie in Tayshaun Prince and inserting him into the starting lineup to shut down Teabag McGrady.
Hey, you know what? It feels good to finally get to the second round. Mm-hmm. Remember when T-Mac said that at the press conference?
He sure did.
And that was it. That was Murder, She Wrote.
So do you guys see Fontecchio or Sasser getting any minutes tonight? Neither one of them.
I think Sasser should.
I do too.
At least Sass.
At least Sass, especially if you need shooting.
Fontecchio is redundant, in my opinion. With all of the bigger wings that you have, he's not the fastest. He doesn't rebound the best, and he doesn't play the best defense.
He hasn't shot the best.
But we also had a guy that went 3 for 24 at one stretch at threes. If Beasley is cold as hell again tonight, I like Fontecchio's defense. It's better than Beasley's.
Come on.
I don't know, but Beasley hustles a little bit more. He's a little bit more
I actually think the one thing I like about Fontecchio's game is his hustle.
That's been an issue all series long, is that Duren is not making Josh Hart pay for being on him in the paint. It's been terrible.
Hey, Cat got his 4th foul, early in the 3rd quarter, and they didn't throw him the ball once in any post action. I never understood
Josh Hart
that.
has been stripping Duren every single time he wants to go up. It just happened the last play.
Duren needs to get back on that dunk everything ball that he was on about halfway through the season. After All-Star break, Duren was on a different tip than even when he had come out and said, in December is when he said, you know what, I was planning on some soft-ish. And then in January and February, he took it up even another level. I haven't seen that Jalen Duren since then.
So the Pistons were outscored by 16 points the last 2 first quarters. I thought it was imperative that they came out tonight with the energy and dictated tempo early on, and we've definitely seen that. A little bit of assistance from the refs, but if this Pistons team can finish the second half of this first quarter with the lead, I think that does so much for their emotional mindset.
I think especially because Cade Cunningham, like you talked about on the show and we talked about, is that Cade Cunningham is somebody that comes out in the second half where it's like, okay, I figured things out. I figured out what you're doing. He's had a lot of hot third quarters and second halves, and so I think if the Pistons can maintain a lead in the first quarter or into halftime, they've been a better second half team despite the fourth quarters. I guess you could say
they've had bad fourth quarters, even in the one they won.
Bad fourth quarters, good third quarters.
Pistons with only 2 turnovers. Cade had 4 turnovers in the first half of the first quarter last game.
They call this? Just dunk it. I don't need the layups. It's too much finesse. Just dunk that mug.
And that's one thing I will say.
It's too much finesse.
I never understand why he doesn't dunk every damn time.
It's too much finesse, bro.
When it comes to Cade, basketball is about feeling it out. You want to feel it out. First quarters usually they're slow. If this is a win or go home, so I think you felt enough. You felt it out enough. We know what to expect. They've been playing it. We talked about it. They've been playing us the same way these last 4 games. You know what to expect, so you got to just go into that attack mode. You got to go. And we see that with the pick and roll, I think, for example. They know we're going to run that pick and roll, so you might want to revert to maybe getting away from that pick and roll, put Duren in that dunk zone, and run Cade isolation. He can isolate to the paint, and then we have Duren on the backside for the lob instead of running
Mitchell
that pick and roll.
And D-ball Paul get into it.
I just think that we need to look at the isolate Cade with isolation getting to
NBA.
the
It's a pick and roll game. The problem is.
Oh, and they gave him a tech.
Wow.
So B-ball Paul mixing it up, but a little too much. Definitely not something you should be doing when you haven't even played a second of ball.
Brunson missed another
Big
free
miss.
throw.
Big miss.
2 free throw misses and what?
Right.
1 or 2 turnovers for Brunson early?
2 turnovers for the Pistons, 2 turnovers for the Knicks. One of those does belong to Brunson.
With 2 missed free throws. Good.
Yep.
Again, too, Duren with 2 fouls already. You got to stay out of foul trouble. Every game, somebody on the Pistons is in foul
Brunson,
trouble.
0 of 3 right now from the field.
Mitchell Robinson making a difference in there in the paint.
Huge.
I mean, he's going to with no Stu or Duren on that floor. Mitchell Robinson and Josh Hart will be eating the offensive glass. Pistons got to do a good job. They got a lucky break there, but they have to be very willful defensively and do a community effort to box out.
Yeah, and you still run the pick and roll with the offense just to try and get the matchups that you want, but you don't rely on it as your only or sole.
Oh,
offense.
no. What are you doing?
Oh, man. He doesn't got hands.
The no-look passes need to stop.
They just got to be tighter. It just didn't even look like a tight pass.
Yeah, that was...
Why wasn't that 24-second shot clock violation by the Pistons there?
The Knicks are really good. They're a good defensive team.
Very disruptive. But I have to say, with an 0 for 3 from the field, Brunson, and 1 for 3 from the line, is he struggling with his ankle?
He could be.
I think it could be. I think it could be a slow start. It's a little too early to tell. But if you're the Pistons, you gotta. If they're coming out this way, where Cat hasn't yet made an impact on this game, nor has Brunson, you gotta have more than a 5-point lead.
Pistons go to the bench, and you see Beasley with B-ball Paul, but a 3 in the corner from Josh Hart. Josh Hart, we talked about it. E&E had it. That was a Josh Hart game in Game 4. It's
fucking annoying.
Definitely a guy that you can't let get off today.
No, and Brunson was able to break down the defense of Beasley. Then all of the gravity absorbs towards Brunson, and that left Josh Hart.
No call again for Cade. Probably should have gotten one on the putback.
He's getting to the paint, but he's not getting that call.
McBride with a shot, and
You've seen
McBride
the
is going to
role
tie
players
this
play
ball
better
game
at
up.
home.
Tie game, 12 all, 4:20
So
left.
this is where I'd like to see JB make a move, a chess move. You know, you bring in B-Ball Paul off of the bench. He hasn't even played a second, and he's putting them up on the line. You've got to bring in something that the Knicks haven't seen. You've got to do something that the Knicks aren't used to. We're playing so much one-on-one ISO ball. We've got two guys that can kill it in the post, in Tobias and Cade, and I just want to see a design play, especially out of a timeout, where we're not running one-on-one, we're not shooting a three, we're getting to the hoop, maybe even getting some harm.
But you saw what just happened. Cade's getting to the basket. They're getting downhill, but they're not necessarily giving them the call.
Sure.
We all know that.
But that was one-on-one ball that he took from the wing, from outside of the three, broke his guy down, took it into a triple team.
But that was after pick and roll sets, and the offense just didn't jar anything.
How many times have you seen him set up in the post and receive a post insert where he can work with his back to the basket?
Not. I want to see it more times in this series. But if they're worried or concerned at all about how that whistle's going to go, if they're saying they're not going to give us this call, then a lot of times they're going to put them in actions to try and get them running downhill rather than with their back to the basket. And that's how it's played out. I'm not saying necessarily that I don't want him getting more options in the post, because I do. When you think about offense that you have to manufacture, because that's where you're at this point. You guys talked about it too. That half-court offense, we've talked about it on Waco Woodward, it's been a struggle fest. And I do believe it's because a large portion of their identity is missing. When Beasley's not shimming, when Durant is not catching lobs, think about it. They were the number one lob connection. Durant led the NBA in dunks. Like, I haven't really seen him be that guy.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. So parts of their identity is gone. And when that's the case, as a part of as it relates to your half-court offense, I would want to see them go to Cade a little bit more, but I don't want to see them abandon the runs. What the issue is, we're seeing a pick and roll up top with no other action going on the court.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You gotta have like the other,
And that's JB Bickerstaff.
Off-ball.
That's JB
Yeah.
Bickerstaff. Design something.
Backdoor
Execute a
screens.
multi-tiered play.
You got Jalen Durant and Asar. You can literally run, and they do this. They will run pick and rolls between Kay Cunningham and Tim Hardaway. Why are you not running backdoor actions with Jalen Durant and Asar Thompson, both freak athletes?
I love backdoor action.
Because then you watch how the New York you watch how New York plays us too. When we run that pick and roll, you watch all their eyes. Their eyes are on that pick and roll. So like you said, that's perfect, Kool-Aid. If you run another option, a backdoor screen or a down screen to the corner, they're gonna get lost in that, and that's when we're gonna get those different passes, those backdoor passes, those backside lobs. That's where we're gonna get those.
That's why, look, despite how great I think they played coming out so far, on defense, their offense just needs to be better. You're putting so much strain and stress on your defense. That's how you're getting a lot of your bigs in foul trouble. And how important could another big be right now? I hate to just bring up the things that we can't change, but adding Isaiah Stewart into this mix to just alleviate the Pistons and give them another physical big body to throw in this series would be absolutely huge. I mean, I'm shocked. I'm shocked with it being just labeled as a knee inflammation that it's been this long.
I think it's more. And Byrne just dropped a super chat. Shout out Byrne again. He agrees with you. Pistons have zero presence in the paint right now, and it is as simple as that. Not only do they not have presence in the paint without Beef Stew, but they don't have a guy over 6'7" that can shoot a three. So there is no such thing as a stretch 4 or 5 on this team. And all that does is clog the lane for a driving Cade.
But what happened from the regular season versus what the Knicks are doing right now to stifle? Because the Pistons were one of the top teams, top 5 in several different stats. Pick and roll scoring, pick and roll assists, pick and roll lobs. None of those things are going on here. Pick and pops. That's what I'm saying. Like, everything that they actually do, this series catered to them. Yeah. But for some reason, whatever Tibbs has done, it's taken away what they do best. Yeah. How many lobs have we seen between Cade and Durant?
And the other number one connection in the NBA is Cade to Beasley. So
that's what I'm saying. They've broken down.
Like more than 50% of your non-Cade scoring buckets come from Beasley three.
Big shot from Beasley.
And that's why, Anson, we didn't get to it. That's why I wanted to say, when you brought up Beasley's struggles, he did look like he turned the corner in that
Oh,
fourth
yeah.
quarter. So I'm not excusing what he's been.
Do you know who
but
you know who was
now is
responsible
not
for
the
that?
time- now is not the time to go to Sasser instead of him, unless he comes out cold this game.
Do you know who's responsible for that?
Who's that?
Shout out KG at home. He brought
Shout
in
out.
the prayers and the juju for him, and he's obviously been playing well since then. So they thought it was a 24-second shot clock violation, but it looks like they might be giving the Knicks 14 seconds. We're going to see if this thing hit the rim or not,
Oh yeah, for sure.
and it definitely did. So the Knicks should get the ball out of bounds with about 14 seconds left.
Twice.
Yeah, a couple times. Hey, the refs have not been on their game this series, that's for certain.
Has it been the same officiating crew? I haven't done that.
No, I wish we would get another
Hey.
Acosta game.
There we go.
And
Hey,
B-ball
Chris.
ball with a steal.
That's right. Steve said, turn up your guys. Mic
How
just
do
a little
they-
bit.
Turn up what?
Turn up that mic just a little bit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they call 24-second shot clock ran out, but they're going to call a foul on the Pistons and bail the peasants out again here. Unbelievable.
I see Sticks bait in the chat. I'm not even taking that one. K to Scottie Pippen, top 50 guy, but not a killer like any or Jordan.
Yeah.
I hear you,
We
Steve.
heard it, buddy. We
See,
heard it, buddy.
now the-
I love you, Sticks.
Now, the young, and I know Sticks a little long in the tooth, but
Last
if you
turnovers for
remember
Cade without
Pippen,
Goff in the building.
if you remember Pippen in 87 and Pippen in 88, he was goofy, awkward. He made a lot of boneheaded
That's us.
plays. Big turnover there. Again, Knicks with a lot of unforced turnovers and forced turnovers so
Pistons
A lot
far.
of them
creating,
Brunson, too.
A separation off of that. This is another low-scoring game, and I actually do not believe that
Chat,
bodes well
how's
for
the
the
couch
Pistons.
mics?
Well-
They need to create some separation and take advantage of these turnovers.
Well, sure, but Brunson, speaking of separation, he's not creating any. That ankle is an issue.
If that ankle is an issue, if they win and that's a part of this scenario, the Pistons just take care of business one game at a
No,
time.
don't shoot that. Pass it.
What
Oh
are you
my gosh.
doing, man? Hey,
Oh, he got it. Okay.
I think there's.
he gives and he takes. Paul Reed.
Oh, come on. Did they call the foul for Sar? Holland? I'm sorry.
I
He gives and he takes, man. The gift and curse of
Gives
Paul
and
Reed.
he takes and
He
gives.
he does
Pause.
something that
All of
makes
it.
you just want to throw your TV, and then the next second he does something that makes you want to hug him. He's. quite
I
literally
just
the
wish
most
that
interesting player.
there's some guys on this team that need to know their role. And B-Ball Paul is one of them. You're an energy guy. I don't want you slashing to the hoop, and I don't want you taking 18 and 12 footers.
But my question is, why is he doing that and Duran's not doing that?
100%.
That's my thing. This is letting me know that Duran is not being schemed out of posting aggressively and asking for the ball, or if you know, I think I got to step on somebody just taking it.
I don't think they're
scheming.
I don't think they're scheming Duran
If
at all.
Paul Reed has the
I
green
think-
light, you know Duran has the green
But
light.
that's what I'm
'cause it's
saying. Like, he has to instinctively get
it's
there.
a mindset thing with Duran, 100%.
Yep.
Brunson
Bring in
definitely
Rasheed Wallace
looking.
as assistant coach.
Be aggressive.
He's going to play a key factor.
Brunson
in this game, I
definitely
think.
looks a
Great
step
defense.
I was
slow.
about to say, Anson, yeah, you called it first.
Great defense.
Here we go.
at
Holland
him on the-
now. Can
on
he
the
make
break.
the smart play? Ooh, no.
I like that. No, I like that. That's fine.
I'm okay with it.
He went to the basket
They
with
committed
3
late.
guys on him,
Yeah.
and he's got a wide open Beasley who just hit a 3.
I don't think he can
True
make
that.
that pass, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
that.
that's fair.
I don't think he's at that point in
No,
his development.
The correct basketball play would have been to hit Beasley in the open.
No. Ooh, wow.
Jimmy!
I'll tell you what. If this is the
Let's
Beasley,
go 20-14. 1:42 left in the first.
if this is the
Pistons lead.
Beasley that came to play tonight,
Who's that? Is
things
that
are going to be good for the
Oh,
Pistons.
Hart. That's Josh Hart.
There you go. Are you?
What?
Now that's
2 offensive fouls on Cade in the first. I told you guys. Trash. Brunson gets that call. Cade doesn't.
He does 100%.
This is crazy, dog.
That's a challenge. Now,
That's
JB,
crazy as heck.
I know you don't
That's
like to
crazy
use
as hell.
challenges. I know you don't like to use challenges well.
That's
JB,
crazy as
that
hell.
is a fucking
2
challenge.
fouls in the first
2
quarter.
on your superstar.
fouls in the
you
first
have
quarter.
to charge that. You have to challenge that. And no challenge from JB. That's very, very frustrating. Very, very disappointing on JB.
Hey, Demon Dice, go look at the
And it's
go look
because
at
of what happened
the
last
stats.
I
Cade
was-
Cunningham is one of your top 5 point of attack defenders from the guard position.
Yeah, and Pippen, I don't know if you know what he was like at 24, 25. He was not the player that you remember at all.
Oh, dude,
No,
the
I think,
Pistons
listen,
lived
the
in his
fact
head.
that there is absolutely no stat line that Scottie Pippen has ever put up that matches Cade's, that's all we have to talk about. And guess what? Cade's stat line, which only 8 other people in the history of the NBA have ever put up, Cade has had the least amount of help around him.
Well, yeah,
Shocker
but
and surprise.
to be fair, if we're comparing him to Pippen, Pippen never had the ball. It was always Jordan's team.
Pippen
and it
had
was-
a couple years to have the ball,
Well,
and he still did not do what Cade did, and he had a lot
That's
more
fair.
help than Cade did.
That's fair.
People, we gotta be
94,
fair about the
95.
narratives.
94, 95, you're right.
Look at the help Cade has. We talk about all of the other stars in the NBA right now, in NBA playoffs. We talk about how some of them, Donovan Mitchell. Why does he get the luxury of having the defensive player of the year on his team? Why do some of these other guys get the luxury? Jalen Brunson gets the luxury of having another MVP candidate on his team. Cade doesn't have any of that. He's not even going to have a 6 man of the year on his team.
Right.
You know, there's I don't know, all of you guys that were with us in the last game versus this game, you can tell there's a bit of a difference in opinion when it comes to Cade between my man to my left and stick to my right 2 nights ago.
Are you serious?
How is that not a foul? I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, it would be nice to be getting these calls, but if you're a New York peasant and you can't see this, then yes, the nation is correct. Yeah. Y'all don't know ball. Y'all don't know hoops.
I will say, 6 says, Beasley
Players
has been.
don't know hoops. They don't got championships.
They got 8 teams and they still can't win nothing unless there's no
Yeah, a
salary
bunch
cap.
of Knicks fans, they've been like definitely, bumping their gums and all that stuff. They are the 3 seed, win the series.
that.
Stu's not there, whatever.
There we go.
There we go.
But when they start talking about your trash franchise and all that, I'm like, bro, how many rings
slow
has
it
your
down.
team won in your lifetime? At least 1, 2, or 3. Mine, I'm telling on myself, 3 times.
Beasley again.
That's a
I'm
heat
good with
check.
that.
Front rim,
I'm
little
good with
short.
it.
I'm not.
good with it.
Definitely
Confidence
not.
there. Gotta live with it.
Knick fans haven't seen anything and are not going to see anything
that's-
again this year, no matter
that's
what
killer.
happens.
You need to survive these during minutes. These non-during minutes.
Well, regardless of whether we end this quarter off with the lead, holding the Knicks to around 20 points is a win. And that is Detroit style basketball when they get it done.
I mean, with
you
how
see that,
bad the
though?
half court's been, you need to hold them to 18. Like, I'm just being honest. You need to hold them to under 20 because this Pistons offense has been obviously a struggle.
And the Knicks sneak a 1-point advantage
This nigga's
out
killing
with
me,
just
dog.
around 25 seconds left in the first. Schroeder, a little frustrated after getting stripped by
20 to
Brunson
21.
that last possession.
Another low-scoring affair, man.
Knicks should get a final shot opportunity in the quarter. Let's see what the Pistons dial up. 15-footer from Schroeder, who's
that's-
just been awesome.
yeah.
He's been fantastic.
That mid-range has been.
Now, that was an offensive foul on Cade the other way.
All right.
But Brunson gets the call, like we talked about. He will get the call.
It's so crazy because
How
you're
does
not
Cade
Allen
literally
Iverson.
get 2 fouls, 2 offensive fouls. 2 offensive fouls has Cade on the bench
What's
right
that,
now.
Drake? You're
A
not
star.
Kobe to us at all.
A star, bro. Like, this is wild, dog.
Jalen Brunson, you're not AI at all.
And New York fans will defend that.
This is so
They'll
bad.
I get
defend
it.
that.
It's their guy. It's their
This
guy.
is so
no.
bad
If
for.
I'm seeing somebody out there doing that, I'm going to call it out. Even if I say we benefited, I'm going to call it out. Call your guy out, man.
You are a man of integrity,
Flopping all
Kool-Aid.
over, dog.
For a league,
That is a very different factor.
for a league struggling with viewership,
Bro, we would toss him out ourselves. Detroit is not going. We're not going to handle that. We see that. Are you handling that? Somebody out here you know is he's soft, he's weak, he's a flopper. We don't. We're not
Killian
going
Hayes
for that.
out of town. Fucking bum.
Like, hey, you were a Charlie V fan?
What's that?
You were a Charlie Villanueva fan?
Hell no.
Exactly.
Hell fucking no.
But I get it, man. It's a star.
5 seconds for the Pistons. Try and sneak back in the lead here to end the first. Schroeder to the hoop.
Nothing.
Ooh, tough, close miss there.
23.
23-22, Knicks up
Paul
after
Reed.
one.
Shut up. Paul Reed, shut up.
He has nothing to say to Russ, bro. You don't have any cash out.
Yeah.
Listen,
And if you get your second tech and you're out of the game, who the fuck's our backup center? Simone Fontecchio, you're going to get your tech minutes. I hope you're fucking happy.
I don't want tech minutes. I want Sasser minutes. But
Yeah,
listen, a lot of people were calling for the Pistons to get blown out tonight. And the easiest way to do that is to come out and lay an egg in the first quarter. They dictated tempo. Sloppy first quarter, which the majority of this series has been sloppy. I can't say that the calls were egregious. I didn't like them. But the Pistons
Cade fouls are whack.
The Pistons' defense was strong.
Cade and Duren both have 2. I know that for sure.
That's
We're looking
whack.
up the foul
I'm sorry,
stats.
Bro, it's just whack to
Duren
me.
has
This is not
3.
basketball.
Duren has 3.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
He has 2
he
fouls,
has 2.
and
Oh,
he
never
hasn't
mind.
come back since. But that's
has 2,
the
Cade
deal.
has
When you
2.
get a guy like that or a Sar in early foul trouble, their brain ends up sitting on the bench all game. They just don't play in the flow the way that they do when they don't have to sit early.
But my thing is when your coach steps to the podium, and we know J.B. Bickerstaff, he's a coach's coach, and he demands really perfection and excellence from his team. When he's saying, hey, the refs are not giving our guys a chance to even play basketball, and we are looking at the game and seeing the same thing, that's the reality. And these refs have to give Duren and Asar the opportunity to play basketball. You can't go all season allowing these guys to play a certain style. And then in the postseason where you say you let more contact go, now all of a sudden their fouls are actually going up.
Oh, come on, man.
That doesn't make sense.
This is the most physical series I've seen in the playoffs in a decade.
That's
the
what
the
makes
refs
sense.
have absolutely swallowed the whistle. I mean, it's an egregious call, but I don't want to see a game end on free throws, especially in the playoffs. So I'm not shocked that call didn't get. Listen, Cade Cunningham
what
has
call are
done
you- what call are
nothing
you
but
talking
miss
about?
half this. The last game.
I'm not talking about the last game. I'm talking about Duren and Asar and these guys not being able to
Guys,
play.
we
They're
can't
in foul
spend this
trouble
whole
every game.
watch party talking about fouls, all right? It's everything in NBA, everybody in Detroit, it's all they're talking about. You have to rise above it, all right? Period. Cade has just burst onto the scene. He's been mildly considered a bust because he can't play a full season. This is his first great season, and it's still not a full season. He's still missed time. So thinking that a guy like that is going to get the calls that you want him to get calls, come on, you've been watching the NBA longer than that. This is a game where the calls aren't going to be great. We'd love to think that they will be because we got hosed the last 2 games at home, but this is a game where a young team has to overcome all of it, period. They got to overcome it all. I know that pisses you off, man. I know you want the calls,
doesn't
but
piss me off. I'm just saying these things are factors. If Duren, J.B. Bicker, I'm talking about what the coach stepped to the table and said. The coach stepped to the table, and I take his opinion on the game and on the matter a lot more, honestly, than anybody else is in this room. When he steps to the table and says, my guys are not able to play basketball, that matters. And what have we seen the league do to try and counteract that? Literally change the rules when the Pistons win. That, to me, Mr. Conspiratorial Man, you start to see this show as I'm Mr. Conspiracy Man. That, to me, matters. So if you're going to step out there and you're talking about playing this game the right way,
Knicks
then
Muse, shut
let
up.
these guys just play. If you're going to let them play, let them
Eat
play.
shit.
That's all that I'm stating. Let them play. Let Duren and let Asar go out there and play physical because all season they let them bang.
Yeah.
They say you get into the playoffs, right? And they say they swallow the whistles. They swallowed the whistles for everybody except Cade, Duren, and Asar. That's the problem. So it's like, yeah, you want to see your young guys rise above. They're not on the freaking court.
I just had one of the Knicks, the big Knicks account tweet at me about the game so far. Eat shit, buddy. Eat shit, buddy. It feels good to hate you.
is Nick's Muse in here right now?
Knicks Muse. I don't know if they're in here, but they tweeted at me.
Because
just
Nick's
now.
Muse reposted my tweet the other day, and he
That's
cut
why
it
that
in
blew
half.
Yep.
Cut it in half, wanted to make it think that I was talking about people's looks when I was just commenting on the fact that the Knicks are peasants in the NBA.
Yeah.
You know you're not getting out of the second round. You've made, what, 1 finals appearance? Have you even been in the finals since 1973? You guys are
Thank you.
peasants of the NBA. You
They
might
tra-
get out of this round,
his first.
but you've won nothing. You haven't tasted meat in 5 decades.
Yep.
Period.
Seven picks to
Wait,
get
you
to
said
the
you
second
haven't
round
tasted
is
meat?
nice.
What's that?
7 picks to get to the second round. That's a good offseason for
Right?
New York.
No doubt. Pistons with the ball, good defense to start the second half with a chance to take the lead back.
He coulda killed
Yeah,
him right there.
he had him. He had him
A little midi, too.
a little wobbly,
Yeah.
a little woozy.
Slow down, Holland.
Shout out Ron. He is absolutely not scared.
Hey,
of
he
the
got a
moment,
foul.
making a lot of his free throws. I have been impressed.
The shotgun, I will give you this. The shock on the Knicks' face anytime they do get a whistle tells you a lot.
That's just a straight-up reach-in foul.
That's a call that hasn't been called all series,
Oh,
though.
you gotta look. You gotta look up.
The dude's always got his head down. Looking for a three or his head is down.
There you go.
Good board.
Let's go, B-ball, Paul.
Jeez, man.
You know, he out-battled
Timeout.
Mitch.
What is...
Did they give him the call? What? Out of bounds? All right. Rise above it.
They're going to have to.
Rise above it.
They have to.
You just
They
lost
have
the
to.
possession, but rise above it.
But
I
you
feel
you
you,
have
though.
to.
Rise
I feel
above
you,
it.
though.
I get you. Rise
Listen,
above it.
If Cade can't get calls, fucking B-ball Paul should be getting calls, all right?
Cade got 2 fouls right now. Rise above it.
Yeah.
Play like Cade's out there right now.
How do you knock a guy over out of bounds and that's
You said
out of
rise
bounds
ab-
on
You
him?
said rise above it.
Well,
I'm just saying,
they-
when I
Wow.
tried to
They
say
have
they're
to.
not letting them play basketball is all I was saying.
If
God,
Cameron
that
Payne
shit
is
looks
hitting
so-
shots like that, then the game is over.
Oh, slow down, Ron.
That's
Slow
an
down,
offensive.
That's the only
That's
thing
an
with
offensive
him.
foul.
Ron.
Yep.
You were ahead of the whole team, and it wasn't even a transition play.
Dog, did this guy just wipe his nose like
Bro, who is
Didn't
this?
NFL ban that one and Major League Baseball?
Who is this guy?
Dude, he talks the most shit for being the least important. I've never seen anything like it. Shout out.
Jeez.
All right.
Ron Holland 0 for 2 with the turnover. Does have the 2 shots at the free throw line. I'm wondering when we see Asar back.
ASAP.
I'd like.
Burn, $5 super chat. In Jordan's first playoff series, he had a game with 7 turnovers. What a bust.
Right now, Knicks killing the
Shout out to
Pistons
Brian.
on the glass, and that is a proxy of no Duren and Stu.
Duren's
It's
just
just-
not boxing out.
This is gonna be a Mitchell Robinson game.
So the Knicks are up 5 right now, and it
Ooh,
looks
who was
like
that?
Tobias.
15?
Is that Tobias?
I believe so. Tobias got hit hard, ended up in
Yeah, I think
down.
he got elbowed pretty bad.
I got to be honest with you. At this point,
Oh, boy.
I, as a referee, a former ref, I would be a little tired of JB right now. Whether it's a foul or not, you have to pick and choose your moments, because your troops, your players are going to follow your emotion. They're going to follow your lead, and if they're going to play above this bad whistle, it starts from your leadership. Cade is as cool as they get. He'll talk, but he doesn't lose his head. Maybe in OKC, that's about it, or against OKC. But the Pistons as a unit, they've got to calm down. I mean, they had this game establishing the tempo early on, and they've let some calls that weren't called. Literally, they've taken themselves out of the game because they are frustrated. I get their frustration. They should be frustrated because we have seen a bunch of missed calls. But you've said it 7 times. They have to rise above it. They're on the road.
You count it?
No, I didn't. But they're on the road. They've got to overcome everything that throws their way right now. That's thrown their way. Otherwise, they're going to go home.
Yeah. I mean, that's the reality of
And
it.
not for Game 6.
It's the reality.
We
of
all
it.
got to get home safe tonight, so we're not doing a shot game for every time we talk about the refs or the officiating. We all got to get home safe tonight.
Yeah, it's Tuesday, bro. Come on. Maybe Friday or Saturday,
Yeah.
or Thursday or Saturday. I'm confident. The Pistons obviously have been down further in this series and been able to draw it back close. But I feel like any time that the officiating has not gone their way, you've seen a run out of the Knicks afterwards. And I get it. It's happening a lot where they're missing calls, and they're big calls that are, turnovers like the one we just saw from Paul, and at the hoop stuff where you should be getting a free throw. But if the Pistons can't hold their emotion to focus on this damn win, and they keep worrying about that like JB has, man, it's going to be a quick game. It could be a blowout in the third.
I think it sometimes boils down. I know people don't want to hear this because they want to believe that your team can be and is talented enough to rise above it. But when your guys who are supposed to be the difference makers are either injured or not able to play because of fouls, I don't know where you go. They don't have the dogs to go anywhere to get this thing done. If Cade's on the bench with 2 fouls, if Duren has 2 fouls, and when he's in there, he's not playing like he's the biggest player on the court. That's my problem. Like, Duren has that capability in him, and you want to see him be able to push guys around. and be able to box out and be able to keep Mitchell Robinson, these guys, from being so active around the rim. And I get it. It's going to be tough because you're not necessarily playing with another traditional rebounding big next to you. He's playing either with, Tobias Harris or insert a small ball 4. And so it makes it real difficult for him because they're just going to continue to crash during, and then send like a Josh Hart as well to just go in there and mix it up. The Pistons are sitting here. It looks like they're getting stuck in between. Do they run out in transition or do they help down? And this is, when you talk about rising above it, this is something where it's going to be, it was his own teammate. It was Duran. Shoot, who got Tobias. This is where the name that I think the two names we're going to have to hear the most tonight is Cade Cunningham and JB Bickerstaff. Those are the two names we're going to have to hear tonight because JB is going to have to strategize something to get this team going.
That shit will hurt tomorrow.
Oh, just out too, by the way, guys. Stephon Castle won Rookie of the Year.
Yep.
Just won in.
Hey! Poke him in the other eye. Fuck it.
There we go.
Okay, take out both his eyes.
25-27. Let's rock.
Pistons need to stop here. Stop.
Huge again.
Need to stop the bleeding and switch the energy, switch the tempo, switch the momentum. They definitely look a little tighter coming out, a little looser, should I say, but offensively, big shot here from Cat. Oh, and he missed it.
Let's rock.
Pistons can tie it up or take the lead here.
Something.
But that first play, you saw all 5 guys touch the rock last play.
Here we go.
Here we go.
All right, Tobias.
Rise above.
Hey, man, fuck it, bro. Hit him in the other eye.
Oh, that's a double dribble.
Tobias poked it. Pause. Michael, I knew that was dropped.
Michael gets some Knicks back up by 2, 29-27, a little over 8.
I swear. You got to talk to the TV when Beasley has the ball.
You know what's crazy? How pedestrian the Knicks become when it's just Cat in the game, even when Cade's not on the court. The Pistons are just down 5, right? Weren't the Pistons just down 5? Jalen Brunson went out and the Pistons have
They were down
control.
7,
and
I
they
believe.
take control.
Yeah.
Same thing they did in the last game. Jalen Brunson went out. They're going to have to weather these storms when Jalen Brunson comes back in. Though. Because when Jalen Brunson's out, Cat, he just has not been a – have you guys even noticed Cat been on the court in the last 3 minutes?
See, Miles McBride on the court right now I think is a perfect opportunity to get big board by Duran there.
I wish he would just go straight up sometimes.
Shot for 3 from –
I would have rather that have been a Duran attempt at a putback.
Or dribble into the midi. You had him. Could have blowed past him right there.
Payne with the rock.
Look at Karl Anthony Towns, bro.
A really tough 3 there. A terrible 3 from Campaign. That's not a chuck that we've seen much from him here.
Oh, dude,
I'm serious, bro. Jalen Brunson on the court. Cat seems to get nothing.
Flop. Watch. He's going to try to
Well, I think Brunson's hurting a little bit.
And 1.
Let's go,
Big stretch from Tobias Harris right
on that
here.
Fight Club, huh?
And we love that they're staying.
Let's go back to Detroit, boys. Let's go back to Detroit.
Tobias was 7 straight unanswered points. Well, had a little bit of an answer, but 7 straight points for the Pistons from Tobias after the black eye. 7 minutes left. Knicks take timeout.
What I love about them right now is how they're staying competitive without Cade being on the floor. Yeah. Everyone's still bought in without their knight in shining armor on the floor. Everyone is there without their captain on the floor.
Because they're passing.
Stepping up.
Everybody on the team touched the ball on those.
Everyone is stepping up, but we got to shout out One-Eye Tobai. This man is
One-Eye Tobai. I like that.
This man is cooking right now.
You guys should pause that for about a second so we can be on the same time.
Hold on. Hey, Weezy D, I see you. He said, Kool-Aid, what's up with you thinking Duran could just rise up on 7-1 Mitchell Robinson with ease? You must not
has
be
the
familiar with his game.
athleticism for
It's
it.
not about if he can dunk on him. It's about the fact that you want to be able to challenge them. You want them to be able to work.
There you go.
Everything
Maybe
can't
like
be
3
a
to 5
layup
seconds.
or this or that or this. My coach used to tell me, I want guys whose heart is pumping blood, not milk. If it means that you're going to go to the rack and get thrown to the floor, at least you know that you went there and you challenged. Duran is, what are we talking about? I'm familiar with Duran's game. He leads the NBA in dunks.
Yeah.
My man can't get one dunk against a backup center who plays a few minutes a game. Bro, at least try.
Stop
Force the
choosing
issue.
finesse over power.
Force the issue. I remember the 1 year Drummond. Shout out to Drummond. I would love to have him as a backup center in the future here. But when Rasheed Wallace was his coach and that school of dunk, everything was here. Like, that's what I need. And when Rasheed Wallace was Durant's coach for just a blip in Memphis, that's the way he played too. It's like it comes in phases, but that's the style that I want, that level of aggression. You know who played with that level of aggression? I know different styles, but like Kevin Garnett, man. Like, even from the get-go, before he was prime Garnett, it was just a level of aggression that he played with that I'm really wishing and I'm hoping Jalen Durant can do more consistently. We've seen it in spurts, and that's what prompted him to step to the podium and say, yeah, I'm done playing on some soft stuff. I'll be through with y'all. I was playing on soft-ish to start the season. No more. Well, in this season, I do know it's tough. I'm not going to sit here and act like it's easy to go against Karl-Anthony Towns and Mitchell Robinson, but I do put stock on who Jalen Durant is supposed to be as a player and who he's shown himself to be. And if you're tall, you have the weight, you got the wingspan, you have the athleticism, you got the speed, you got the quick double jump, I just want to see you try something at least once or twice.
Yeah. I feel Jalen.
It's like 8 years away from grown man strength. Like, he's a child.
He is a baby still, man. There's so much development I still see in his game.
He's still figuring out a go-to drink, man. Give him time.
But the other thing is nobody really wants to see B-ball out there.
But you have to.
Without Beef Stew in the lineup, Jalen Durant is being asked to do so many things. Protect the rim, rebound on both sides, offensively and defensively, find some buckets. Oh, and by the way, defend their all-star superstar. And I think that if we had a stretch guy, I'm going to go back to Miles Turner over and over again. But if you have a third guy that's a high-quality player where you're not missing Beef Stew so badly right now, this whole series changed. But again, that stretch 4, as soon as we get him, do you know how much is going to open up for Cade inside? You know, you hear Isaiah Thomas talk about the current game, and when you have these 3 guys that spread everything out. When Isaiah went to the hoop, he had to weave through trees. Cade still has to do that because we don't have a big man that can space the floor.
Yeah, and Miles Turner, man, that's one of them names, man, that's just like Pistons killer, but would be also the perfect Detroit Piston.
Well, after they get killed by Cleveland, I think Miles Turner will.
Piston killer will be the perfect Pistons
Nas
player.
Reed, too.
I'm okay with that one as well.
We need a stretch 4.
Do you know Christian Vucic,
Vucic
from Orlando? That's a guy I'd love to see. Yes! There we go, Asar at the basket.
And that's right after Jalen Brunson missed it.
Oh, you're ahead of me.
And Jalen Brunson absolutely looks a little hurt. I told you only 1 second, buddy.
Maybe like 3-4 seconds.
Yeah, I gave you like 4 seconds. Yeah.
Cade's back in the game. Got those 2 fouls. Let's see what he does with them.
And now you get Brunson. A hobbled Brunson has to score on Asar.
That's a push.
Fade
off.
away
That's
from.
Off.
Ooh,
and he missed
it.
Let's rock.
Looked like he went for glass on that one. Pistons up 2 with the ball halfway through the second quarter. Cade, the Tufts pass, and I'll tell you, Cade does so many no-look passes, and not to say the pass is bad, but who are you throwing that no-look to? B-Ball Paul. Why is this the guy that you're making that pass to?
I thought that wasn't Durant?
Oh, it was Durant. Yeah, Durant's another guy that doesn't have great hands on the run. He has great hands in the air.
On the lob, but not in that.
And another miss out of Brunson. Everything been short.
Pistons have to extend this lead.
Pistons have to get this W because by a Thursday, Brunson will be healthy. And another ticky-tack here, fighting in the lane with Brunson and Asar.
Isaiah Stewart will be healthy. Damn.
Well, you know what? Let's go to Kool-Aid. It seems like you've got a little insider information, and I don't love what you told me. What's the status on Beef Stew? Could we see him Thursday night?
I wouldn't bet on it. I'll put it there. I'm still waiting to hear some more information, but what I do hear, I'm not necessarily the most of encouraged, but it's not completely dim yet.
Okay.
I do know that the type of player Stu is, the type of person he is. If it was him to say, hey, you know what, put a brace and let me rock, he would do that. But right now the team and the doctors, they're making the best decision, I believe.
Come on, Duran.
For Stu and this Pistons team right now.
Duran didn't need to tap that. Big defense.
Who's
Big
that,
defense.
Good pass. Good pass.
Huge pass from Cade.
Good pass.
And they call a foul.
They gave it to him?
Probably shouldn't have been. I thought he was just leaning. I didn't see the foul, but I will take it. Big block here out of Tobias on the transition. Off the backboard.
It's a goal, Tim. They're going to go back and give him that.
Can they go back and give it to you? They can't. Not when there's
I
transition.
think a goaltend is one, just like if your foot's on the line.
I don't believe so. We'd have to double check on that one. Anybody in the chat got a
I
rule
hope
on
not.
that? I don't think you can go back
Can they go back and
credit.
add a goaltend?
Not when it
It
turns
has
into
to be
transition.
called.
Okay.
Yeah.
In transition, they have to.
So Pistons, hey, listen. Pistons have.
They got away with one.
This has been an even called game. We've gotten some ticky tacks. We got away with one there. 14 to 4 point run for the Pistons.
Brunson.
Boy, they got away with one.
All right, let's go.
Brunson, an easier matchup on Tim, but he still passes away.
So the
He
only-
knows it.
So the only scoring they can go back and change later is if it was a 3 or 2, right?
Yeah, correct. So OG with a tough take to the hoop there brings the Knicks a little bit closer. It's a 3-point lead for the Pistons.
You see him?
High screen and roll between Duren and Cade. He flushes.
There we go. Finally.
And that's the second time that
That's
Duren.
That's what we've been talking about.
Second time that Duren has found him.
But they had. Where was Asar? Was he in a corner or did he cut to the paint?
That's right.
That was
He's
that's
got
what
to
we're talking
stay in
about.
that dunk
The
zone.
top pick and roll with the backside action. That's exactly what you have to
That's
have.
a
Every
walk.
single time.
Should have been a walk
Look at
there
Duren.
on
Oh,
OG.
he's gonna
Pistons out running, catching the Knicks sleeping.
all the way. They're not gonna give him that call.
Tobias.
People say, "Get to the right," and say, "Get."
Sar, baby, yes. The thing is,
Asar, phenomenal
Don't
game.
get that foul.
yeah, that
He's
one.
always
I
throwing
can't
that
believe
hit.
it. Yeah, I thought they were going to call that. Brunson definitely looks tentative right now, having a hard time getting around Cade.
Someone has to get K. I would put
10
Let
seconds
Cade
on the
take
shot
a
clock.
mano a mano.
He's allowed to
Do
right
what
now.
Brunson's too scared to
And a
do.
bailout call here on Duren,
Oh.
This
I
is
think-
third.
and that's going to be his third. That's
That's
going to
his
take
third.
him out of the
See,
game.
that's what I'm saying is those have
Rise
been the
above,
calls.
man.
Yep,
Those
going to have to.
Those have been the calls.
And
that have
Tobias,
been 15
Tobias moves the young fella out so he can run his mouth as a veteran. I love that
This
move.
is what I mean, though. Jalen Duren's not allowed to play basketball. The team is gonna have to find a way to rise above.
True that.
But look, Asar being in the game, able to play basketball, and what's he able to do? Actually help the Pistons rise above. If Asar is in foul trouble right now, I don't believe the Pistons are up 40-35.
No,
right
they're
now.
not at all.
And that's what I'm saying. If they allow these young boys to actually go out there and play, because that was a weak call, they just put Duren on the bench. I do believe you see this Pistons team have an opportunity to win this thing with at least a 10-point lead going away, especially if
You
Brunson's
see
hobbled.
Cade kind of playing free safety now that Duren is out.
Yep.
So Bridges, Cat, and Brunson.
I would let Asar play free safety, but I know you want him on Brunson. But I would let Cade.
I want Asar roaming until the
Yes.
fourth quarter. I want fourth quarter Asar on Brunson locked down.
I'm with that. Especially if Brunson's not looking 100%.
See, no backdoor action for some reason.
Yeah.
Nobody cut, nobody moved, no action. I'm glad that he got the foul, but it's just like it would be nice to see somebody at least move or at least.
So Josh Hart, Brunson, Cat, and Mikal Bridges all with 2 fouls right now. And that's what happens when you really only have a 5-man rotation. I know you see some Mitchell and some Miles, but the Pistons need to take it to them, and they
10
need.
points at the half for Asar so far. Said too soon.
Asar with a missed free throw up front, hoping he can get the back end of this. Pistons could go up 3.
I do blame the broadcasters when they do that stupid shit. They're like, he hasn't missed a free throw since. And he fucking missed it.
And he missed them both.
And I see you in the chat. Weezy D313 says that Asar and Cade
That's
have
on
both
me,
played
chat.
free
My bad.
safety tonight, and got mixed up right there. And got mixed up. Yeah. Oh, I see. He said that they were both.
Yeah,
playing.
that was a foul on Cade. But Brunson struggling tonight. And those psychedelic jerseys are dumb looking. And that's going to be Cade's third, I believe.
Yep.
So we
I
might.
heard they make Brunson's falls more noticeable. The jerseys.
So it looks like Tim is coming off, and they're leaving Cade out there.
I think who came in for him? Holland?
Two
Holland,
very important guys
Holland's
with 3
at the
fouls
top.
for
Is
us.
that Holland or Asar? Oh, that's Asar.
Cat in the post
No,
on
that's Asar.
Tobias.
Yeah, it's Asar. It's a foul. That's a foul.
Eh,
Oh, bro, get off of Toby. Get out of here, Cat. Did you see Cade just push Cat away?
Yeah.
Well, let's see if Cat actually does something now. What's the matter with Cat?
You can't ever take this.
What's
man
Cat's
seriously.
problem?
I don't care how much he's balling.
But what
I
is
don't care how much
what is
he's
he mad? Is
balling,
he just
dude.
getting hyped?
When
No,
you
he
talk the
yelled
way
in
you
Tobias's face, and then Tobias came back for
Okay,
it.
so if you tee up Paul Reed in the first second and he's in,
But
then
that's
why
what I'm
isn't
saying.
that a tech?
They got to rise above it, I guess. The
Rise
Knicks are
above
gonna,
it,
the
but-
Knicks can play with the luxury of Duran and Asar being in foul trouble and the Pistons getting the opposite end of these things, the worst end. And that's what Anson is saying largely. From a strategic standpoint, that, when we talk about, well, JB Bickerstaff is this, that, and the other, because even me, I give him some criticism in this when they're down in the series 3-1. But realistically, where do you go? You're going to have to figure something out.
Cade to the rim.
Duran.
Tough finish for Cade. Ends up on the floor again. No call. Pistons back up one with just under 3 to play.
Cade has to be
Inside to
extremely
OG. OG working on Cade. And a big block from Asar in the back. Cat with another 25-footer. And he hits it. And he hits it.
He's a good shooter.
But that's where I said the two names that, of the most importance to me in this game are JB Bickerstaff and Cade. Because JB is going to have to prove.
Great slash to the basket there.
By Schroeder.
Schroeder gets the Pistons back up and tied. Pistons got to execute. They can leave this half with a lead.
I like Cade and Schroeder minutes. And maybe this is one of the wrinkles that we get to see more of. More Cade, more Schroeder on the court
just
together.
naturally seen that as the series has progressed.
Big block there by
We've
Asar.
seen in
No
flashes.
call. Pistons in transition.
We've seen
Great
flashes.
Dumps it for Schroeder. Schroeder takes the 3. Bam! There we go. There we
Pistons
go.
up
Let's go.
47-44, 2 minutes left. Brunson's trying to back down. Schroeder on the wing.
It looks like we've got.
Did they just call a foul?
It might be a defensive 3 seconds here, but
I think they call a foul on Schroeder. Bro, that's what I'm talking about. Brunson gets the luxury of that, I guess.
I mean, Kool-Aid.
That's
we know.
wild, bro.
We know. We've all
I
watched
can't
it.
take this
Even the rest of the NBA and
That does not
TNT.
look sweet
Every
ever.
fan in the country that doesn't wear Knicks blue and orange,
He's
they
throwing
agree.
arms around like
But
Chat, I will cash
if you're
app you
JB
$10
Bickerstaff,
if you
you
send
tell
me a
him the
picture
only
where
thing.
Cat looks sweet.
What? All right, Cat gets another foul. Tobias says he got him. Oh, no, Tobias is saying challenge it. Tobias is saying he didn't foul him.
So
JB's not gonna.
So the Knicks fans want him to review it, as you saw, because they know that we have not been good at reviews.
You see JB being very cautious with how he challenges his calls, but I think that's based off of what that happened last game.
Yeah.
You go into the fourth quarter with no challenge. That's
he wants
crucial.
to save it for. He has to save it for if Cade Cunningham or Jalen Duren or one of those people get your 4th or 5th foul. That is when you need to strike with your challenge if you are JB. You
This stuff
absolutely
is
have to
wild.
hold it in your back pocket for that.
When you look at the play-by-play, it's wild when you see, like, if there goes large stretches in the Knicks, like, stream where there's not a miss. It's make, foul, make, foul, miss, make, foul.
Need a
Then
miss
you
here.
look at the Pistons side, and it's literally like miss, turnover, miss, foul, miss, turnover.
It's a young team, man.
Well, and not just a young team, because they have 4 veterans.
Big miss out of Cat.
They have 4 vets on this squad, and right now they got 3 of them, I believe, on the court.
All right, come on, boys.
And Cade, who's like another vet in my opinion.
He's not a vet, bro.
He has the knowledge of a vet.
He has IQ. He's gonna be one of your higher IQ.
Okay,
players,
high
man.
IQ, but Asar got a high IQ too.
Not
Cade,
like Cade.
how many
But
full
no,
seasons
they're
has
on
Cade
two
played?
different
Cade
levels.
is not.
They're on two
Asar is
different
not the
levels.
level of player that
Big
Cade
long
is.
board for the Pistons there, Tim.
Asar is not the level of player Cade is.
And Asar
Almost
gets the
gets
offensive putback, missed it,
Free
but
throw.
he's going to step to the
Asar
free throw
has
line.
been amazing this half. Amazing.
He's
gotten
really
to
played a
play.
good game. He hasn't made the bonehead moves. He's finding himself free under the basket for some
This
easy
is a
dunks.
game he should be playing that 4th quarter. He has earned, as of now, he has earned that 4th quarter stretch. Absolutely. He has been the 2nd best player in this game for the Pistons. I'd probably put Tobias
first.
No, Cade. I'm still thinking with Cade. I mean, it still all runs through Cade. Let's be real about
You
it.
think Cade's been the best player in this game so far?
I haven't looked at the box score, but I'm just saying. I mean, you can make an argument, I guess, for Asar for sure, but
I was thinking either Sar or
It's
Tobias.
definitely not been Cade. He
But
is
I-
4, 3, and 2, and he's shooting 2 for 8.
I still give it to him just because everything runs through him. But I
The
ain't mad at
turnovers
that.
have run through him. He's
That's
got
fair.
3. Cade's not been good this game. Stop defending Cade, Detroit. All right? He's been awesome this series. He's not been good tonight. He's missing baskets. He's forcing the issue, and he's not involving his teammates. Pistons have looked the best with him on the bench so far.
I'll say he's played a decent game, but I also believe that a large part of the narrative is going to be the calls. You got to rise above it. But we've seen him go to the rack a couple times. Should have been something. That's going to go down as a miss and a turnover. Yeah. And we're going to say, well, he's 2 of 8. If he's going to get that, then it's going to be a different thing. And the Pistons have the offense. It opens up because I've noticed the Knicks defense. They don't play the same packed-in, swarming defense that they do play when Cade's on the court. And that's one way that J.B. Bickerstaff is going to have to take advantage of it. J.B. Bickerstaff is going to have to take advantage of when the ball is out of Cade's hands. And you've seen Schroeder be able to take advantage of that type of space that opens up.
Knicks go back up by 2. Pistons with a chance for 2 for 1, and basically an air ball there out of Tim Hardaway.
Pistons gave up the lead as well, 49-47. 30 seconds left to go in the half. Sheesh.
Great block.
I think the Pistons are kind of lucky to be in this game right now. It's their defense that's saving them.
Absolutely. But that's been the whole series. Look, this half-court offense is not playoff caliber. Flat out.
Certainly not. You hit the nail on the head there, Chris. So 30 seconds left. Pistons trail by 2. Knicks ball. Pistons should get one last opportunity before the half.
The Knicks with 12 offensive rebounds for 12 second-chance points in this game.
Yep.
To the Pistons, 8 offensive rebounds for 9 second-chance points.
Yep.
12 offensive rebounds.
I don't know where the defense is right there, but they're going to bail them out again. Brunson will step to the line with a chance to put the Knicks up by 4.
That would be a miss on a field goal chart if they did not give him that foul, but they give him the foul, so it looks a little bit better on the field goal chart. And those are little nuances when you talk about the games and how the box score will look for Cade at the end of a game. These are the small little nuances that go into how these things look at the end of it.
The defense, as energetic and surprising as Paul Reed has been at times, the defense looks so out of sorts without – wow, Brunson misses another. 1 for 7 from the field, and I believe –
3 of 6 from the free throw line, I believe.
He is – yeah, correct. 4 of 7 if he makes this last one. Pistons will get a shot to.
He's out of balance, man. They gotta win this one, dog. If this dude's ankle is really bothering him like this.
Yeah, they need to win this game with him having 6 points in the first half.
I'll tell you what, whoever has a better second half is probably gonna win, Cade or Brunson. It might come down to that.
Cade hits the second one, or Brunson hits the second one. Looks like something's going on. Maybe a timeout.
When it is,
no, it looks like they called something.
When it is this low scoring, though, we've seen it at the end of all these games. Cade Cunningham has had the opportunity to put these games away, and I do believe
there's some sort of a foul here.
Yeah,
Pistons are going to get a shot at some free throws, I believe.
That's what's up.
And we might have a technical foul on Tibbs.
Shout out Tibbs. Always stressed, forever stressed. I've never.
There was a foul called on the free throw. So.
Do they walk it back or what?
Yeah, Tim's. We're in the bonus, so Tim's going to get a chance to hit 2 here, but that's going to give the Knicks the final shot of the half.
Tim Hardaway finally getting his free throws.
Oh, he hit. Okay, yeah. And, there's been so much of that stuff with – you saw Brunson literally go to try and poke his eyes on a 3 last game. I don't know how you keep a player in the game. Have you ever gone and defended a shot with like this? Crazy.
Cat's bleeding right now in the shoulder. You got to take him out. That's illegal.
Tim Hardaway, 4 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 of 6 shooting on the night, man.
Yep. And when you're shooting 1 of 6, I just hate seeing you pull up without a pass and forcing a 3.
All right. Stop.
10 seconds left here. Brunson on Asar. High screen, double screen, and a big turnover there for the Pistons.
Good job.
Big shot. And he did hit the 24-second shot on that at least.
50-49 at the half. New York Knicks lead the Pistons. I think that this is setting up for, honestly, a Cade masterclass in the second half. And I see Stick in the chat.
Always comes out good in the third quarter. Always.
That's been his quarter, but where we're going to really need him is that last 5 minutes. It's where he excelled a lot as a rookie, but it didn't really matter because we weren't winning a lot of games. Right now, that version of Cade Cunningham can help this Pistons team push the series to LCA rather than coming back for end of season exit interviews, and that's what you're gonna need. He's going into the second half with what, 3 fouls?
And Duran, both of them with 3.
And Duran. These guys are gonna have to find the magic that they found during that stretch of games where they were absolutely one of the best transition teams in the league. They were tossing up the lob passes. They were moving. They were cutting. And I want to see deliberate action from Duran and from Cade Cunningham. And as we're seeing some of these pick and rolls, one of the things I've really liked is how Asar Thompson, if he's in the game, we've seen him get in backcourt. A couple times they've missed him or B-Ball Paul, who've been open in the short corner on the baseline. And so I'm hoping whoever's doing, their film at halftime and going over the adjustments and the looks, I'm hoping that's one of the wrinkles, because the Knicks defense is not giving the Pistons much. If they're not going to be able to hit that 3, and we've seen Beasley knock down a couple, but everybody else has largely been off from beyond the arc, then I'm hoping that they recognize there's a little wrinkle there where they're leaving whoever's playing the 3 or the 4, they're leaving them open in that short corner every single time we're running our pick and rolls and our dribble handoffs up top. And I'm hoping that they can find that player and be able to attack that spot on the
over
defense.
Asar.
So I want to ask you guys one question, and then we'll have some fun. We'll get into the chat here. I know there's a lot of things being thrown around there right now. I want to ask each one of you guys. Start with you, Chris. If I told you at halftime in an elimination game in MSG, the Pistons would be down 49-50 at halftime, would you take it?
Absolutely, you take it. Absolutely, you take it every time. Like I said, this second half is going to come down to who is the best player in this series. So far, it's been Jalen Brunson. So far, the Knicks have led the series. This is Cade's opportunity to come out in the second half. Both of them are struggling, and outduel Jalen Brunson and take this win and go back to Detroit for another game. This is the time, man. This is the time. It's got to be you. Your vets have done their job. Tobias has done his job. Asar has done his job. You need Cade to close it out.
Well, you need the other vets to do their job, though, because Tobias has, but the other ones, you've seen a couple threes from Beasley.
Yeah, Beasley's been solid. Hardaway, yes, but you have to kind of assume every game that because those are role players, that not all 3 or 4 of them are going to show up. You have to. They're spotty. They're role players for a reason, because they're spotty. They're inconsistent. And so, that's why I said on the game 1 string, you got to take advantage of the game where Beasley and Hardaway are going off, because we have not seen a game yet this series since where both of them are going off. And so you got to take advantage of it.
Make things so much easier. And I'm looking here, Jalen Duran, 12 minutes, plus 13.
And he's been a series worse, minus 42 entering tonight.
Yeah, so he's been playing really well, not rushing things, finding Asar 2 times underneath for easy dunks. Got himself a block, halfway to 10 rebounds, but he can't get into the flow. He's constantly coming off the court because of those fouls that you've talked about. And he's going to have to rise above it, but he so far has.
With his limited time, he never looks sweet.
What wound up happening is when he went off the court, they brought him back in during the minutes that Jalen Brunson was out. So when the Pistons made that charge with Cade out and with Brunson out, Duran is going to get the benefit of those minutes. And so I like the fact that that plus is there. But in terms of the Duran that we know he can be, I still want to see more, just like we want to see more out of Cade Cunningham.
Sure.
Think about what we're talking about. Next summer, Jaden Ivey and Jaden Duran are going to be having their hands out saying, we're contract extension eligible this summer and next. What you doing for us? I want to see that guy go out there and be what we saw him be during the regular season as well. I'm not asking for him to be something extra or greater than that, but at least what we know he can be. I want to see that. And the same goes with Cade Cunningham. If Cade Cunningham was having one of those games right now, we'd be sitting here right now talking about at least a 7, 8, 9 point halftime lead for the Detroit Pistons.
No doubt about it.
At the very least. And that's where you want to see him be able to catch his rhythm. If this was one in which I saw him play the whole first half, be able to have an opportunity to catch the rhythm, and he was just off, I would be a little disappointed. The 2 offensive fouls early on in the game, I'm like, you know what? Dust those off. Come out in the second half. Do what you've done in a lot of different third quarters with the mindset of understanding. J.B. Bickerstaff is going to probably pull him at some point in time and probably put him back into the game around the 8-minute mark. He's done this religiously during this series. And Cade Cunningham is going to have to respond much better than he has in every single game this season. That, to me, is what I'm focused on. That 9 minutes, the last 9 minutes of the game, and Cade Cunningham and whatever JB Bickerstaff is going to do to make sure this team has the right strategy.
Hey, Cade Cunningham, look, this could be your last half of basketball for the season. Go out, guns blazing, no regrets. Attack, attack, attack. You are the guy. Everything falls on your shoulders. This is what you want. This is what you prep for. And this is the position I believe you'll succeed in. You need to come out attacking first, and then these vets who have played good will pick their spots and play off of you. You've done enough sitting back. I've seen you sit back this half, just like you have the other halves, and feel out the game. Now strike. Strike in this second half and be the best player, and we're going to Detroit for another game. It's as simple as that. If Cade Cunningham balls out in this second half, there is zero way we lose. I do not see a scenario in which you go, Cade played amazing in the second half and we lost. I don't see that happening. Not tonight. So
the only
Cade,
way it can happen,
got
though, is if the New York Knicks 2 stars and Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns wake up and play a masterclass, that's the way we've seen the Pistons lose. We saw Cade go out there and be one of the youngest Pistons ever to get a triple-double in a playoff game in his first one, bro. This hasn't happened since you got to go way back when. You got to get way back when to see that. And that's where, you know, you look at this series and you realize if what we need from Cade is literally perfection, it's going to be tough. That's where I'm hoping. You do need Cade to show out. You need Cade to show he is trending towards superstar. But you're going to need these other guys to make sure that they're on it as well. When you talk about a team who was top 5 in defensive rating over the last, you know, since December 1st.
Second behind the Warriors.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. When you have that, that's a team thing. And when your squad is effectively having stretches to where you can't stop a 10 or 11-point run to win the game, that's where it gets really, really tough. So you want to see this team be able to, on the defensive side of the ball, really be able to come together as a squad. On the offensive side, I'm through. To me, it's Cade and JB Bickerstaff. It has to be. This is what these games are made for. How did Mr. Big Shot get his name? Because of games exactly like this one here. And you know what, man, just kind of looking at the chat right now, I want to be able to get a little bit of the chat family involved.
Let me hit Wheezy D here real quick.
You see Wheezy D?
Yeah, Wheezy D, it actually just moved down, but I don't need a 30-point triple-double to prove Stick and Cade haters wrong. I just want to win and make Brunson and Cat work. They've certainly made Brunson work, and he definitely seems a step slow, but you're right, my man. You don't need a huge game out of Cade, but he needs to dictate his will. He doesn't need 30. He doesn't need the triple-double, but he has to make his presence felt in the second half. Now, 3 turnovers, 6 points in the first half, you're going to get criticized if you're supposedly a superstar. I think you're right, Chris. I think that this young man comes out and he has that first real identifying moment in this series to take it back for a 6th game in Detroit.
Absolutely, Cade. This is your first elimination game. Don't start that off with a losing record.
And you got to think, we're down 1. And Cade has what?
6.
6 points?
That's it. And 3
3
turnovers.
Fouls, and 3 turnovers.
Yep.
How many
and
minutes?
we're down 1.
How many minutes?
Well, again, I mean, the New York Knicks locker room is probably saying the same thing, to be fair. Brunson
15.
is playing like shit, too. That's why I think it really comes down to who's going to have the better second half, Cade or Brunson. I know Cat's probably going to come out, and Cat is a variable, but I think that the Pistons' depth can really can withstand a Cat onslaught if Cade Cunningham balls out. If Cade Cunningham clearly outduels Jalen Brunson in the second half, I just would be absolutely shocked if the Pistons lost this
Just
game.
feels like that's what we just saw run back, though, and that's why I'm saying you're going to need other people to pick up the slack. You need Cade Masterclass and some, because they didn't get the and some in the last game, and it cost them.
And it'll come down to Cat. If Cat has a huge game, I don't think it's going to be Brunson. He definitely looks a little bit hobbled. I am curious where KGesus is. KG, you turned the tide with your little hallelujah dance. I hope that you are doing that at home right now. I am curious. There's a guy in the chat named Stick Sucks, and I have an inkling that it's Mason Leach.
Mason Leach, chat legend.
No. Back out legend. bet back out legends. Fouls are 13
Oh,
to
that Mason Leeds.
So
I
just a
remember that
fan,
day.
fouls are 13 to 12. Is that an unevenly called game? Listen, in the second quarter, I felt that they definitely missed some calls. They missed a goaltending on the Pistons that turned into a transition bucket the other way. When you look at the sum of the first half, statistically, it's been equal. But the problem is that at the rim, like you've mentioned many times, Duran's not getting the calls. Cade's not getting the calls. And to me, I feel that we have brought the physicality to them on the offensive side, and you should be earning some trips to the free throw line, which they just haven't yet. I'm curious to see where the free throws sit.
For me, it's not necessarily the total amount of free throws. It's who's getting the foul. I mean, the total amount of foul calls. So they say, well, it's 13 to 12. Who's on the bench, though?
And then 8 fouls on us to 7 on them.
Yeah, but if it's
But
8
it's
to
all
7,
on- yeah.
but if it's Cade and Duran, well, that's a problem. If you're telling me that the 8 fouls are largely on B-Ball, Paul, and say Schroeder, I am a lot more okay with that. But when it's Cade having the fouls and Brunson's not having the fouls, that's where, and Cat doesn't have the fouls, but Cade and Duran do, well, then what are we doing here?
Well,
That's
Cat
the
and
issue.
Brunson each have 2. But the problem is when you only have 8 fouls and 6 of them are against 2 guys,
That's and your two
really
of your
takes you out
better-
of what you want to do.
And 2 of your game changers.
Yeah.
One of those guys in which we're saying needs to step up and be the star. He has to be on the court and he has to be able to get that offensive cohesion, that flow, to be able to do that.
Wow, just looking here at the Milwaukee Indy game and Halliburton
Dog, Indy-
with a slash
They
to
came
the
back.
hoop
Indy
to go
came
up
back.
by
Came
1,
back.
1.3 left in OT, full quarter,
Game.
and it's missed.
Indy's going
Indy
on.
moves on.
They came back. Wow.
Oh, he almost got shoved over
Man,
that by his own guy. Did you see that?
I almost told KG that I thought the Bucks was one of those matchups that you wanted.
Well, without Dame, in hindsight, it wouldn't have been bad. But listen, you look at the Pacers; they're
I
a
will
great
tell
young
you.
team. But
So is Giannis not enough?
don't you? I mean,
He
I
didn't
don't
rise
think that
above.
they stand a
He's a
chance
bum, huh?
against Cleveland. I think at most they win 1 game. And for me, if you're Miles Turner, and I'm going to keep coming back to that guy, if you're Miles Turner and you're looking at Cleveland, this team's not going anywhere. And if you're in the Midwest and you're in the same division, do you have a better chance staying in Indy to beat those guys, or are you the final piece in Detroit? Because I truly believe he is.
I don't see a world in which the Pistons meet that price tag
For what?
for Turner.
I think it really depends on what the price tag is going to be in general, because you look at a Cam, Johnson from the Nets getting a 25. You're looking at Nick Claxton getting like the 20-25. And now you're looking at the cap space going up. the
Turner's
CBAs,
much better than
Chano,
both of
Chan-
them, so he should get. He's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
go for 28.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Tobias at 26.
Yeah.
I would do a Turner at a 28 with this specific or particular
I'd do Turner
squad.
at 31.
I was gonna say
I would too if I could afford it, but I just don't know if the Pistons will be able, if their books will be able to.
Yeah.
they'll be able to afford it, but they're gonna have to get savvy with what they do moving forward.
If you
because of
only
the
get
young guys,
Beasley or
Well,
Hardaway,
pay Beasley per 3.
if
per
you only
playoff
get
3.
Beasley or Hardaway next year, which one do you want?
Oh, you take Beasley.
I want Beasley.
You take
Sure?
Beasley. Absolutely.
Who's been better in this series?
I would say
Who's been better this season?
I would say Hardaway, but I think that Beasley is more. Now look, you could throw back in my face that the last 3 postseasons Beasley's averaged 34% from 3. So
you
yes,
said Beasley or Hardaway.
Beasley has.
No, I'm
I
saying
would take
which one
I
to
would
bring
take
back?
Beasley.
I also too would I would look at the money aspect.
I think you can bring back Tim cheaper. I think that
Absolutely,
he's a
yes.
better defender. He's a smarter player in
know if
terms
he's
of
a better
selecting his shot
He
in
led
the
team in
offense.
charges by a large shot. Charges drawn.
Yeah.
By a large shot. He was like the only person in, I believe, double figures on the team. And it was something that I chuckled at when he mentioned that. He said, y'all know I'm going to take charges when we were in the media day press conferences. And to see him go out there and the attention he does put into trying to be that kind of roaming backline defender, I actually rock with it. But for me personally, it comes down to a little bit of the finances. I do like what Malik Beasley brings as a three-point shooter. I need to see something in the postseason, though, because what have we known about his career is that largely in the postseason is where the money's not made for him. And that, to me, is something that does matter.
Are you So like the thing with the Turner, the Nas Reeds, I love that type of player. I absolutely want that type of player in Detroit. But are you comfortable you can make that front court then work, or does it become a logjam? Because I think part of what's made the Pistons great is that 48 minutes you've had great interior defense. Not saying that Miles Turner isn't a great interior defender. He is.
Yeah, he's pretty
but
good.
Stu, during that combo, feels like if you throw Miles Turner, yes, he spaces a 4, so you can do a little bit of things. Maybe play Stu at the 4, play some things with the 4 spacing that Turner offers you. But I'm just not sure that you can commit that much long-term to your front court in this NBA and make the money work to where
39% from
It's
three
his-
and 1.9 blocks per game.
That's it. He plays both. On the defensive side, he's going to give you what nobody else on this team is giving you defensively in the paint.
And
then on the other
offensively and
side, he
stretching the
stretches
floor.
better than any big we have on the squad.
By
No,
far.
for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with either of those things. I just don't know how
Shout out Grant.
the rotation plays out with him, Duran, and Stu.
I think it's easy. He would be Stu, in my opinion, is that first sub off the bench all the time as it relates to a big.
And I think Tobias would be coming off the bench next year as well.
Yeah, especially heading into that'd be his last year of the $26 million a year. And if he's going to be here long term, we definitely know second half is starting.
All right, here we go. I
Feeling
feel
good.
great.
I
feel great.
better than the start of the game, to be honest with you, because they haven't put forth their best effort yet, and they're just down 1. We know that if K gets going,
action for Brunson, trying to get him going early.
but Cat's gonna have to just pull up
Cat,
for 3.
yeah.
Logo 3 again. Missed it.
Bad
Why
miss.
couldn't he do
That
that
should-
last game?
That should have been a 24-second. It was.
If he would have missed that 3 last game, we would have won
I
that
was
game.
sitting right
You know that.
there,
You
dog.
know that.
I was sitting there and just like splash. I was like, no, I wasn't ready.
Pistons force a 24-second shot clock violation. Asar bringing it up. Pistons 28% from 3.
They're
Knicks
23%.
struggling at 23.
It's a slugfest.
What did he step out of
And now
bounds?
4th foul on Duran for nothing. I'm not, or maybe a turnover out of bounds. Maybe
Turnover.
I
Another-
honestly,
It was out of bounds.
honestly hope it's out of
The
bounds.
Knicks have
because
10 points off of our
I
It
don't
was
turnovers.
know
out
if
of
it's
bounds.
either, but-
It was
Think
out of
about
bounds.
that. 12 second chance points and 10 points off our turnovers. That's 22 hustle stats for the New York Knicks.
how is that not a foul on Hart? He shoved him into Brunson.
We got to rise above. What I was
No,
trying
we
to say,
do,
what
we
JP
do.
Bickerstaff was saying,
But this is Hart.
yeah,
Hart
that's
did
not
that.
A foul.
That's only a
That's
SARS.
not a
That's
foul.
a SARS first.
What are they doing?
Fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. You got 5 more, buddy.
That's right. I'd like to see at least 4 of them.
Absolutely.
Knicks inbound with 14 seconds
You got
left. Back to
Holland
Brunson
coming in with-
on Asar.
Yeah, dude. Throw in Holland
With
for
5
another
more.
2 fouls.
They're trying to put fouls on the side, bro.
And a tough shot from Brunson.
He don't
And he
got the
misses
lift.
that one.
Pistons
Had to
gotta
put
win
it
this
over
freaking
Asar.
game, dog.
And a big dunk here. Ah! Alley-oop. Asar with 12 points tonight. I believe he leads the Pistons in scoring right now. He does. How about that?
Easy E, I agree. I like Ingram,
He's doing his thing right now, man.
but they
Big
Toronto just
shot.
got
Big
him.
shot
We're
from
that?
OG
Who's that?
there.
Hey, Microwave. How about Asar, huh? How about Asar, Microwave?
Cade thought he was going to pull that one.
I thought so, too.
Timmy?
Tim nearly gets the bounce,
Bro, Asar got fouled. Come on.
and they're going to keep that.
Did they call
They're going to
it?
keep that, and that's
Thank
on
you.
Hart.
I was about to say Asar got
That's
fouled.
4.
Thank you,
That's
dog.
4 on Hart. That is 4 on Hart.
Are we sure? Are we
Get-
sure? I didn't
get
know
Hart
anybody on
outta
the Knicks
here.
had 3.
Because
He's
Hart's
4.
been, what is Hart's stats in this game? Because he's been one of the
That's his
active
4th.
players.
That's 4 for Hart.
He's been one of the active
That's
players assisting while Jalen Brunson has been really slumping in this game.
And he crashes the boards too.
Hey,
Yeah.
they left him in.
They're leaving Harden?
Yep.
That's a desperation move, in my opinion.
Oh, take that.
Let's go,
Big shot. Big shot for
Timmy.
Hardaway.
Let's go, Timmy.
Duran with another assist.
Hey, if I'm Duran, though, I mean, I'm not complaining because the result was the result. But if I'm
Go to the
Duran,
hoop.
I go at Hart. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Get him that fifth.
That's
foul.
what I thought he was going to do.
I thought so, too.
But this is what we're talking about at halftime when we say Cade has to show out, but you need these other guys to do what we're saying them
for
do.
sure.
Asar doing this, what he's doing. Tim finally getting a 3 to fall.
Miss for
Duran out here getting rebounds.
All right.
Mikhail Bridges
Hold on,
with a
who's
miss.
down? That's not
And
Timmy,
it looks
is
like
it?
there's a foul away from the
Oh,
ball, and it's
Timmy.
going to be on OG. OG
Oh.
looks upset.
He's
So
holding the cup.
Hardaway got hit in the no-nos, looks like.
Yeah, it ain't a knee. It's not an ankle. You see the lady on the sideline laughing?
Yeah.
Come on, lady. Hey, shout out to Cleet, Pistons PR. I see you, bud. Goodness gracious.
Those ones hurt. One of the things that ended my soccer career was one of those kicks. A missed kick on the ball got me right where it shouldn't. I was on the ground for
that could have been a no call, to be quite honest with you. But the Pistons with 2 early fouls on the Knicks, would love to see them in the bonus early here. Cade to the hoop. End of the foul on Cat. That'll be Cat's third, and the Pistons and the Knicks.
Drop?
Yes.
Yeah,
and 1. Pistons up 3. Cade to the line. Now 4 fouls on Hart, 3 on Cat, and 3 on the Knicks in the third period already, with 9.5 left to play. If the Pistons can get to the free throw line and extend this lead,
Look
boy.
at Stephen A. Smith. You see Stephen A. Smith right over Cade?
Yeah, just sitting there.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? That's probably the softest call he's gonna get all night. That was pretty I was like,
and he finishes the 3-point play. Absolutely crucial there. He's up to 7 points. Pistons with a solid 4-point lead here.
On Josh Hart. All right.
Yeah,
OG.
They've been doing that.
OG tied up by Cade.
Let's go, Cade.
Tied up by Cade. They should have blown a whistle on a tip, but instead it's going to be a foul on OG Anunoby.
That's 2 in a row on him.
That's right, and that's 4 fouls on the Knicks here.
It wasn't a jump ball.
No, it should have been. They should have called the jump ball right there. They let him play, and it turns out to go in the Pistons' favor.
Did you see how fast he just ripped it away from him? That's why he didn't give him an opportunity to even be able to see if it was a jump ball.
Cade inside to Duran.
Good
and
pass.
Another easy dunk for Asar. That is 5 assists. 5 assists.
The backdoor action.
What else do they want?
Well, that's 4 assists for Duran, who leads the team with assists.
What did we say? JB, find a way to hit the short corner.
100%, because they get lost.
9 minutes.
9
minutes to play. Pistons with a 6-point lead, and they force the Knicks to take a timeout. Huge.
We know we're talking about a little bit.
Yeah, and the development with Jalen Duran is going to be getting more instinctual. We know that he's a good passer, a good instinctual passer. What happens sometimes in that middle is when he turns and the pass window closes up, and then all of a sudden you see him those are the things that I want to see him get a little bit better with.
See,
I
I actually
be able to hit that pull up. And so if he would be able to learn a little hook, or just
imagine if that man gets a 12-foot game.
It'd be amazing.
He's working on
crucial for us.
What I've seen out of him a lot in this series is the moment he gets the ball off of a rebound or passed into him, he just goes right to the hoop. And a lot of times he rushes it. Tonight, he takes a split second to look. And that's why he's got 4 assists right now. 3 dunks to Asar and 1 kick out for a 3. Thus far, Duran with a plus 20 with his 15 minutes on the floor. Cade up to plus 16 with his 18 minutes on the floor.
I liked it.
All of the Pistons starters plus in the plus-minus category. All reserves in the negative.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Pistons bench has
plus
to
16.
Has to be something. It has to be something.
Let's go.
A little bit more from Beasley.
So Mitchell Robinson and Miles McBride, the only guys with the plus right now. The rest of the Knicks are in the negative. This game is absolutely going the way that the Pistons needed it to go to steal one in New York. I imagine there's a lot of nervous Knicks right now. But if they continue to play this way, they will win this game. If the youth rears up and they start turning the rock over, little worried about that. But so far, so good. This team has played with a composure that we really haven't seen steady through an entire game thus far.
Well, no, we've seen it through this long of the game. We've just seen it evaporate in the fourth. So right now, I don't see this Pistons team playing much better than they have all series. I mean, they've had multiple games in this series where they've been leading at this point, or where they were down and then came storming back.
It's that 9-minute mark.
Yeah, it's that fourth quarter and on. So right now, gentlemen, the script is reading just as the other 4 games. Mm-hmm. And now the difference is it going to be game 2 or the other games?
Listen, because I've been asking people this every game. How many shimmies is it going to take for the Pistons to win? And you know what? This one for me, I've been thinking about it. It's different. I don't care about the whole game. I need at least 2 to 3 shimmies in the fourth quarter. Period. I don't.
If you get
like,
2 in the fourth, two
you
or
get
3 in the
two
fourth.
Beasley shimmies.
You get 3 in the fourth, you're good.
That's
Well,
what I'm
if we
saying,
get 3 in the fourth, this game's over. But I want to
He's got
touch.
2 already, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If he
Yep.
gets 5,
2 of 4.
If he gives you 5 threes this game, you're golden.
So I want to touch on what you said about how this game so far looks super similar to the others. My difference, personally, in my opinion, Asar and Jalen Duren, despite Duren's foul trouble, aren't frustrated. And when those two get frustrated, they turn the ball over. They rush in offense to the hoop and make, miss bunnies. What I've seen out of those two is composure. And if those two can stay composed all game and out of foul trouble, this is the Pistons game to win.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. You're absolutely right because I just saw the graphic. 3 of the 4 field goals made in this quarter have been assisted via Jalen Duren. So
Huge.
absolute step up. Leave him there.
Knicks in the half-court offense. Pistons up 59-53 with 8:55 left
Tough
in
shot.
the quarter.
Oh, big
you got to
rebound.
get there. Let's go,
Oh,
Cade.
okay, there we go.
Let's go.
Getting our foul.
It's going to take everybody.
Yeah, from Hart.
It's going to take everybody really battling on the boards. Oh, damn, I thought they called a foul.
I did too.
Tobias has to own those.
Tobias on Brunson's
You
got
have to
the
own that
advantage. Take
matchup.
him in, and he settles for the jumper, doesn't fall.
I think
Asar near tap,
He
but it
needs
comes
to
away to
attack that
Bridges.
He has to attack the rim.
Pause.
Yeah. Hart forcing the issue at the rim, and a nice take.
Josh Hart is attacking the rim with Jalen Duren there, but Tobias is not attacking with Jalen Brunson. I'm like,
Right.
So listen, 4 fouls right now on the Knicks. Work the fouls. Work it inside. No settling for jumpers. Let's get back to the line.
that's why I want to see Tobias.
Oh,
Harris.
there's a foul. There we go.
Okay, Cunningham.
That's his third. OG
Cade,
in third.
not settling for that
All
jumper.
3 this quarter.
Working inside. That's 5. They are officially in the bonus for the rest of the 8 minutes in the third. That's absolutely
Now
huge.
you just continue to play inside out.
It
Inside out. I don't
changes.
want you taking a 3 unless it's wide open. Unless it's wide open because the defense collapsed.
And all of a sudden,
Inside out ball.
we have 2 guys with 3 fouls. They have 2 guys with 3 fouls, and Josh Hart with 4.
Rise above.
Who's the
That's
other
right.
with 3?
OG and Cat both have 3, and Hart has 4, but they have let him stay out there. And that's the Knicks' number 2 rebounder. Oh, and Cade misses another. They're up 5. Let's see if the defense can
60-55
serve
with
them
8
well
minutes
here.
left in the third.
Both teams struggling mightily from the free throw line. 63 for the Pistons, 57 for the Knicks. Brunson, baseline, blocked
Good
by
block
Cade.
by Cade.
Oh my goodness! Wow, loose ball ends up in Brunson's
If
hands
that's
for
what
the
it
high
takes-
glass
He
finish.
finishes over Jalen Duren.
If that's what it takes for us to win this
Jeez.
game is Cade bringing his defensive presence up since his offensive presence isn't there, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm 100% okay with that.
How you get it.
I would give the
Well,
ball
and
right back to
superstars
Cade.
find a
Give
way
the
to
ball
win
I don't
back.
care.
when it's
yeah.
not all working.
I don't care if he doesn't need to go for 30. If he increases his defensive
No
presence,
foul there. I thought
then
we'd
we will
hear-
be okay.
No whistle. Damn.
Cade's defense has been really, really decent
OG.
in this series, and it's been really
He is
good.
a good defender.
the regular
Brunson
season.
for 3, and he misses another. Brunson definitely not playing.
They should have called that foul.
Come on, let's go,
rock.
Tim.
I need it.
Oh, son of a pup.
Rimmed out.
7 minutes left.
So the bonus.
Josh Hart
somebody
really
asked what
attacks
the
the rim,
bonus is.
man.
Great defense by
we
Asar.
get a foul,
Hart
it's super-
complaining.
All the way.
Oh,
All right, well, they slowed it up then.
could have been a travel, could have been a
Could
foul.
have been an
What are they
extended.
And it
calling
looks like a tech here on Brunson. About damn time. Peasant. Mongoloid ass.
Goodness.
I can't stand that guy. He's so bad for basketball. This is the second tech. Oh, no, this is the first tech on the Knicks. Pistons had one early on. B-ball, Paul. Cade's got to finish this. There we go. Cade knocks it down. Pistons up 4 with the rock. Just under 7 left to play here in the third. Pistons dictating terms right now defensively and finding their way offensively. This quarter, it's been getting the foul calls, which you've been asking for. And another, but Duren comes away with it. Over
Good
to
pass.
Tobias.
Good.
And no
Good
foul.
job,
I
boy.
thought that was 4 on Cat. Should have been.
But he went strong as if he wasn't going to get the call, and he finished.
Huge. 6-point advantage for the Pistons.
12 points, 5 of
This
10
reminds me a
shooting,
lot of that
2
third
of
quarter in
3.
Game 1, where it's all been in the paint.
to
all
buy-
the action's been in the paint.
And Tobias with 12 points, 2 or 3 from behind the
A
arc.
miss 3 for Hart. Pistons, Asar takes the board down, brings it back. And it looks like we've got a timeout or a technical foul. Something's happening here. 6:15. And it looks like JB,
Pistons called a
you know what?
timeout.
I love that call by JB Bickerstaff. You guys have heard me ad nauseum question his ability to take a timeout at the right time. The Pistons have the momentum. They have the ball with 6 minutes in the quarter, 6-point lead. You have to manufacture a bucket right here. I love this timeout. Take the air out the ball. I love it, Jerry.
And I don't think just that, not just that as well. When you're talking about being shorthanded, when you're talking about, what do we say? The Pistons have to continue to be in control of the game. And I believe that sometimes with all the pressure and with everything that this means, just calling a timeout to just slow the game.
Yep.
Slow the noise. Have the Knicks in their huddle having to talk about, well, what are we this, what are we that? For so many other reasons, in addition to what you're saying, I absolutely love this. It allows them to get a breather.
Yes.
Because you need Cade and Duran. They're going to have to play as many minutes as you can. If they're still sitting on 3 fouls, so that means that they're probably going to get the rest of the third and all of the fourth quarter. I'm glad that, you know what, you take a little bit of time right now while you're leading, not while you're taking a panic timeout. That's I hate when think about that at the end, those fourth quarters, when they finally take the panic timeout when they're now down 2.
Yeah.
I like the fact that you're taking it right now. You're telling you guys, you know what? We have the lead. We're the guys in control. Take a look around right now. Yep. Look at everything that's in front of you. You guys control your own
Hallelujah,
destiny.
bro.
Those
Amen.
panic
That's what I
timeouts
like
make
about
your
that,
players panic. As a player, those
I hated the panic
those
timeouts.
panic timeouts make you
I
panic.
would go to the huddle
because
in
you
my
don't know
own
what to
mind,
do. I
thinking,
go in.
like, Coach, why didn't you call that? Like
You have
6
to let
points
your
ago?
players calm each other down. You can, if they go down, they got to come together on the court, realize what's going on, and let them figure it out. And then maybe you take a timeout later on. But as soon as somebody goes up or something happens with the other team, you can't take that panic timeout. Let them figure it out and let them slow themselves down.
Great point.
You know, so as I've
Ball
complained
knower here.
As I've complained about the timeouts to
out
stop
Jerry.
runs and to collect the team, people keep saying, well, you know, Phil Jackson didn't do that. Well, Phil Jackson had a whole bunch of
didn't
vets.
need to do that, yeah.
He had a whole bunch of vets, and he would let them play through it.
Vets and stars.
Vets and stars.
was it.
Yeah,
Jordan,
second,
there's not a
third,
lot of
fourth
panic.
options, you know.
We got vets, young guys, and stars.
I love this timeout, though.
Our
This is
eighth man is
such
Robert
a
Horry.
well-timed timeout.
11-time champion.
They've got to execute the bucket here. Got to execute.
Nasty. How many
on
Robert
offense.
Horry has? I can't believe it.
All right, well, that nervous feeling is back, Anson. That nervous feeling is back.
Well, good.
I was telling Anson and Platty and Jerry, I'm gonna just call him right now. I don't care. I'm not saying pause. J Ball's over there, man. Ball nowhere. Hey, I was telling them before that I haven't felt this way about Pistons basketball in 17 years.
Yeah.
We haven't had meaningful games like this in a long time.
Expectations.
Against the Bucks, especially in the elimination game, was just like, oh, golf clap. Thank you
Wayne
guys for giving us
Ellington
something.
started on that team.
Shout out to Wayne. I'm not gonna diss Wayne.
Thon
But-
Maker. How's that one? Thon Maker started on that team. All right? I mean,
So,
We got
Question.
mad that Bowl trade got
is
canceled.
Malik Beasley doing his best Wayne Ellington impression right now?
hey.
Think about it. Even the
I don't even know what to say
series
to that.
where Stanley Johnson was in LeBron James's head, apparently, allegedly, or at least by his own admission. I had a little hope, just a little, and then it was instantly snuffed out. We have to go back 17 years before
Let's
we had
see.
a game of this magnitude.
Let's see what they execute here. Let's see if this timeout was as good as we thought it was. 2-man game between Tobias and Cade up top.
They tried to
Cade
get
on
Harper
Bridges.
in action.
He's going to hit Tobias for 3, and he hits it. Pistons go up 9. Gentlemen, if I told you halfway through the third that Cade Cunningham only had 9 points, would you believe we'd be up 9?
No, and that makes it even less excusable for Cade Cunningham to not pull out this game.
Well, agreed, because now all he has to have is
He
himself
hasn't
a
done-
fourth
he
quarter.
hasn't done much.
All he needs is a fourth quarter. Brunson working on Asar, struggling. Tough shot over him.
They're gonna give him
Oh
a foul.
my
They're gonna give
goodness.
him that.
This one might be a replay.
Come on, dog.
That one, I don't know.
I'd like to see a replay on that.
Let's go, Uncle Toby. Though.
Here we go. Let's see if there's a call.
He traveled, in my opinion.
It might have hit his elbow on the follow through.
Yeah.
So what he struggled at the free throw line today.
Sorry, with only
5
2,
of 8.
That's okay.
You gotta rise above, man. I'm gonna
Excuse me.
continue to say that. That's the phrase
The
of the
quote
night.
of
It is.
The
They have
quote
to.
of this series in this game is rise above.
And if they can rise above this to win in MSG, they can rise above anything at LCA.
Oh, you know what? Game 6 to me is a Pistons fans win for me, and then Game 7 it has to be Cade. It really does, man.
Well, hey,
I
superstars
bet the
show
Knicks
up in
would
Game
hate
7.
to come in here
I
in a
can't
game
even
6.
they got to
No.
win this one. I don't even want to.
No putting your eggs in a basket. No putting your eggs in a basket. We thought a week ago we were going up 3-1. So
All right, Pistons
play.
with a 7-point lead
They
after
have to.
Brunson hits both free throws.
We just got
We could be hopeful.
Both teams shooting 65% or worse from the free throw line. And another dunk at the rim for Asar.
Look, what was it?
Wow.
It was a
You've
pick
been
and roll
calling
up top
for it.
and a back side.
You've been calling for it since Game 1.
I've been calling this since like 3 years ago. Bro, I've been putting as soon as they got Asar and Jaden Ivey, I was like, what the frick are we doing?
Do you know who leads the Pistons in scoring tonight?
Yes,
sir. Oh, what a takeaway by Asar!
Wow, that was
Roaming
spectacular.
Asar.
And Asar is going to go to the hoop again. He wants more. Oh, but they get a foul.
They got-
and
he
this
got
is going to
fouled.
push him to the free throw line.
shoots.
Pistons are in the bonus for the rest of
Asar,
the quarter.
dog.
Asar doing his best Jalen Brunson impression right now.
Asar's doing
But he
all
didn't
these
flop.
fouls.
He just got a call.
I know. I'm just saying. Getting free throws. You know what? That is so funny that, like, I thought that in this series, like, you've seen Ron Holland come in and get, like, 6 to 8 free throws. And I'm like, how the hell is Ron Holland checking in for 4 minutes, getting 8 free throws, and Cade Cunningham can't get more than that? But I think
And you know what? To Chris's point too, Vincent Chamber, Cade's controlling the game, and the stats are a little more pedestrian to start the game.
Yeah.
But in this half, where we've seen him get the offensive flow, offensive cohesion, no ticky-tack fouls, he's able to play on the game and stay in the game and get into offensive sets. And what do we see? We see Cade controlling this game.
Yeah.
This pace is at a
we're
Cade.
seeing a,
he's
we're
set the
seeing a
tempo
Mike
in this
Conley
game.
approach. But the thing is, Cade's got to be better than that.
And you
But
see,
how
and
is
you,
that-
This third quarter, if he's not scoring, I like the way that he's at least manipulating this game right now.
I agree.
They are a team that's supposed to score the way we see Asar scoring right now, and now they're actually doing
That's
it.
his third.
and it looks easy.
That's 3 on Asar this quarter, right?
And you-
They're hitting him with the OG tax.
You look how you compare our players to New York's. I mean, you got Tobias with plus 10,
Tough shot at the rim there.
Asar plus 11,
Piston-
Cade plus 18, Dern plus 22, and then you look at them and you got Karl-Anthony Towns minus 14 in this game so far with the plus minus.
Has been pedestrian, bro.
Listen, Asar is taking the attack to the Knicks right now. He's doing so much defensively,
Gotta
but
make him pay at the
offensively right now, he is just so poised.
Yeah.
And that is what we did not see out of him throughout the series, to the point where he sat in the fourth quarter last game.
And let me give him more credit too, because he is shooting horrific at the free throw line, and to still maintain that level of aggression and hunt for fouls and not be scared to go to the line again
He hits
is
one
huge.
there.
It's huge, man. It's huge.
If
Because
if he can hit this one, he'll be 5 of 10 from the line
Ben
today.
Simmons can't do this. Ben
I'll
Simmons
take
can't.
Hey,
Ben Simmons
I'll
can't
take
go
10
to the free throw
trips
line
to the
like
line.
this. He's too scared.
hey, and he hits them both.
He hits them
Pistons
both.
back up by 10.
If
4.5 to
if
play.
Asar
You know what the
Thompson
team fouls
gets
are right now?
if Asar Thompson gets a sense of poise to his game,
I think he's
he's gonna be a very dangerous
16
player.
to 19. Pistons with 16.
Well, wait. So the Knicks still have more foul calls in their favor?
Oh, what a block by Duran! Unbelievable. Another cut underneath. Brunson split the double team, got to the hoop. No look dish, but Duran, he has been a monster today, putting up a
almost
plus
cuffed that. He
24 right
dropped
now.
it.
And he did it without touching the rim too.
Yep.
That's crucial.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that so far in this series.
Hey, man, you gotta get that fifth foul on Hart, man. You gotta just, oh man,
Yep,
you
the
gotta
Pist-
really force it.
Because they're gonna let him. They're gonna let him play the whole fourth quarter.
No,
Well, they have
They were
to.
four, yeah.
They
have to.
can't
They need to. They have
beat
no
the
bet.
Pistons without
I
Hart.
mean, he leads their team in minutes played too.
And his scrappiness on the defensive side, he's just a really
Yeah.
Okay.
Great defense.
That was good defense. You saw
Brunson literally hits his first three of the game, and it was, maybe his second, but that was a tough shot, to say the least.
3 for 12, 1 for 4 from 3.
Yeah.
12 shots, 13.
And 3 misses at the free throw line. Cade for 3. Oh, and it was half down. Duran keeps it alive. Ends up to Miles. He hits Brunson. And there's a no call at the middle of the court. Wow. And then they're going to bail the Knicks out with Mitchell Robinson. No call as Schroeder gets absolutely leveled at midcourt. At some point, you've got to call these bigger fouls. That's Duran's fourth.
Yep. If it's on Duran, I assume it is.
And you hate to see that shot fall for Brunson right now as you head out of the third quarter here. You cannot let that kid get hot. Mitchell Robinson going to try and chip away at this 7-point Pistons lead. 3:37 left in the third. And he misses the front end. Got to love that as a Pistons fan.
Because I know a lot of people talk about the impact that Mitchell Robinson can make and have for the New York Knicks, but on the offensive side, he is giving them nothing all series.
I say you let Paul Reed finish out this quarter, and maybe you go back to Duran to start the fourth.
After that fourth foul, you have to.
Yeah,
I'd say.
100%.
The guy's just been too damn good for us tonight. Leads down to 6. Pistons with the rock.
Cade's going to eventually get his obligatory rest soon. They usually take him out for about 3, 4, 5 minutes if they can in that fourth quarter. So it'll be interesting to see if they when exactly to do that. So these last 3 minutes need to be
Cade to the rim, gets it blocked. Hart with the ball, running 1 on 5. They're going to reset. OG to the hole.
You know it's not intentional.
Tough shot, and he finishes. Pistons lead down to 4.
I don't want to see Cade get more downhill on that action. That was kind of an in-between floater type thing.
Yep.
I want to see him try and get to the rim.
At the rim.
How often have we seen Cade do? Y'all remember in the beginning of the season? Y'all remember Cade's reverse layups and his finishes on the other side of the rim? I haven't really seen that in this series.
This is 2 straight possessions without a pass for the Pistons, and both led to misses. We've got some sort of a whistle here.
I think they went hack of Mitchell.
And this is going to be Dennis Schroeder following Mitchell Robinson. So
I think they did a hack of
interesting.
Hack of Mitch.
Cade got fouled, but they're going to tighten up the whistles even more. If
They
Cade's
did.
going to win this
They
game,
did. They want to
he's not
send him
getting
to the
that
free
call.
throw line. Now, my issue with this is the
Orlando
Pistons
up
were
on
in the
Boston.
bonus with 8 minutes.
Yeah.
They've only been to the free throw line once in the last 5. JB Bickerstaff needs to pass that message along.
They're getting into the rack. Like,
But pull-ups, finish at the rack. Like, put the onus on them.
Cade drew the contact, but it turns into a turnover. It turns into
Mitchell with
ball
another
going the other
miss.
side.
Chris, you were on this one.
Hack of Mitch.
Hack a Mitch right now, and they're going to bring in Cat quickly to put an end to this.
They can't take him out for Mitch, though.
What you need to do is not give up an offensive rebound here if he does miss.
No, this is smart by New York, honestly. Right now, Hart is in foul trouble. Bring in Cat, who I assume they're bringing in for Hart, and just absolutely punish the Pistons on the glass with no Duran.
And the issue here, though, is they've been trying to get Cat some rest so that he can be good in the clutch moments of the fourth quarter. Because what was one of the recipes the Pistons were able to rely on, beating them 3-1 in the regular season? Cat was tired in those fourth quarters of those games. Absolutely gassed.
Beasley
shoots out of the flow of the offense
So-
yet again.
Yeah.
And that's going to lead to a 9-0 Knicks run. But
Is that Russell
shout
Wilson?
out JB
Wow,
Bickerstaff
Russell
for actually
Wilson at the
taking a
game.
timeout right now. That was Russell Wilson. So the Pistons allow a huge run, and
it's that man,
the
Josh
Knicks
Hart.
draw themselves within 1.
Playing
That-
with foul trouble. Josh Hart playing well. He's definitely
Really
been
well.
the spark plug of this run.
He's got 15, 7, and 4 with 2 blocks and a steal.
Hey.
This was the guy that was the catalyst to make things happen for the team last game, and he's doing it again. And honestly, we're not seeing big games out of Cat. Cat's got 11 points and 6 rebounds. Jalen Brunson has 13 points and 6 assists. The Pistons should be up more. You get
Absolutely.
up 9 and you start settling for no pass possessions, shooting for 3. We just saw another one pass to Beasley, and he had his mind made up before he even saw where the defender was that he was shooting. The Pistons have to understand how to play with the lead. They have not been able to do so this entire series.
Facts.
Not at all.
I mean, I'm not mad at the shot that Bees took, but ultimately, yes, like I've been saying, you have to go down with Cade Cunningham being the leader, being the captain of your ship. And I get that they are giving every other look but a Cade shot, but Cade, you need to just keep attacking. You need to persevere. I really think that this comes down to Cade Cunningham just absolutely scoring. Cade Cunningham being a scorer, and the Pistons win.
And I do know, like, you want to put the onus on getting everything to the rim, but we know that parts of Cade's game that makes him great and makes him sometimes unguardable is when that mid-range is falling.
Oh,
and
for sure.
But it's not tonight. He's 3 of 11.
Well, he hasn't.
It's not working.
He hasn't taken the mid-range.
He's taking threes. He's taking mid-rangers. He's taking
lot of
8-foot
his
bunnies
shots
instead
are-
of going to the rack. The guy's got to play more aggressive at the hole.
I can call three plays where he went to the rack, and they just didn't give him the call. That's the. You're talking about 3 of 8.
Then finish.
Paul Reed cannot catch the ball.
Bro.
It's
There's a
If
lot.
I physically pull you
Cade's
down,
playing
I'm
a bad
supposed to
game
pull you
today.
down.
I mean, he's
I think he's had a good third quarter. I really do.
Beasley to the rack.
Good
Big,
job.
big stop there to
Transition
the
finish.
run. Pistons get back on the board. 3-point lead. Under 2 to play in the third. Brunson bringing it up.
Cade's a rhythm offensive player, a scorer.
Absolutely.
And that's why I want to see him play
Ooh,
his
that
game.
should have been an ups and downs. Man, close. Damn.
Ooh, Mitchell Robinson with the alley-oop.
Nice oop there from
73,
Hart.
72.
Hart really having a hell of a game today. Pistons not taking it at him, not forcing the issue, trying to get a foul on him.
Mitchell Robinson, almost a double-double.
Yeah, he's played excellent.
Jeez, Beasley. I wouldn't have gave
That's
the ball.
not a call. Unbelievable. And
Yeah, he's
Beasley.
bad.
Love.
Cade
He's
gotta
been a much better
calm
player
down.
going to the rim this series than
calm
he has
down,
been from
Cade.
the outside. But when he gets those easy ones, those threes start falling.
Cade's going to have to get that break. He usually gets that break by now.
Yeah, he's not shooting terrible.
They're going to have to get
Hart
Cade that
swings
break
it into
soon.
the corner and an inside throw right to Cade. Cade on a 2 to
Get it up. Get it up
3
to
to
Beasley.
2.
Come on, Beasley. Come on, Beasley.
Shimmy time.
Oh, my word.
Oh, Cade somehow had that rebound but lost it.
Oh,
Josh Hart going to hold it up here. Wait for the Knicks to collect themselves.
75-72, 40 seconds left. Pistons lead. Third quarter winding down.
35 left in the third. Brunson guarded by Schroeder. Tough pass inside, and the
Good
Pistons
defense.
steal
Good
it.
defense.
Get it 3-on-1. Cade, hard foul by Miles McBride. Very good foul by McBride there. I would have liked to seen Cade dump that off one more time for the easy dunk to his right to B-ball Paul. Oh, he was. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was. It was Beasley.
couldn't do that. They
No,
were too
Beasley
close.
was right in front of him.
No, you go with Cade. I'm good with that.
Yeah, he's right there at the rim. And you want him getting as many opportunities right now to see the ball go through the rim.
Let's see him
That's a great
put
point.
got
these
it.
both in.
I agree.
He gotta
Yeah,
get
once he gets a couple easy ones, him and Beasley, once they get a couple easy ones, it could be a much easier fourth quarter for them.
Kay's got to play through this frustration.
So the
got a
Knicks,
couple of super
Knicks
chats
check
in
in
there.
offense for the final possession here of the third quarter. And I'm believing
Burn
they
with a
sat
$5
hard as well.
super chat. They just showed Russell Wilson Pistons winning this in 7.
And the Shane Daniel one. Brunson looks like Timu Redman.
Cade had the third triple-double in Detroit Pistons playoff history as a rookie.
Yep.
First playoff series. Free throws this quarter, 8 of 10 for the Pistons, 4 of 6 for the Knicks.
Yep.
The Pistons' level of aggression trying to get downhill has helped them out. And get
They've forced the issue today, and they put the onus on the Knicks, and the Knicks have had to foul.
It should be a wider gap, though. I mean, they've been in the bonus since the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, they only 4 free throws since the 8-minute mark. And a big shot there for Bridges. 1.8 left. Pistons will have an opportunity to shoot. Ooh, that's interesting. No, a little too too quick.
10 free throws in a quarter, 10 free throw attempts in a quarter is a lot.
Yeah.
That in this series, that is a lot.
That is a lot. I feel like we could have took more advantage of us being in the bonus, but I won't
they gonna
complain
swallow-
about
they swallowed
shooting
their
10.
whistle
I won't
after the-
complain about us shooting 10 free throws in the
The
quarter.
Pistons have been the better team in the third quarter every game this series.
It's going to come down to the last 9 minutes of the game.
It comes down to the fourth quarter. Is this team going to crack and show their youth?
It's Cade and JB Bickerstaff. I'm going to keep saying it. The other guys, get them to the clutch time. And when you get there, it's going to be what Cade does to not turn the ball over. It's going to be what Cade does to really push the issue from a level of aggression. And then with those vets, who's going to largely be in the game during that time? You're going to have some veteran shooters along with probably Jalen Duren and Nassar Thompson. Continue to do what's worked. I wouldn't even target the Beasley stuff. If you know that the action between Cade and Duren is opening up backdoor opportunities for Nassar Thompson, why stop that? Why go away from it?
I'll tell you what, this rotation gets a little bit shorter to me. I am cutting out Hardaway in this fourth quarter. I am going with Cade, Bees, Schroeder, Asar as my guys that are playing the minutes. Obviously, you're just alternating the revolving door. Asar's not playing it too, but
you want Beasley's negative 15 in the game.
Guys. Yeah, I mean, look, he's been aggressive and he's shot 4 of 7 from the field. You need some type of offense.
4 of 9 from the field, 2 of 7 from 3.
Oh yes, because he missed the last. Wait, Beasley, are you sure? I
I'm
just saw
sorry.
4 of 7.
No, yeah, Hardaway is not shooting.
Beasley,
that well.
4 of 9, 2 of 7 from 3.
I think you're looking at Hardaway.
No, Hardaway 2 of 9, 1 of 7 from 3. But the thing is Hardaway defends.
But Beasley brings more energy, and right now you want to go into the fourth quarter with a lot more energy.
I've had a problem with Beasley all season shooting out of the flow of their offense. Now, through the last 3 months of the regular season, he was really good in understanding his moments. This whole series, I've felt that he's been trying to shoot himself out of the slump.
He takes threes like he's a number one. Like,
Exactly.
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
For sure.
100%. I see what you're
And
talking
right
about.
now, this game isn't won shooting the 3. This game is won with poise.
What worked in the regular season doesn't always work in the postseason.
100%.
In the regular season,
We've seen that this series. That's for damn sure.
Exactly. And then when you don't have a beef stew, when playoff possessions are already going to be at a premium and you don't have a beef stew, think about the fact that Beasley was playing a lot of minutes when beef stew was checking into the game as well. So you don't have that Tasmanian devil that's also in the paint that's able to cause some ruckus and some havoc. And what was one of the things that we saw Beasley doing a lot? Running off of beef stew screens. That's one of the things that I think is very, very underrated. When you have a player that has that elite quality to wipe out a defender or at least to make them tired as that game goes on, that matters. We saw the 04 Pistons do that. Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace were bruising people who were trying to chase Rip around. And that's those are some of the components that I'm hoping this squad, B-Ball Paul, I know he tries to play chippy, but when you're looking at the sets that they're trying to run, Beasley's not really, and some of their three-point shooters, and even Cade to a degree, they're not springing open off of some of these these pick and rolls or off of these screens that are being set. And that, I do believe, hurts Beasley just a little bit, who's largely been able to come off of screens wide open and catch and shoot with the quickness.
And Beef Stew, our best screener.
He's our best screener
By far. By far.
It's by far.
Yeah, it's a
It's
lot
not
more
even
than his
close.
defense that we're missing. All right, start of the fourth quarter, Pistons ball. Cade bringing it up.
Please run the pick and roll.
Schroeder, Bees, Tobias, and Dirk.
Run the pick and roll. Okay, here's the pick and roll. Where's Asar?
No, Asar.
No
Right
Asar.
there.
No Asar.
I think that means he's playing.
Tough shot here for Cade. Hate that shot.
I wouldn't have done that one. I
Nope,
don't want the
not
fake.
one
Go to the
pass
rim
on that
more.
possession, gentlemen. Not one pass on that possession,
And it didn't
and it
get back
leads
on
to
defense.
transition on the other side. Pistons up one.
But the one thing
You
I
know
would
what I
say,
don't-
you watch Tobias Harris and Schroeder just watch the action happen. If Tobias can set a back screen for Schroeder right there, that's the action we're talking about.
Beasley
but
to the hole.
there's no backside action though. You see
Exactly,
this?
that's
There's
what
none
we
now.
need.
It's gone without Asar in the game. They don't even. They're not even calling it.
Tough shot.
Good shot,
Tough
Schroeder.
shot by Schroeder. There probably could have gotten an and one, but we're not getting that. Pistons up 3, 11 to play.
Come on.
Campaign to Cat.
Is that Cade on or Tobias on Cat?
Yep. ISO left
He's
side
moving his feet well.
and a runner
That's
misses
a good
it.
one.
Tapped
Ah,
out.
you got to get the rebound.
Bridges gets it. Corner
Another
3
second
from
chance
McBride, and he misses it. Big rebound from Cade. And that's his fifth
All the way,
of game.
Cade. All the way, Cade. Oh, they didn't give him the contact. It's gonna go.
I
in
didn't
the
see a lot of
record books.
contact on that one, to be honest.
All right.
So another ISO on the left
saw
side for
contact
Cat
Brunson
on
would've got.
Tobias.
Watch that.
Backing him in. Big elbow as he cleared him
Ow.
out. And they call it on Tobias.
So
Listen, New York peasant fans,
more
if you
contact
watch
on
this,
the
look at
cage
this
drive.
elbow off the right here. Right elbow here. Boom! That's an offensive foul.
Now the question-
Literally elbowing him in the back of the
The
head.
question is, Cade and Duran are neither. Duran is in foul trouble with Ford. Do you save your challenge or do you use it there?
I think that they just did. They just challenged it because that is an offensive foul to the back of the head.
They did. Then JB made a good
And
challenge.
hey, listen, he saved it to the fourth. That right there, an and one when you're up 3, that could end up tying the game. If they
Huge.
get this right, that's a huge momentum swing.
Absolutely.
Love
did
that they
miss the-
saved it.
He did miss this. He missed the layup though.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
I
we
thought
got
he
the
made-
rebound.
Oh,
We got the rebound.
Thank goodness.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, they bailed him out. You're right. This is
They get
I-
the
one
luxury.
of the biggest calls of
Okay,
the game,
Chet.
man.
They get the luxury. of
I'm
depending
not
on that
upset
stuff,
with
so.
that challenge.
But Chris, you hit it right away. We've all been crying about the early reviews. The challenge coming in the first few minutes of the first quarter.
I didn't
So
like
much
that.
more, momentum goes back and forth. Fourth quarter is all momentum.
100%.
Absolutely. Especially you've seen it be so critical for this team in particular, this Piston team. How many times have we seen them just trying to get out of the fourth quarter? And that is always, and we've seen it in sports, that is the worst mentality to have in a
Playing
close
not
game.
to lose.
Not to lose is the worst mentality to have. And while I do think this team is physically and mentally tough, I do think there has been signs of this team in the fourth quarter of just trying to get out. And so you need that challenge in your back pocket for a momentum swing like this. This is great because if they get it right, which we assume they will, then the Pistons now are in a position to where they can challenge again.
Are you
for a
really
more
assuming they're going to get it
consequential-
right?
I am.
I love you.
I am.
I hope they should. To me, that one was blatant.
Yeah.
And this is something we've been complaining as Pistons fans the whole all series. Whether it's the hook or the elbow on the low post, it's an offensive foul like half the time that he's spinning. But he blasted him in the back of the head.
And listen, that was the issue that I was raising earlier that JB Bickerstaff brought to the podium. And we know one of the crash outs of the season was JB saying he wants his guys to get their fair shake because they work too hard for this. What JB is telling you is it can absolutely be taken away from you. It can absolutely be a situation to where things can be dictated. I'm glad that he's largely helped this team get to a 44-win season, and they're going to have to find a way to pull this type of a victory out because I don't believe the refs are going to be on their side. I don't believe the refs are going to be there to help them. This is going to have to be, can you go out there and be what people have labeled Cade as, ethical hooper. We've seen him go out there and have those 35-point no free throw type games, 32-point no free, being one of the few guys to put that up like multiple times in a season. We're going to have to see that. And I get it. This one's a little bit different because some of those games, you're picking and choosing your opponents, on a night-to-night basis. It's second night of a back-to-back for your opponents and things of that nature. This one is one where 7-game series against a Knicks team that plays really good physical brand of defense. And Cade Cunningham is going to have to find a way to pick his spots. He's going to have to find a way to get to his hot zones. And I really want to see the Detroit Pistons get back to that action. As much as we've seen the defense kind of relax while the Knicks kind of try and get back into this game, the one thing we've also seen is it seems like the Pistons' offense is relaxed. You keep yelling about it. They're coming down and they're having possessions where they're not passing the ball. And then when they do pass the ball,
They look
there's
great.
right now during this little spurt for the Knicks, they've passed the ball, but now there's no backside action. So it's stagnant. You pass the ball into the middle, no one's moving, the center's sitting there like this. So
And then we're going to lose this challenge.
I don't
Really?
even understand how it's a foul.
How are
Even
we
if you don't
losing?
call it an offensive foul, I mean, they're going to call it something. They're going to keep it a foul one way or the other.
That's
in these types of
insane.
things.
That's insane to me. That was
Elbow
clear
hit.
as day.
Wait, what's going on right now?
JB got a tech,
Oh, okay.
which is ridiculous.
Now that really
Wait,
hurts.
why is he getting
These
two free
Pistons
throws?
need
Hold
to
on.
keep their composure, says
Why is he
TNT.
getting two technical free throws though?
Look,
Okay, never mind. They're lining up. I was about to say what the free
has
throws
this been Cade's worst game this series so far?
Yes.
Yeah.
are. Yeah. I'm waiting for him to assert himself offensively. I know he's dictated the pace of the game, but as this thing gets closer and closer to what the NBA officially considers clutch time, which is the last 5 minutes of the game, you're going to want to see Cade really start to take this thing over. And that's why I said I know we want him getting downhill, but it's going to have to get to a point where he's just playing his game like nobody else is in the gym. If that's hitting the mid-range, if that's calling for the pick and rolls earlier, if that's dishing it to Tim Hardaway, getting up the court and then getting it in your spot off as an off ball, he's going to have to do something to get himself into the rhythm. But he's getting that obligatory rest. That means that if he can afford it, JB's not going to bring Cade back until that 6 or 7 minute mark.
I could also see with Schroeder and Cade playing at the same time. I
They
see
have
you
to.
kind of push. I see you kind of
Terrible
push.
pass. Unbelievable. Just Beasley, just an idiotic play by Beasley into a 3-point. Oh, my God. Get that idiot off the floor.
That was a 2.
Get Beasley off the floor. He's been ass this series. And I don't want to re-sign him. The guy literally can do one thing, and that's hit threes.
Let's go.
Huge bucket at the rim.
And one.
It's
But
like their defense.
You
got
got
to
to push Cade to the
Cade's
wing.
not in.
But you got to push Cade to the wing with him and Schroeder in. Have Schroeder on that pick and roll, but if you do that, you got to run an off ball with Cade so he can come off 2 different screens. Push Cade to the 2.
McBride looking for a shot inside.
No, that's a bad
Tough
shot.
shot.
It's a
And
bad
it
shot.
bounces out halfway down. Beasley with the rebound. Quick outlet to Schroeder. Back to Tobias
Come on,
for 3.
come on, Uncle T.
And he missed it. Don't love that 3 at all.
Karl Anthony Towns.
Pistons tied. They don't need to chuck threes. They're playing like they're down 6 right now.
Giannis had 30.
And another 26-foot 3 for Cat, and it rims
Let's go,
out.
Uncle
Thank
Tobias.
goodness.
Big rebound.
Pistons need to grind out a bucket here. No forced threes. Move it around.
Come on, man. What's the name? Mitchell Robinson's on him.
Ooh.
I would have taken it. I would have taken
I'm not hating on that. There you
no,
go.
when it's 81-81 with 8:42, we talked about this being the time when this team does these types of things and lose the
And
stretch.
Jack's threes
I will-
off of one pass or no passes.
They just put it up. The fourth quarter differential compared to the third. And tonight, they're already a +3 on the Pistons.
to the rack.
Good job.
There
He
we
went all
go.
way to
Draws the
right, all
foul.
way.
Tobias with that
all right.
veteran presence, not settling for a 3. That's going to be Cat's 4th, and he's going to pretend like
Why
he
is
got
holding
hurt.
his mouth like that?
Oh,
This is
I almost said something there that I'm going to reel back
Yeah.
in.
Listen, all you got to
what up, Platty?
all you got to
It looked like
do
you
is
was
all you
thinking-
got to do is just do your cat Googles, and I'm
what
sure you
happened
can.
to
I'm
his
sure you
mouth?
can make some jokes.
Bro, it looked like Platty was questioning. Am I getting canceled tonight or no?
Nah.
Not tonight.
He's not worth crashing out over.
So Cat entered the third quarter early on in the third quarter with 3 fouls. They've only been able to get one more on him. I beg the Pistons and JB Bickerstaff to take the action to the 5 feet within the rim. If you have a wide open 3 after some passing, fine. But there's no reason to try and shoot ourselves into a win here. Grind the win.
The only thing that makes it tough is that Mitchell is playing a good game right now. He's
Sure.
been
He's been
great.
excellent.
He's been great protecting the rim, crashing the glass, doing all the center things that you need. So I look to attack more so when they have the non Mitchell Robinson minutes. Oh, they waved that off. I think people
He
were
waved
in
it
proper
before he
position.
shot it.
Yeah,
So personally for me,
that's fine.
I
Tobias
would like
missed
to
that
see
one.
us in the bonus again halfway through this quarter.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see us in the bonus. I'd love to see us up 10. I'd love to see a lot of
Yes,
things.
yes.
You know,
I'd love to see us in Detroit
Yeah,
on
yeah,
Thursday
yeah.
night.
Yeah. But no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you have to keep up the aggression. Absolutely, because
Tobias
because you know what?
finishes both to give the Pistons a 1-point
because
lead.
even if you're not getting the calls, Anson, you know what you're not doing?
getting the
Hitting
calls,
threes. You're not hitting threes. You just have to just play bully ball. This
Yeah.
is just what this team is. Kool-Aid's brought up the stats all series about how great this team is in the paint. They just got to live and die by it.
Really tough shot there. And they're going to call a foul? On who?
On Hardaway.
83-82 Pistons lead, 8:14 left in the fourth, and it looks like
Something about Mikal Bridges looks like he's like a created
Oh,
character.
he hit him
Tapped
on
the
the arm a
elbow.
little bit.
He just has that created character look.
60 overall.
So
they're gonna
Kate-
try and get Cade a couple more. No,
Yeah.
they're bringing him early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're bringing him in early.
Hey,
he only got 2 minutes
hey,
of rest.
This is superstar time.
They brought him in early.
Ooh, big miss out of
All
Bridges.
season.
Your
JB
season's
usually
on the
waits
line.
Till 6.
Your season's on the line.
He said nope. Not today.
Yeah, I think you got to bring him in now.
Yep.
You don't have a Sasser that you're giving minutes to. You don't
Out
have a
for
Fontecchio
Hardaway.
giving minutes to.
Beasley's still in.
So when do we see
Hanson.
Asar?
And you guys want to know
Yeah,
what?
no, but him and Hardaway are both in.
And the other guys. have
No, I'm
done their
saying
stuff.
they took out Hardaway,
Hardaway?
for Cade. So
And what
leaving
do we
Beasley
say?
in.
We need the others to step
Yep.
up. We see Toby with 17.7 rebounds. We see Asar Thompson with 19 and 6. We see even Tim Hardaway 8 and 5, and then off the bench you got Schroeder with 10, Beasley with 10. Cade, this is his time. You're getting some support out there.
So this has been team efforts on both sides.
Yeah.
5 guys on each team have double figures.
I still would like them to push Cade to the wing though. With him and Schroeder in, you want to push him to the wing.
Good.
Great play
is
there.
he
And
okay?
a foul.
Oh, no.
And a foul. Robinson's
no.
going to get that one.
Who? Oh,
And
no.
they
Is
are
he
looking
okay?
like Vinnie Johnson and Adrian Dantley right now. Looks like
I don't know if that's his hand or his.
shot to the head. Probably a hard fall for Mitchell.
It looked like what's her name stepped on him, but Duran fell. I don't know if it was.
I don't know if it was his hand or his arm or his.
I think they're both okay. I think they're embellishing. I think both are going to be all right. But Duran's going to get a chance to make a 3-point play here.
We hope he's all right.
Robinson's
Get
up.
buddy.
Duran getting helped up now. Can he hit
have
this
no
free
centers
throw
left.
with his bell rung? Can he hit this free throw after his bell
Swear to
was
God,
rung?
if I see Fontecchio.
And Duran's had injury issues. Yeah, that's a pretty.
I'm kind of surprised they even called that, to be honest with you. the
Duran
way
has
that-
had wrist injury issues actually in his career. It kept him out of some games last year. Actually,
He's had
Wow,
cervix
I'll tell you what,
issues,
that's
too.
a tough finish because he didn't get a
Oh.
clean grab on that.
Memphis too. I think he had wrist problems.
you know what?
Did he fall on his
And
wrist?
he didn't.
then?
That's a.
I think that's his
I think
abdominal.
it's his hip. Yeah, or like his
Yeah.
stomach.
Yeah.
He got the wind knocked out of him.
That's probably a little bit better than a wrist injury.
Yeah.
Man.
Make
Listen,
this shot,
Pistons
big
weren't
guy.
going to do
Go, big
this any
fella.
other way, boys. They weren't going to do this any other way. They were going to make you sweat.
Jalen Duran with 5 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists tonight. The big fella is stuffing the stat sheet, 2 blocks, plus 19
Plus 19.
on the night for Jalen Duran.
It's Beasley. It's the second team that's brought a lot of energy that's really struggled tonight. The second team has been beaten handily in terms of plus minus.
Karl Anthony Towns is the only player in the game with double-digit rebounds
Put in
at 10.
Dave Chappelle.
The only one.
Shout
in
out the
game.
chat. The chat's fooling right now.
That's crazy.
He
Put in
missed
Dave
it.
Chappelle. Put in Bobby Sir. Shout out to the legend, man. Bobby Sir. That's stick.
I mean,
Stick
John
in his
Barry
head.
would be good for 2 threes tonight.
I love John Barry.
I'd take Tony Delk minutes right now.
That play
Tony
wasn't
Delk.
Yeah.
Tough shot to
Shout out
tie it
Tony
up.
Del- oh,
85-85. 7.5 left here. Let's draw a foul,
Cade
guys.
against McHale. Back to the
Got the
basket.
spin.
Yes.
No passes here, but he should be able to.
fade away.
and
I
he
wouldn't
gets
have
the
faded.
foul. There
He
we
got
go.
the foul, wouldn't have
Is
faded,
that
though.
Towns?
on Town?
Towns is getting. If
that's
so, that's
huge.
5 on Towns.
They
That
really
is
gave
on.
five.
That is on Cat.
They really
That
gave
is on
Cat
Cat.
his 5th foul on a Cade Cunningham fadeaway.
Well, he probably
that
did.
was unnecessary too.
You
Oh.
got to.
Yeah,
He definitely made him miss
That
that
was
shot.
unnecessary.
I'm glad he did, but he did not need to contest that. Bridges was
Hit them both, big guy.
Come on, Cade.
Front end. That's what we need.
Well, you know what?
Asar checks in with 7.5.
I like
Right
how
with
aggressive-
Brunson. Look at
Right
that.
with
Walking
Brunny,
side by
baby.
side.
Right
That's,
with Brunny.
that's how they should be the whole
Remember
fourth.
me?
Yeah.
Yep. I like how aggressive Cade looked on that play.
Schroeder's
taking
getting a rest.
inside,
He'll be
baby.
back in.
now he's got.
He went both ways.
Cade has
to
to
the
control
right,
the
to the
game,
left,
though.
and then back to the right
I
on the
still want to
post.
see a couple middies, not the fadeaway middies, not the spinning middies. I
A
mean,
nice
just
little
the
tough-
step-in
yeah,
middies.
off
People
a
was
screen
Like, well, he
or-
took the other one in rhythm. No, he spun, came off of it. I just want to see him boom, step in, and shoot it. That's what I want to see out of Cade. If he's going to take that,
That's
But
what
if
I
he
will
can-
say. Schroeder is very good when it comes
Schroeder
to
does.
his patience with
Yes.
his mid range.
Shooter has hit that shot, but
Now-
honestly, Cade's had that shot too.
100%.
Like you
Just
said,
hasn't hit
Jay, get back to that pick and roll with Duran and Asar cutting.
With that
Absolutely.
back door.
Nice steal by Tobias.
There we go.
Pistons outrunning Cade in the open court,
Dunk that on him.
and they call the
Offensive
offensive
foul.
foul. And there's no review here, but I believe he was inside the circle.
Yeah, he was.
But JB lost his
He don't have a challenge, no.
No, he was outside of it.
That's not an offensive foul.
That's really weak.
Cade is to the side of him. That's not an offensive foul.
He's just a flopping mongoloid bitch.
Kidding me, dog. That takes 2
And
points
off.
off.
You know what I hate
And that's
about
gonna
that
give
play
a turnover
too?
to Cade.
You know what I hate about that charge too? I'm not just saying this as a Piston fan, just in general. I hate that basketball play because it always worries me that player's going to fall into the other player's ankles,
But it
like
just
in a SAR in that case.
But people are going to say, well, Cade got to cut the turnovers down.
That's a double dribble.
turnover on Cade when it shouldn't have been. That's the whole point of this thing. That's tough.
Oh, they called that?
That's tough. That's tough. They got to rise above. I mean, it's the nuance of it, man.
This is Porter.
They called a foul on that, man.
All in the second half.
They called a foul on that. I just don't
That's your
understand,
superstar,
dog.
peasants. I'd be embarrassed if that was the guy I'm cheering for. He's honestly as bad for basketball as LeBron James. Can't let this kid get
I
hot.
disagree with the LeBron part.
LeBron's awful for the league, bro. Let me ask you who the GOAT is. The guy who brought the NBA to its peak viewership, or the guy who's watched viewership plummet while he's resided as king of the NBA? LeBron is a joke.
I'm not doing this.
Asar with a big.
Saved it from a turnover. Throw it up.
I don't. Why didn't he give it to
Why didn't he
Duren?
throw it up to Duren?
He draws the foul, but he's going to have to go to the line
What
and hit
in
two
the
tough
world?
shots.
Why didn't he just throw it up?
I know.
Yeah, that's.
That was a throw up.
Mitchell Robinson got his
I think he was
double-double.
afraid to get it over Mitchell. but
Mitchell Robinson with 5 fouls.
He has
Mitchell
5 as well.
Robinson and Cat both with 5 fouls. So as much as I would have liked to seen that the handoff for Duren for the easy finish here, I will take that foul.
And you know what we were saying earlier? And we just saw it on display. Duren's hands, if it's not catching a lob,
The first one
he has
fell.
not had good hands.
No, he does not. Not on the fly,
Him
not
and-
on the cut.
For him and Paul Reed.
And
Well,
Paul
Paul
Reed.
Reed's in a class of his
Yeah.
He is the Michael Jordan of not having hands. I've never seen anything like that.
That he misses the second free throw. Pistons
He was like Bill Schrader as
tied
a Lion.
88 all. 6:31 left. Cat and Mitchell Robinson each with 5.
The foul trouble actually favors the Pistons for once in this series. Pistons need to stop here, though. Brunson to the hoop, fade away, and he misses that one.
This one.
Pistons out and running. Beasley.
Cade swipes it over to
Beasley to the rack, trying to draw the foul. Nothing.
I would have slowed.
I just hate
It's
that play out of
88
Beasley.
all. You have a chance if it's not there to give it to Cade.
Yeah.
That's what I say. He takes like, well, I'm
He
the one
just
now.
shoots
I'm the
outside of the
captain
flow
now,
of the
Cade.
offense, man.
It's like, Bees, just chill.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. As somebody that was clamoring for B's minutes down the stretch, that was bad. That's a bad decision, 100%.
This is where it's going to matter is what he can do right
He
here.
gets shook on defense, but it doesn't fall. Brunson can't find a shot today. Cade going to take it hard to the rack here.
the way.
And
the
one. No foul.
No Paul.
Pistons
Ridiculous.
go up 2.
5:38. This has to be Cade time. Clutch time.
These last 5 minutes,
This has
6
to
minutes
be his.
is all his game.
And that means smart play. Don't mean forcing things either. The turnovers have to be gone. No excuses for the turnovers. They got to go away right now.
What they need to do is just slow everything down.
Tough shot.
You know what? That was
Oh.
smart defense by Cade, too. Oh, another second chance opportunity. They've been
If
getting
you follow
crushed
him,
on
you
the
got to
second
make sure he
chance.
misses. Now, granted, he is not a great free throw shooter, but you have to make that foul count.
Just slow everything
Box
down.
out, Duren. Somebody box the hell out.
It's because he
He's
helped.
giving up 15 offensive
Duren was
rebounds
in no man's
tonight.
land. He wasn't going to be able to
15
block
of
that shot. He should
We have
Hardaway,
10.
Hardaway tried to
I wonder
foul
what the
too.
He
scoring
shouldn't
is
have
off of those because it's quite a few.
Yeah.
Need a miss here and a board.
New York's second chance points have been killer
Yeah.
this game.
The Pistons have also given up 16 points off of their 13 turnovers. So they've given the Knicks a lot of help.
I got to be honest with you. I just don't even understand how the Knicks are
I
in
will
this
say that's
game.
not a bad point per turnover ratio, though.
It's not, but when you're still
But
giving
it's
another
a-
team
it's still
16
a-
In
it's
the
points.
still a high
playoffs,
volume.
in the
It's still a high
playoffs,
volume.
yes, you don't
Where
want
they've
that.
scored under 100 a couple times.
Big miss there. Cade with the board.
5 minutes left.
Chance to take the lead here.
Quarter.
Again, exert your will and get back to the free throw line. Over and over and over again. Let's put
Cade
him.
has been
All right,
unable
they're
to
gonna
get
do
to the line
Cade,
this
Tim
game.
Hardaway pick and roll. That's a foul.
And a
That's
call.
A foul.
There we go.
There we go.
And he's back to the line
And you see
again.
they're doing that Cade Hardaway because they want Brunson. You see, like you've been talking about, Kool-Aid, they want Brunson on Cade so he can go
freaking
downhill.
out.
And it allows. Yeah.
Are you nervous, baby?
I told you.
As it
the
should
whole
be.
game.
The Knicks.
I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I'm not gonna lie to anybody. For the last 4 years of covering this team, it's been like, let me do this as professionally as I can be. And we don't cheer in media. We don't do that.
Right now?
I'm a fan right
love
now.
it.
I'm a fan right now. Right now, absolutely a fan. I'm not gonna hide that at all. Even when I cover the team, I'm still gonna cover it with a certain aspect of what I know about this team.
Right.
Being close to it every single day, and that's what we're supposed to do. I want to be as genuine as
Trying
possible.
to ice
man.
the free throw shooter.
But this is
Timeout.
one that I told y'all in the beginning. I haven't felt like this about watching the Pistons game in over 17 years. I've seriously entered this playoffs, and I was grateful for the opportunity to be able to cover it. We got down there. We got some great
Dude,
content.
that was amazing. That was a dream come true.
It was, and that's the
Shout out
thing.
to you. Shout out to everybody
Shout
at
out to
Woodward for
Woodward
making
Sports,
that.
bro.
Yeah,
Like,
shout out
we
to you.
make
Shout out
all
to
of
Woodward
us,
for
man.
making that
Everybody here
happen,
makes it
man.
go.
That was a dream come true. This is why I got in this business, was specifically the Pistons. I'm a sports guy, but it was the Pistons. And so to be able to have that opportunity, man, is something I will remember forever. I wish we could have got that win. I had a good friend of mine fly all the way from Atlanta just to see that game. And he unfortunately, like me, saw it.
Just fan, yes.
tough.
Kool-Aid is nervous in the service. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I am right now. Like this, it means something. It matters.
Absolutely.
This series matters. This team matters. This iteration of young talent matters. What JB Bickerstaff and Trajan Langdon are already doing matters. You know why? Because going into next season, we're entering next season with a hell of a lot of expectation for this Pistons team. And that's why I'm sitting here now not looking at a team that I believe just had a cute season, cute playoff run. No, I truly believe that this team, if they had Stu, could have beat the Knicks.
Absolutely.
But what have we seen without Stu? They still could have beat the Knicks.
And
That's what I'm saying. Expectation is here. This is a real squad who's been one of the best teams in all of basketball for a large part of the second half of the season. And that's where I'm just like, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to have a little bit more emotion and feeling to what this is. I always thought my teams were like the going to work team. I saw that one put together. I was a youngin. My dad was taking me to the games. But as I'm sitting here watching this team come together, and my son who was faithful, my son went to the last season at the Palace. I took him to those games. So he got the Palace too. He got his first jerseys was Richard Hamilton, Ben Wallace.
Shout out.
He has a
Rip.
Gray Hill jersey.
My favorite.
But
I want to
see
sit down
him
with them one day.
Be able to see his era guy, Cade Cunningham, being able to kind of ascent and this team stepping into this, it's been epic. And that's why I say it's not just like a nervous thing. It's like we really all bought into our squads. When we sit down and talk Pistons, when we talk Pistons, it's meaningful to
Byrne wants me to interrupt you.
Yeah.
He paid $5 to do it. Be sentimental when the game is over, you guys. Bring bad juju doing that, and you keep doing it.
All right, let's talk ball.
I'm gonna be real.
Let's
Look,
talk ball.
I went 4 years, bro, of covering this team in the pits and missing
Yep.
a lot of these opportunities with my dogs, who I generally talk Pistons with on the offside. So I'm sorry, Byrne, but I'm gonna be as real and as authentic as I can be while we're watching our Detroit Pistons team, who says they want to identify with the city.
This is the longest timeout I've ever seen, by the way, in the history of timeouts. But
It's also the
gentlemen,
TV timeout,
Yeah,
so.
let's make it basketball then. Let's honor Byrne. Let's make it basketball here. So closing this game, what do you want to see? Lineup adjustment, action, specific things. What are you looking for as play is about to resume?
Same stuff that's been working. Same things
Shots
we've
at the
all been
rim.
calling.
Shots at the rim.
Pick
The
and rolls.
three's not falling for either team right now. They're shooting 25%. Knicks are shooting 28.6%. You're shooting 25%. Stay away from it. You know, the things at the baskets at the shots at the basket is what's working. But if they're not falling, we've been getting to the free throw line, and we did talk about this. The NBA had to have put the pressure on the refs to make sure that everybody in Detroit and the NBA was not complaining about how this game was officiated. So use that to your advantage. And it falls. Pistons up 2.
And you know what's interesting though?
That ice in the
Cade's
free
last
throw.
Yeah, he
one
almost-
to the
they
free
almost
throw
like
line haven't come at attempts at the rim. They've come at attempts in the mid-range. He's gotten fouled on those mid-range jumpers, which is something I've said. I want to see Cade take the pick and roll and step into those jumpers. And what has Cat and these players done? They've overreacted and they've put a center to the free throw line. But I want to see more of the pick and rolls up top.
Great
And
rotation.
4
still some of
seconds.
the cutting and the action on the baseline.
Tough shot for Bridges.
Great rotation.
Oh,
on
and it
defense.
pops out. All right, so
I would love
Cade
to
with
see
the ball in
Cade
his hands,
slow
4:30.
this game down.
Yeah.
Slow this game down.
Roll with Durant, please.
I want that pick and roll with Hardaway. I want somebody
I'll
whoever's
take a
guarding-
Hardaway
I want
3
that-
right now.
So look at this, the intermediate action, and then they're probably gonna step up with Hardaway. There you go.
Yep. See, I want that because then you
Cade
force
for
Brunson.
Cade!
Let's go, Cade. Let's go.
Cade!
Oh, my
95-90. 4:16 left. Let's go.
They're going to force the Knicks to
This
take
is
another
what he
timeout.
needs to do.
Just
Make
step
this
in
quarter
inside.
yours, and we're going back to Detroit. Make this quarter yours, and we are going back to Detroit.
Let's go.
I'm loving Burns Juju and $5 right now, baby.
Give it
Attaboy
go.
Burn.
No, shout out to Burn, man. One of the OGs.
Exactly what I said. We need Hardaway to run that pick and roll with Cade so we can get a smaller Brunson on Cade. If we can do that, Cade will take this quarter over.
Well, what I'm confused about, and I have to watch the film with a little more detail, is that they've been trying this action all series, and they just haven't been getting the switches. I don't know what it is about the Knicks now that Brunson is getting the matchup. They were kind of blitzing Cade and stuff. They really stopped with that, and now they're kind of more willingly giving Cade the Brunson matchup, which I don't understand from a New York perspective. So I got to watch the film, see if there's another layer of it that I'm missing. But to me, that's been shocking. They've done a really good job this series, New York has, of making sure that Brunson does not get switched on to Cade because they've been running that pick and roll with Hardaway all series long. So, it's working right now. I'm going to shut the fuck up.
And to be honest, listen, Brunson's not fully healthy. He's 4 of 16 tonight. He's missed 3 from the free throw line. But the bigger thing is he doesn't have that extra step where he's been able to get around his first defender and force Duren to come up, which has left the backdoor cuts. It's left the offensive or the defensive rebounds there, or offensive rebounds. Pistons with a chance here, up 5 to get back to Detroit. 4 minutes to play. Brunson on Asar.
I want to see these
High
young
pick
guys
from Cat. They're
slow
going to give
everything down.
Nope. Brunson, tough play. Oh, and a
What a
tough
layup
finish
by
out of
Bridges.
Michael Bridges.
Okay, don't rush it.
Mr.
We need to
Five
slow
hates
down.
himself.
They're slow.
We need to slow everything down.
All right, OG Anunoby on
Don't
Cade
want to
coming
see
in.
another 3 here.
I mean, if he's feeling it, him is the only person on the court that I want to see be able to take those types.
No. Okay.
Oh, man. They're letting them contact. They're letting them play. Jalen Duren.
This is where Duren.
What happened?
No call.
Wow.
That's where Duren has to feast, man. Josh Hart has been the Achilles heel of Jalen
Carlton
Duren.
Towns from the same place he ended the Pistons the other
Duren
night.
getting lost
95
in
ball,
transition,
320.
not locating Cat has been a huge problem for Jalen Duren.
This is
And
how
Cat knows it, and he looks for it every time.
You're right about that.
all the way
Cade to the rim.
down, all the way down. They got to call. They didn't call anything.
There you go.
At
Duren
least
with
Duren got it.
Duren with the rebound and the
Who's
putback.
down? Josh Hart.
Josh Hart down like.
That's a terrible teammate. Brunson telling him to pass the ball.
Look at they're still playing and Hart on his back like normal.
Pistons up 97-95. 2:57 left in the game. 16 on the shot clock for the Knicks. I don't know exactly what's hurt on Brunson. I've seen him grab his ankle, his knee, his wrist.
Well, that's Hart there, but I believe that Hart might be. They're gonna. Well, they took a timeout, so he'll be able to come back in the game here. He's been. Hey, I can't stand him. He doesn't tip.
Looked like he
but
grabbed the hand right before we went.
Josh Hart has been the catalyst for this team, especially in Game
Absolutely.
4 and Game 5.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
man. Him hitting threes, making the plays. I talked about it coming into the series. He is their second best facilitator on the team. So, taking away those Josh Hart plays, because so much of that is backbreaking. It's momentum swinging, the plays that he makes. He's a great player to have, a bitch of a player to play against. And you have to find ways to minimize him, because the games that he plays really well, it's really hard for New York to lose.
Have you noticed that Campaign hasn't been back in the game since he took that ill-advised 3?
No, he's
And
already
he was barking and yelling at everybody.
he's already on the plane. He's already on the plane.
Heading to Detroit. Well, you know,
No, headed to China. That man's not playing in the NBA no more.
I like that better. Game 1 afterwards, you very astutely pointed out the role that Mitchell Robinson would have in this series, Chris. And Mitchell Robinson, with Carl Anthony Towns in foul trouble, has been that X factor for them. 13 and 11, double-double, 2 steals, 2 blocks.
Oh, Brunson got hurt too.
Okay. So, hey, if we,
I mean,
we
this
can,
is
we
what
can
happens
outlast
with
this
the
team.
Tibbs. This is what happens with Tibbs teams, though. They wear down. That's why long series favor the opponents of the Knicks.
100%. 100%.
We saw it last year. I was actually rooting for the Knicks last year in that playoff run, and by the end of that Game 7 against Indiana, they had nobody.
Back to action here. 2:50 left. 10 on the shot clock for the Knicks. They are extended far from the basket.
Brunson's
Cat.
out of the game right now. Your clutch player of the
Cat
year.
with a tough shot.
What
and
a
it's
block,
blocked by Tobias.
Let's go.
Pistons need
Rise
to execute here.
above.
Pistons have an opportunity to execute.
Hey, all the way to the rack.
Got it blocked, but Duren there again. Duren having his best game of the series. Wow.
Absolutely needed. Absolutely necessary.
9 points, 14 boards for Duren, and the Pistons need a stop here. Up 4.
Look at Asar. He doesn't know what to do. He has to guard campaign. He's like,
I can just sit back.
Look at him, bro.
Tough shot from Bridges. Oh, and it doesn't fall. A shot that's been
Push
falling
K.
from all series.
Mikal Bridges is your guy right now. Are you serious?
So this is
Oh, no, you got
this
the
is
matchup you want.
superstar
You have the
moment right
matchup
here.
You want. You have the
and
matchup you want.
Bam!
Okay.
Cade.
Let's go.
Cade showing he's a
Mid-range.
superstar. Pistons up 6, under 2 minutes left.
And what has he done? It's been a mix of the mid-range attempts with him getting downhill.
Absolutely.
Campaign with a
Let's
runner,
go, Cade!
and the Pistons with
Let's
a
go.
board.
They're trying to bring Brunson and Hart back into the game.
Slow it down. Slow it down.
I'd like to see a timeout here.
Timeout.
No.
Timeout. Give it to Cade.
Okay, back to
Oh,
Tobias in the
McBride.
post.
McBride
10
on
seconds on the
Tobias.
24.
Cade has been in
Up
a rhythm,
against
though.
McBride.
Better hit that,
Takes
Toby.
the shot, and he misses
I would have
it.
given it to
Not
Cade.
not
He's
what
been
I
in a
wanted to
rhythm.
see there.
He's been in a rhythm. Why wouldn't they just give that
Pistons
to Cade?
up 6, minute 20.
That's
Campaign
fine,
running
fine.
the point.
More time that runs.
No!
Miss there.
That should have been a foul, but they're going to let
Probably
that go.
should have been a foul on Cat right there. Hitting Tobias in the head. Cade
This
got
is
an
fine.
opportunity
Don't
to
call
grind
timeout.
out
right
2.
here, dog.
Don't call a timeout. Keep Brunson on the sideline.
Oh, throw it to Duren. Good observation. Good observation.
No call.
Can't let that go. All
No
right.
call. A block
Sack
by
up. Sack
Cat.
up. Sack up.
Oh, my. Oh, my.
Good defense by Asar.
Bridges to the
Good
hoop, a
defense by
fadeaway,
Asar.
and he gets the shooter's bounce.
That is such a smart play from Asar to just
Asar,
let him go.
He
That's
ran
a
him off the
smart
three-point
play.
line.
Yep.
That was good defense. I'll
Pistons
take that
going to take the air out the ball right now.
Yes.
No,
Cade
but-
with a 2-possession lead, and we're at 40 seconds
pass
in the
it.
fourth. Madison Square Garden, Game 5. Pistons with an opportunity to take this back to Detroit for Game 6. Cade up top. Look
Step into that. That's your shot.
inside to Asar. Asar another.
Let's go.
Asar with 22 points. And the foul. Did he get a foul?
I'm sorry, Cards.
Wow. I've been waiting all game for that. I've been waiting all game for that. Wow. Was there a foul there?
This is the Cade Cunningham stretch you needed. Great job.
Oh!
We will see you in Detroit.
They
Okay.
rolled
Hey,
it.
hey,
you
hey,
in Detroit.
easy,
No.
easy.
We're up 6. We will see you in
Easy,
Detroit.
easy, guys. So Asar with the dunk puts the Pistons up 6, 27.4 left. No foul. Knicks take timeout. They'll get the ball out at the side, at midcourt, and they are going to have to be shooting threes, I would imagine, and
They're gonna
trading
force
fouls
something.
with the Pistons.
And Cade Cunningham, 22 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 6 of 17 from the floor, 5 turnovers on the night. Overall, a great night. And you think about
Great
it, that
second
one
half.
turnover.
Great fourth quarter,
That
honestly.
one
Not
turnover-
even, he didn't really do anything in the third.
The fourth
no.
quarter is when you need your superstar.
And that's
Make
why-
your third quarters your fourth quarter, Cade.
And even though I didn't love his shot selection through the first 3 quarters, he did dictate tempo, which created opportunities for everybody else. Let's talk about Asar Thompson. 22 and 7 with 2 blocks, 8 of 10 from the field. Oh, and 0 turnovers, 0 boneheaded plays.
What I want to
That's
say,
huge, and
whoever said that Asar had no IQ, if you just watch that last 30 seconds, that defensive play, that is a veteran defensive play. The way he just runs him off that three-point line, like Kool-Aid said, and doesn't allow that three. You can have the layup. The way he runs on the three, that is a veteran play on the defensive end.
Especially knowing Duran's there, and then he's just worried about relocating to the next guy to make sure there's no trailer.
All right, guys.
Yep, and,
27.4 inbound pass. Brunson going to get it to Bridges for a
Bridges
tough
with a
fadeaway
quick
three, and he hits it.
Wow.
103 to
25
100.
seconds left.
Bridges
and
has
there's a
been-
foul
he's been
that
good
they're
this
going to
quarter.
give the Knicks a foul here. Oh, no.
Oh, I think they're calling it away.
5 seconds? What happened?
Something has happened here.
Clock is stopped.
This is
Knicks fans look upset.
This is the stressful part about the watch parties is the no sound. So you just got to interpret off of camera shots and body language is what's happening.
Okay, so it was a malfunction with the clock. Pistons with a timeout and the ball and a 3-point lead. 25 seconds left. I don't think
Run
you're
the
going to
full
see
clock
Cade inbound the ball this time.
I hope he better not.
No,
better
he's
not.
got to be at the line shooting.
Run
From,
the
and
full
he
clock.
better not inbound it to Asar. He's
no,
inbound-
that's
Run this- run
Sar
this
won't even
full
be
clock.
out there
yeah.
until
no,
until
yeah,
after
you got
the
to
free
you got to
throw.
make that technical
They'll
switch.
sub him in
Yeah.
halfway through the free
You
throws.
want to force them to foul you, run the clock out. We could even get a 24-second violation if we really can. They're obviously going to foul, but we want to try to force a 24-second as much as possible.
Yep, and
Even if you take a deep three so that ball is in the air for seconds.
Exactly.
If you do that, you win.
throw it, yeah.
Theoretically, if they don't foul you, you can just chuck a deep three and that long rebound, game over.
Win the game, yeah. 'Cause it's gonna take
Theoretically.
time off the clock.
But not a lot of teams do that.
and one of the things that
Who
I
did
love
that
about
recently?
Cade's
Somebody in the playoffs did that
stats,
recently.
Going back to his stat line earlier, the 5 turnovers that he has in a game, well, he largely has, I believe, one of those in the second half, and that one came off of literally a drive to the rack where he got
Offensive
fouled, and they let it go. 2 of them were offensive fouls as well. And so you know now that Cade Cunningham, as it relates to handling the rock, those careless turnovers, he turned those way down. We haven't seen those pop up in this fourth quarter at all. And it's given the Detroit Pistons more opportunities to have a
just
chance
added
to
0.3.
score, whether it's him or whether it's Duran who's cleaned up a couple of these misses by Cade, or whether it's Cade himself getting to the line, hitting the big three.
Well,
it's been a
Cade is
much
inbounded.
cleaner game by this Detroit
No,
Pistons
he's
team.
not. Oh,
in the
you
fourth
guys are
quarter.
ahead? You cheating ass. How do you know that he's inbounding? Because we can't see it here.
he was just standing there for like 10 seconds before.
No, it's still on the Clippers recap right now.
Oh, I don't know how we got ahead. We didn't do anything.
Now they foul.
I'll let you guys.
I like what I'm seeing here. All right, I'm sure that some of you guys might be ahead of us. I'm sure that some of you guys are watching the box score. I do like what I'm seeing. We're going to wait until the game starts here on the TV for us.
All I will say is
says, "Holy F, we dodged the bullet."
that is why Cade doesn't pass the
I
ball.
don't see the game over yet.
Oh,
So bullets
my
are still
God.
flying,
I didn't
guys.
Even see
You
that.
didn't see what
I was
happened?
looking at him.
Oh my goodness. That is why Cade doesn't bring the ball out.
Yeah, no, dude. JB, I get that that's your thing. You change.
I'm really worried about what they're talking about over there right now. I like the box score
I
that
don't
I'm
know
looking
what's
at.
going on, but I knew one of my
Oh,
biggest
boy.
pet peeves is Cade taking the ball out. I just don't, even in end of game situations.
Oh, no.
I
Why?
don't understand it.
Oh, and they switched the
I've been-
game.
I've been-
They
yeah.
switched the game. You got to switch the game.
Oh, I was like, there's no way we got this far ahead of you guys.
They say it's on.
they fucking switch this game right now?
They say it's on TNT.
Yeah, that's what we're on. We're on the TNT
We're already
broadcast.
on TNT, aren't we?
Oh,
Rims
All right,
out.
here we go.
all right.
Rims out.
All right, defense. OG bringing it up. He's
104,
panicking.
103, 5
Oh
points
my
left.
God, what a shot.
Who shot the free throws for the Pistons?
Shooter.
And he missed one.
1 of 2.
7 seconds.
Whoa. What a shot.
Jerry, I'm going to let you know the chat is not happy with you saying this was going to Detroit.
5.7 seconds. Well, I mean, right now it's what? Free throws.
Hey,
man.
look.
Let's rock.
And OG just hits
I'm
an
gonna get cooked.
absolute Hail Mary.
That boy was a hair away from a travel, dog.
There's 2 Hail Marys here. Listen,
He kept that pivot
That one
foot
in the
glued
front-
to the floor, dog.
Cade cannot inbound this ball.
Yes, please no. Please no.
Tobias should be inbounding the ball. Get it to Cade. Let him hit these 2, and then if we got to go to overtime because they hit another Hail Mary, so be it.
Boy,
Yep.
they got 2 of them. And it's from some of those
Dude,
wrong
they have
plays.
made some difficult threes this game.
The last 2 were unbelievable.
Yeah. They have made some difficult. And then the Brunson one in, what was that, the third quarter?
Chat.
Yeah. Yep.
You
Or might have even been at the beginning of the fourth, I think.
That's why I'm ecstatic for what Asar Thompson and Jalen Duren have brought to the court. Not just in the half-court offense sets, but also as they've gone to help us get second-chance opportunities. Because we haven't been able to rely on Beasley or Tobias being one of those people that hit the threes down the stretch, like we've seen the Knicks be able to rely on with some of their role players.
My heart.
Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby came up big, and we thought
You two should come up here.
we would see a couple
We're all on the same one.
shimmies,
All right,
right?
let's do it. Let's do it.
We thought we would see a couple shimmies from Tobias Harris down the from Malik Beasley down the stretch. We haven't seen it, and now we're gonna have to see this Detroit Pistons team
Why
All
too
right,
tall?
guys.
No.
rise above.
All right.
All right, 5.7. We'll see who inbounds here. Come on, baby.
Come on.
And it is
Schroeder,
Schroeder
look, there we go.
inbounding right now. I love that. Gonna have Cat defending.
Come on,
Come on, fellas.
you
Finish
can't drop
one
this.
up,
This
baby.
would be demoralizing, bro. All right, I'm putting the chat. The chat is going away.
All right.
They're away. I can't.
Shout
see
out the
anything.
chat.
Love you, chat.
Sorry,
but
chat.
We're not looking at you right now.
Just gotta get it inbounds.
Yes.
And hopefully 2K.
Give the ball to Cade. Give the ball to Cade.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go. All right.
Cade.
Hit them both, baby. Let's
We're
go.
good. We're good. We're good.
I don't even
5.4
wanna watch
seconds
them.
left
I don't even want
to get a
watch them.
quality
Let's
three
go,
off though
Cade.
for the Knicks. And I think we all know who's shooting it. The guy who hasn't hit all night. But he is a fourth quarter demon.
I feel like they're gonna drop some type of action for Cat.
You see that stat?
50% from behind the arc almost.
He's been great tonight.
Yeah.
That stat, the last 3 games have
50%.
been
I haven't
sidelined,
seen that
9
man
total
miss.
points.
Come on. I haven't seen Cat miss.
Second half, Cade. 18 points in the second half tonight for Cade.
Okay,
First one hit.
Oh, dude, those subtitles are gonna fucking.
They are
piss
messing
off.
me up, dog. They are effing me
Put a
up.
SAR in, yep,
Yep.
for defense. Go
Yep.
back, deep ball.
They told him to get back. He said, "No, bro, I got Brunson." You see?
You really could foul.
Do
Yeah.
they have a timeout? I don't know if they do. They've used quite a few. They might have to just
I
inbounds
can't
here.
see.
I can see the
I don't
refs.
think they do.
I can see the refs saying, like, as soon as they go in to do the take foul,
Big shot.
You
They
only
don't
get
have a
two.
All right, they don't have a
You only
timeout.
They
get
have to
2
go full
fouls
court.
in
There
the
we
last-
go.
And
McBride,
is McBride going to
Yes.
decide the game?
and they fouled him.
Oh, they
Love
called
that.
a foul.
I
Yeah.
love that.
So that's our
Let's
first
say-
foul in the last 2 minutes.
And they are not in the. Yeah, so now 2.6 to reset for a three. Love that heady play from JB and Asar.
Was that the first or the
I'm
second
surprised by the
Come on,
Knicks.
bro.
You let McBride
Come on.
take the ball up right there.
I'm so nervous.
Come on, baby.
foul?
Let's
No,
go to the
second-
free throw line.
Perfect.
Second foul
There
in
we
the
go.
last 2 minutes means they're automatically in the
Okay.
penalty,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
matter where they
Yep.
were. So that was the second foul in the last 2 minutes for the Pistons.
I don't remember. I don't recall the first right now.
Oh my
This
God!
is
Missed
it.
the
Let's
front
go.
end. That is
All right,
unbelievable.
they got to be ready, right?
They gotta be ready
gotta
for
be
the
ready.
box out.
They got to be ready.
They got to box the
No tips.
out.
No tip
Where
outs.
they put Cat?
No
Fouls.
tip
Turn,
that
go.
ball
Paul
out.
Reed at small forward.
Don't tip that ball out.
You put
You put Paul Reed at small forward for this fucking play.
for
Fire
real.
comes all
Come on,
over.
come on, come on.
Move everybody.
Dead ass.
Woo! Tibbs, you looking worried.
Nervous Knicks.
Let's
Nervous
go.
Pistons too.
Come on.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's go. Come on, baby.
Look at Melo.
Just accidentally make this shit.
I love you, Melo.
Yeah, for real. Bank it in.
Just you can't tip it out.
Melo, Detroit Pistons
Yeah, I would
fans
say
love
they're
you
gonna
more than
send
they do
Mitchell
Knicks
in
fans.
Yep, he's gonna just try to smack that bitch out.
Are they gonna put Cat on the outside, or they
They
gonna put
got
him on
to.
the post?
Oh, they took him out.
They took Cat out the game.
Wow.
They didn't do that, did they? There's no way in the world that just.
No, those
They
are,
put him on the perimeter.
those are his purple shoes.
Probably
They put him on the
Yeah,
perimeter?
but- Oh, wait.
No, they put him back down low.
Okay.
All right.
I was going to say, they might.
OG was about to be in.
Okay, that's great.
Bridges
They're not
can't
putting
be happy
Cat
with
on the
that.
perimeter. All right.
Bridges
That's
can't
great.
be happy with that.
I don't need no more logo threes from Cat.
2.5
Yeah, he looks
seconds.
upset.
He's like, I just made a
Yeah,
three.
he will.
Y'all know that, right? But they need a rebound here.
He's
They need
double-
Tobias has
double
got to just run
Robinson.
with Cat.
He
There we
misses
go.
again.
There we go.
Let's go!
Go! Let's go!
Going back to Detroit, baby. Pistons win game 5. Absolutely. Yeah. Let's fucking go, baby. What a huge win on the road.
Reset the stream real quick, man.
Wow.
Let's hurry up and get the post game officially.
We
going.
just go straight
We
into
just
it.
going straight?
Absolutely.
We're going straight?
We're not going anywhere, guys. Stick with us. Get your super chats in right now. We'll read all your super chats. Get your tickets. Get on the horn and get your Game 6 tickets.
I know you were mad at me,
Pistons,
but what did I say?
No,
Game
Burn,
6.
we're going
at
to Detroit.
Let's go.
We are going to
$2
Detroit.
Super chat says, now you can be sentimental. Burn. This was the only game I've been sentimental in, and guess what? We pulled out the big dub. We pulled out the big dub. I'm not going to hide my Pistons passion. I'm not. And they give us a big dub, so I can be fired up.
You gotta
right
cry
now.
next game, bro.
I'm freaking fired up,
You gotta
dog.
make sure.
I can't wait for the next game.
Oh my God.
I can't wait for the practice. I can't wait to. I can't wait. Shout out to those Detroit Pistons.
Our
getting it done,
season
man.
continues.
Freaking fired up. Cade Cunningham went ham in the second half, and you know what? He got a little bit more help. What I really loved was how active Asar Thompson, Jalen Duren was, Tobias Harris. These guys continue to stay active all game, and in these low-scoring affairs, that's what you need: constant energy, constant hustle. And you know what? What was that word? What was that phrase? They rose above.
They rose above it all game.
My God.
I hated the
Denver, hot
technical
start.
by JB, but it did not matter. Hey, chat, need you to smash that like button. I'm going to ask you to share the stream with one of your Hoops friends because it's been a minute since we've talked a win in this playoff series. We're talking about returning in 2 nights to LCA
bro, we're
for
about
Game
to be
6.
at
All
we're
right,
about
so
to
smash that
be
like.
home.
Get those super chats
Oh,
in.
my God.
Share it with one of your friends. We're riding for another hour to talk Game 6. Let's fucking go.
Bro, I'm about to cut the promo because the Pistons just won again. The Pistons just won again.
This is
Let's go, man.
unbelievable.
Detroit gets another game.
Unbelievable.
LCA, let's go.
Turn up LCA, man. Turn up Cade went ham. Asar went ham. Jalen Duren, Toby. Schroeder, so many people, man. Shout out to those Detroit Pistons. Let's go with the big dub over those New York Knicks.
Let's go, baby.
Oh, man.
Hey,
Let's
look,
go,
we're
man.
cutting the promo live on air, man. We had to do that because this is a huge win. I've continued. Listen, no matter how unlikely it is, I don't feel like, and I haven't felt like the Pistons are out of this because there hasn't been one game in which the Knicks, largely at full strength, have just blown the Pistons away. They've had to rise above so much, and to know that even despite that, they could be leading the series. But the what-ifs and all that, they didn't care. They've given themselves now an opportunity to even the series up when it comes back to Detroit. And think about this, man. They get a chance. Like Stick was saying, man, he had a chance to win the first home playoff game in Detroit in how long? Well, now he gets that chance again. And if he does, you don't think that Madison Square Garden has seen enough of Cade Cunningham this year?
Cade Cunningham just missed 5 straight games with a 20 and 10 by 2. 24, 8 and 8. 5 turnovers still.
Let's go.
But if you look at where he was statistically in the third quarter, you guys called it. You guys said it had to happen. If this guy's a superstar, he's going to take over the fourth quarter. That's exactly what he did.
Mm-hmm. And you
We
look
said it. That clutch time, it's got to be his imprint on the game. We have to know Cade Cunningham made a difference, no matter what the other guys do. Because even in some of those games where LeBron James made the pass and some of those made, we still knew this is LeBron James' imprint on the game. And with the type of player Cade is and the criticism he receives, it's the criticism we hear from top guys in this league who have an opportunity to control the game. And so to see him go out there, look at that matchup predictor. I don't give a frick ESPN. I don't care about that because I already know what the Pistons about to do. But to see him go out there and control the game in the fourth quarter and largely in that second half, putting up 18, 19, 20 points and a half, I'm sorry. That's balling out. And then down the stretch, we saw him pressing the issue to get to the free throw line. We saw him pressing the issue to get to his spots in the mid-range. We saw him pressing the issue to get downhill. And you know what I liked? There was a couple plays where he got fouled. He didn't get the call. We talked about it, and he didn't let it rattle them.
That's right.
That's what I love.
Rise
they
above.
didn't let it rattle. I didn't see too much of the complaining about it.
Nope.
Normal barking. But guess what? There were games in the past in this series where they're complaining and New York Knicks are running down the court.
Who was complaining tonight?
I didn't see a
The
lot of that.
Knicks were. The Knicks were complaining. And they were complaining
My
all
voice
game.
is gonna be gone, dog. It's gonna be gone. Oh man.
So,
They
I mean,
gotta win this
so
next
can the
time.
Pistons win at home in a
Yes.
playoff game?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, they
already
absolutely
picking 'em.
can. They've been able to win every game. They just haven't.
haven't
And
finished
you know,
them.
they got it. This is something that I think will really bode well for the Pistons for the rest of this series, however long it remains, because that first game you won, You felt good about it. You felt like, okay, maybe, we should be up 2-0 heading to the crib to maybe sweep the Knicks. And then all momentum backfires on you. You lose 2 absolute heartbreakers in game 3 and 4. And then you come back to get this win. So now you're like, okay, we have beat this team multiple times. In every other game, we felt like we are the better team. We need to just approach with the same mentality. And I talked about that on the show. I said, you know what? Look, I know that people are going to call for adjustments, and JB did make some. But for the most part, this Piston team needs to just play the brand of basketball they've been playing, just finish the game better. Tonight, they absolutely did that, and that was the difference they won. If they could continue to do that in this series, they will continue to win in this series.
No doubt.
I don't count this team out because this is not about sweet. They showed us something, won a couple games and won on a roll. They showed us character. I picked this team to win from the beginning because I believe that they're a squad that has the pedigree to do it. And you don't want to see Isaiah Stewart go down. But to see this team win 2 games without Isaiah Stewart, that means that this squad has had to go and find, where are we getting this source of toughness? Where are we getting this source of his physicality? Where are we getting this source of his leadership? Where are we getting his source of don't F with us type energy? Yep. That's the type of stuff that they had to figure out. They haven't been missing it, but they had to figure it out. These are the things that have helped contribute to the Detroit Pistons having an opportunity, a good opportunity, to even the series up. This has been, in my opinion, and I think everybody else would agree, probably the closest series in the playoffs.
It's the best. It's the best series in the NBA. And everyone has been hammering Ausar and Duren for their play. Those guys were spectacular tonight. Shout out Aaron Hammond with the super chat. Yes. How about Ausar and Duren? Great game from both. Absolutely. We got a few people in here I got to give a shout out. Shout out to Jeff and Gabe Green. Shout out to Kazmarek, my old heckling partner. He's in his very first Woodward episode ever. Checking it out.
Shout out.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Get the super chats in. Smash that like button. We are going back Thursday night to Game 6 here in Detroit. Now, the interesting thing, gentlemen, is with the assumption that the Pistons win Game 6, we're going to have a Game 7 where both teams are 1-2 at home. 1-2 at home. So
this has been a wacky series.
It really has been. It's a sloppy, grinded out, like physical, nasty, old school throwback series. I can't get enough of it.
Well, let me stop you there because I know we're going to obviously talk heavily about Game 6 now that we have a Game 6. But I like what you said. I agree with what you said. I feel what you said. But the thing is that this Piston team, after Game 2, man, we all were in here talking about, man, we're about to be up 3-1 on the Knicks. And we did not close out either game at home. And we've went over that ad nauseum, why those games went the way they went. But what is the difference in this team entering home again for Game 6 versus now? What do you think is the key? What do they need to do? Or what do you think is the difference for them?
Well, Ausar.
You saw.
It's Ausar. And I got somebody right in here talking about it. Ausar needs to keep cutting. You've been begging for that. I know you said all year, but you said it since Game 1, and you've repeated it every single game, and that's what we saw. It made Duren look better and more collected. And when you get Ausar, when he gets a couple of buckets early instead of a couple fouls early, you just see a completely different engagement and understanding of the flow of the game. He was not taken out of this game. Yeah. He took this game away from the Knicks.
Yeah, and what I really loved about this squad is that they found a way as the stretch, the end of the game. The Knicks had to make some pretty incredible shots to have a chance in this. The Pistons,
yes,
every single play, they did what they had to do. You want to see Schroeder hit 2 free throws, if he gets the opportunity again. But largely down the stretch, I have to say the Detroit Pistons look like the Pistons in this game, to me, look better down the stretch than they even did in Game 2 when that they
I agree.
And that, to me, when you talk about moving forward to the next game, can they do something different than they did in the previous 2 games at home? If this is the recipe, bottle this game up. This last 5 minutes, bottle it up. You know why? Because we got aggressive Cade. We got free throw shooting Cade. We got Jalen Duren cleaning up all the misses. We got Ausar Thompson dunking. We got Schroeder getting some important minutes down the stretch as well. That's what we saw. And guess what? We didn't even get the shimmies.
Yeah.
We didn't even.
Hey,
get
we didn't. We said we needed 2 or 3 to win, too, didn't we?
We were talking about rising above. They figured something out, and the action that they utilize. Yes, I am so glad that they're finally utilizing cutting Asar across the backside. But what they did to get Cade Cunningham consistent looks in his hot zones down the stretch, I thought that that's very key. Because what do we say? Cade has to be the one to score, and if he's not at least scoring the 30 or the 35. Well, if you're going to get a chance in a low-scoring game in the last 5, because we said this game, I said it all game, this is going to come down to JB, Cade Cunningham, in the last 5 minutes of the game. That's what this next one is going to come down to if it's another low-scoring affair, and you're going to have to continue. We said it. It's the strategies that JB Bickerstaff will have to employ to continue to keep them getting good looks, because it's different when Duran is turning around, and we know he can pass well, and he actually sees a body down there. But what if he turns and no one has cut? We've seen the Knicks take advantage of that and be able to swipe the ball. And if they're swallowing the whistle, we've seen the Pistons have those turnovers.
And Hart's hands have been absolutely detrimental to Duran in this series. So I want to stick with there, because what I said at halftime is if Cade Cunningham wins the second half, the Pistons win this game in the matchup with Brunson. So while we all feel great about how this game went, obviously being victorious, to play the devil's advocate here, you have to, as Pistons, not expect another Cat and Brunson game to be both this off, this ugly. So you have got to, while you can point to Mikal having a great fourth quarter, and you can point to Mitchell Robinson's double-double that exploded. He's been basically a no factor in every other game. You can point to those things, sure, but it is going to be very likely that there's going to be a better game from Cat and Brunson.
Those two
and you
shot
have to be
under
ready to
33%.
Yes.
9
of
of 30. That's not happening
What did
again.
they
You're
do
right.
in the last game? Cat and Brunson.
They blew up last game.
And they won 94-93 on some fluky stuff. What I know is this. The Pistons are confident that they can beat them, because you look at the regular season. Cat and Brunson had those big games.
Yeah.
And the Pistons still were going out there and controlling it. I think it's about what they do down that stretch, because you're right. You don't want them to go off, because we see that gives them a recipe for winning, at least in this playoff series. But if they do, I am confident that the Pistons, if they handle business, they will come away victorious.
I agree with that. I'm just saying from the perspective of you can't expect that to be duplicated. You can't. You
like
have
you
to
said,
expect.
that game when we were shooting 52% from 3, we had to win that game. This is another game. You got a hobbled Brunny, and him and Cat struggle all game. You have to win this game. Now, you brought it up a little while ago about the crazy shots that the Knicks have hit. We haven't seen the Pistons shoot haymaker, Hail Marys that somehow found the bottom of the net to get back into a game or even win a game.
Really fallen in this
But hey, look at Tim and Beasley. They were a combined 3 of 14 from 3 today.
And if somebody told us that before the game started,
we
would
lost.
probably say Pistons lost.
6 of 21 between the two. And I, listen, I don't know if JB feels that these two guys are going to play their way out of it. Timmy's obviously had some great games this series. Something's got to improve from those two guys, because if those shimmies start happening, or if Timmy puts up a 15 to 18-point game, it's going to be really, really difficult, man. But nobody expected this young team to survive the emotional loss that you had ripped from you in the last seconds of that game 4 to go on the road to the Mecca and outlast a Knicks team that had just made the Eastern Conference. I'm telling you, Knicks fans got to be nervous.
Absolutely.
And again, these kids are just young and dumb enough to not know any better. They're going to come home and they're going to tie this damn thing up. And we're going back to New York on Saturday. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I told you today earlier, we're going to have game 6. I'm going to tell you again, we're winning our first playoff game at LCA.
And my thing is this. For as much as we don't want them to go off, Jalen Brunson and Karl-Anthony Towns knows that they got by more than the skin of their teeth in that last game. They know that the referee came out and said it was a foul. Mm-hmm. They know that their teammate ran into the locker room saying it's a foul, and they barely got away. They barely got away. They're stepping back into this arena in which they did not believe that they were going to come back. And these fans, I believe, are going to be the loudest that we have heard them in I don't know how long. I think you have to go back to the Palace days, because now
it's going to be a mess. I'm going to be a mess.
This is like, this do or die means so much more. It means so much more. I just want to see Cade Cunningham in Madison Square Garden for Game 7. And I know Detroit's going to show up and turn out.
So let me before we get back to basketball talk, let me just hit all these super chats.
Yes,
we got 3 super chats. First one coming from Nobody. This young team that gets amped up by their home crowd and now they know what to expect. I think you see a very aggressive Piston team in the first and fourth quarters.
That's what we saw tonight.
Shout out to Nobody. Oh, we got another one. Hold on.
Shout out IT Hit.
Hold on, yeah. I just lost. Okay.
I got Burn. Who'd you just read?
Yeah, I just read Nobody. So we got Burn and Dante 151, then IT Hips.
Yeah, Burn $5 super chat. The difference in Game 6 is Asar and Duran and Cade aren't just excited kids. They look more mature in this game, and the Knicks are beat up.
Composure, baby.
I think it helps when they get that rhythm. These guys, they found a way, because this is what I was saying. If they're going to call the game a certain way, then it's on JB Bickerstaff to find a way to keep those guys out of foul trouble or to get them pockets where they can get their rhythm. And I do believe that had a lot to do with it. They got some fouls early, but in that second half of that game, especially, at least with Duran and Cade, they found a way to play pretty clean basketball and to stay on the court. And with Asar, it just seemed to be the entire game.
Yeah.
I don't know what tweaks they came up with, and I know it helps that Jalen Brunson is hobbled. But Asar Thompson found a way to keep himself in the game, making a difference, because this is what we all know. He's a Swiss Army knife.
How frustrated did he get?
He was
Brunson?
always playing well defensively. He still had even a plus. It was like marginal. It was like plus 0.4 or something like that. Jeez. He was still marginally plus despite being horrendous offensively. So that shows you just the importance that Asar is to be so bad on one side of the ball for most of this series and then still be a positive contributor to a team that's losing 3 out of 4 games. Like, that's insane. So Asar, I don't know how they figured out, because we've been calling for it. So I gotta watch those other games and figure out why this wasn't happening before.
I think JB was watching Woodward, pal.
I mean, he might have been. He might have been. he might have been watching the network, man. I know players watch.
And let's talk about that well-timed timeout. Not
the
panic timeout, the timeout with the lead.
Two of them.
Two of them. Yeah, you're right. And to hold that momentum and then come out and execute a bucket. Because there's been so many times I've screamed, this team doesn't know how to play with the lead in these playoffs. Today they did. Today they showed that not only they can hold a slight edge in this game for certain points, but they can maintain it for a full half, which is basically what they did.
So,
and we've seen JB Bickerstaff in this series, in my opinion, answer some of those or knock down some of those narratives that followed him here.
Well, he's learning too.
Can he make the adjustments? Yep. Who can he be in a series where it's the same team every single night? And realistically, I think the biggest thing, if you want to put any criticism at his feet, is that they let them off the hook. It's like we knew who they were. They showed us.
And you know what?
They let the Knicks steal a game in New York, is what I saw one chat member say. And
you
dropped one at home that you knew you could have had. But to be able to keep this team in a position to have a big chance to win a very important game at home right now, it shows that JB Bickerstaff is able to make some of these necessary adjustments for his team, both defensively and offensively. It was important to find a way to keep Asar Thompson on the court. It's important to find a way
to
keep Cade and Duran on the court together. Those things are important.
Cade, Duran, and Asar minutes were absolutely crucial. I don't know the plus of those 3, but it had to be a gazillion.
And there's just no way we win this game without the game that we got from Asar. Period.
Yeah, absolutely. And Neil said it, because I'm happy about this, because Cade Cunningham, this Game 6 is redemption for you, because I know that shot in Game 4 is eating at you, as it should, as all great players have those. I'm not worried about it. That's a stepping stone to greatness. I'm not worried about it. But I know now Cade has his redemption. Neil Rule said a great comment in the chat. Cade Cunningham and Oscar Robertson share the distinction of being the only 2 NBA players to start off their career with 4 consecutive games averaging 20 points and 10 rebounds.
And Wilt Chamberlain. There's 3. Shout out Neil Rule. Rule talk, baby.
Shout out fact checker.
Rule talk.
Shout out
listen,
fact checker.
Dante. Oh, go ahead.
No, just one more stat.
No, that's great.
Cade Cunningham, Chauncey Billups, Isaiah Thomas, the last
great
3
company,
and the only Detroit Pistons to record the last 3 Pistons to record 20-point, 10 rebound double doubles in playoff series multiple times.
Wow. I'm surprised you
and
didn't
you know
say
what?
Grant Hill there.
20-point, 10 rebound.
And
That's
you know
crazy,
what?
isn't it?
You know what? That is so beautiful,
guards.
because we've been talking about this.
Palace guards.
We've been talking about this, and we'll get back to the X's and O's of this game. But we've been talking about the thing we love about this team. The reason that we buy so much into this Piston team is not just because we're Pistons fan. It's because we see evidence of the previous iterations of success. And that's just another stat where had you thrown Grant Hill in that, again, I love Grant Hill, no shots at Grant Hill, but obviously that lineage was all Piston champion point guards. Isaiah Thomas, Chauncey Billups. That is what Cade Cunningham just joined. That is why we buy so much into this team, is because there is a realistic vision that you can see a successful future with this team. There is a blueprint that we know works and that seems identical to what is happening right now.
No doubt.
Let's
No doubt. Let's catch up on some of these super chats real quick. The legend himself, Dante 151. I really thought this was a done deal, and I thought the Pistons would lose tonight. Also, what a very smart foul by Asar Thompson with 2.6 seconds left. Now, I've got to think that some of that came from JB.
Oh, absolutely.
But the thing is you've got an opportunity. If you don't do it correctly, they're shooting three. And the fact that he didn't take it with 4 seconds left, he took it with 2.6. And so now missing that front end of that free throw attempt, you're not trading free throws. You're looking for a desperation situation to tap out to hit a three. Asar was mistake-free tonight. And that's something that, as much as I love that kid, I never really thought that I would say. Shout out Dante. Great take there. IT Hips, very smart play fouling McBride before advancing past half court, not allowing the Knicks to shoot a three with 5 seconds. Let's fucking go, Pistons. Love it when they both hit those same points, because we've all been giving Asar such a hard time. I got a buddy that just hates him, can't stand him, thinks he's low IQ guy. It's not low IQ. It's just the game hasn't slowed down for him quite yet. You see what he's attempting to do. He's just not taking that extra second to make sure it's done right. Don't do a no-look pass. Make sure it gets to them. Tonight, this kid looked like a 4th-year, 5th-year player.
I think it's because he let the game come to him. JB Bickerstaff, it seemed like the squad, they were intentional with their half-court offense. What was Platty talking about all game, or at least the first half of this game, what was going to be important was how they performed in the half court. And we talked about, you've heard me bring up the stats, they're one of your better paint teams, they're one of your better transition teams, they're one of the better teams at scoring off of turnovers as well. And tonight, I do believe that JB Bickerstaff did some good things to keep this offense in a low-scoring affair.
No complaints from me on JB.
But that's no complaints from me. JB Bickerstaff, he won the coaching matchup in this game. He won the coaching.
I had no issues with that challenge.
Yep.
Yeah, and especially when you see an elbow like that, because realistically,
I thought that was easy.
If you get that, you might even get a flagrant one out of that.
And you know what I like about this? The Pistons, they win the assist battle and the turnover battle tonight by a slim margin, but 21 assists for the Pistons, 19 for the New York Knicks, and 14 total turnovers for the Pistons, 15 for the Knicks. Now, the Pistons
see 13 for both. I see 13 for both, actually.
What, turnovers?
Yeah. Which, listen, the Pistons have been a 20 turnover team every single game this series.
Yeah.
But not tonight. Not tonight. They took care of the ball, and they got points in the paint. I know you got that stat somewhere, because I'd love to see the points in the paint tonight.
They lost the points in the paint tonight, but
what about versus the other 4 games?
It was close, but the game that they won, the Pistons won the points in the paint battle, the assist battle, the turnover battle.
I feel like we had more points in the paint tonight than any other game this series. Maybe not. Maybe it was game 2.
They've been hovering between that 46 and like 52 points every night.
And what was it tonight?
48 tonight, and I believe it was, I want to say maybe 46 the last game.
Damn, I'll take it. I'll take it. 3 ball wasn't falling for either team, and it really wasn't until the very end that they hit those 2 to give themselves a 36% from 3. Free throws weren't falling for the Knicks. Thank God. They shot 59%. 16 of 27. Now, a lot of those were your boy Hakamich, but still the fact that you get 3 misses out of Brunson, you get Miles McBride, obviously he missed the last one on purpose, but that's a good free throw shooter. The fact that he missed that front end, man, the universe was smiling on the Stones tonight, that's for sure.
They definitely were. And just kind of looking at how the shooting went, it's interesting to see the fact that the Knicks put up 5 more shots than the Pistons in this game, shot 36% from behind the arc, But at the free throw line, even if they want to complain about the fact that they received 9 less free throw attempts than the Pistons, it's like you went out there and you missed 11 free throws in a game that you lost by 3. This sounds like what we were talking about with the Pistons. Going back and looking at these razor-thin margins in these games and looking at points conceded off of turnovers, points conceded off of second chance points and things of that nature. And tonight, the Pistons solved those things. What you can control, you have to control. So if I just so happen to lose the paint battle, it can't be because I'm giving you transition buckets. It can't be because I'm playing bad defense. It has to be really because you've gone out there and you've earned it through our tough defense, and that's what I saw a lot more of tonight. On both ends of the court, these teams seem to be a lot more sound, just principally. Defense, they were in the right places. Offensively, when it mattered most, they were able to get into their offensive sets, and you could see there was semblance to the offense the entire game, and it allowed Cade Cunningham in that fourth quarter, and the second half, but largely that fourth quarter to take over. And hey, you know what? Alex Shea with the 1999.
There you go.
1999 super chat says, "I'll DM Neil, but how much do I need for a 10-minute call in the Big D Energy to go over the topics? We got some points to discuss. Let's go Pistons. Asar and Holland underrated for real." And you know what? Hey, I know Neil's in the chat. So, Neil, let our guy Alex know.
Put a price on it.
Put a price on it, man.
Put a price on it.
Put a price on it.
Price is right.
Hey, Alex, wake up Woodward tomorrow at 8 a.m., brother. Come on in, man. Say whatever you got to say. But I like what you said about JB Bickerstaff. No complaints.
None tonight.
This is one in which all of the stuff that I've heard prior about him. Think about this. With more talented teams, this is a less talented team than the Cavs team that was complaining, and Cavs fans that was complaining about what he is or isn't. What I love about a coach is that when he came here, he was very intentional about the coaching staff he brought here, and I'm hoping that these guys also make the difference. It has to. You're looking at how they're playing, and tonight was one of those kind of perfect games. If you're talking about low scoring, this was a perfect game. You took the physicality, you're taking the elbows, you're taking the cheap shots, you're taking it when they're not giving you the foul calls. I do like the fact that they brought in guys like Luke Walton, who was a former head coach in this league, who understands offensive principles and sets. I do like the fact that they brought in Kevin Burleson. You guys know anything about Seattle Hoops? Brother Nate Burleson, he's on the staff right now. They brought him in this year. That guy's a basketball mind. As much as I know you love talking hoops with those people on YouTube, you guys would love talking hoops with this guy. These are the people that have in JB Bickerstaff's room, which shows, just like Dan Campbell, he's not a I know it all type of guy. He's a great leader who can put his young guys in a good position to succeed, and he's not afraid to go out there and get the right people to surround himself with. And this is where, going into Game 6, this is going to have to be JB Bickerstaff's, in my opinion, best coaching job. I think Game 7 is on the stars. You got two stars on this, but Game 6 is the next one. JB Bickerstaff is going to have, in my opinion, another game where he's out coaching Tibbs.
So for me, you led me right to where I want to get to, and that is rotation. Gentlemen, do we want to make any changes to the rotation? Keep it as is in this game, win or go home. Did you take away anything from this game that made you want to change rotation?
Yeah, it's still Sasser for me.
Sasser, yeah.
I look at Malik Beasley. He is a negative 15. He's struggled from 3 all series. Honestly, when the guy pump fakes and goes to the rack, he's been great.
Yeah.
And
that was what saved me with him.
Well, yeah, but at the same time,
but
I
get it.
There's been some real boneheaded plays, and then I just don't like some of the threes that he takes. Today, he felt a lot more in the system. There was only 2 threes that I didn't really like from him. The other ones were within the flow of the game. But, the things that I complained about JB up front, about the rotation, about the lack of timeouts, about the execution of basket hoops by the basket, in the paint, backing down, setting up the two-man game into the post and things. We saw that. We saw the timeouts when we needed them. I still have some issues with the rotation. 26 minutes for Beasley when he's a negative 15 and he's not shooting well. I could see that go somewhere else. But outside of the technical, after the challenge, I think JB coached his best playoff game as a Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, that was a moment that scared. That was a moment that scared me. Kool-Aid, what would you do about that text? Scared the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid, what would you do with the rotation before I give my answer?
I like Sasser a lot. I like Marcus Sasser and what I just want to see it in like a spurt as an off ball, not even as
like a Ron
main ball
Holland,
handler.
where he just gives him a couple minutes and sees what he does.
I like that.
5 to 8 tops.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see,
Maybe even 3.
Playing off ball with
Holland
Cade
played 40
just to see if he's in his burner bag. Then we'll see what Marcus Sasser has, and you give him a few more minutes. But I like the energy he brought in the second half of the season. J.B. Bickerstaff stepped to the podium in several press conferences after wins and talked about the role that Marcus Sasser played. There were games that Cade wasn't in, and Marcus Sasser stepped up.
Oh, yeah.
And that's where I'm like, you know what? He did show it, but I understand it. It's a big spot. I would like to believe that J.B. Bickerstaff knows the temperament of his guys and the readiness of them. But I'm with you that I would like to see at least 5 to 10 minutes of Marcus Sasser and see if he knocks down a 3 or 2, if he has that wiggle to get into. Trust me, if Schroeder is able to get into that middle, Sasser is going to be able to get into the middle of the floor.
And it's not like Sasser had any big games at Houston. So one of the things that I brought up before this series started that I wanted to see more of, you've mentioned it a bunch of times too. I love the look of Schroeder and Cade on the floor together.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
anytime that Cade is bringing the ball up, it's likely that he might not pass it, especially if he can get past his first guy. When you have Schroeder coming up, he's very measured in what he's going to do, what shot he's going to take, what passes he makes. We haven't seen him make bonehead decisions in this series. What we've seen him do is take so much pressure off of Cade and then get Cade to where he's not at 26 feet operating, he's at 18, 19 feet operating. If Miles McBride is in the game, you can get Sasser in for a few moments. If Brunson is in the game, especially a little bit hobbled, you can use Sasser at times. And Sasser with Cade, even Sasser, Schroeder, and Cade, like you said, 3 minutes at a time.
Yeah.
Just to get that chess piece on the board that could go in fuego. Maybe he's doing that shimmy because we've seen at the college level, Sasser loved the big stage.
Okay. See, for me, I'm not making any changes. I'm not mad if they want to do that. That Ron Holland Sasser X factor, I'm good with that. But I know we talked about mainly the Hardaway Beasley kind of conundrum that the Pistons are in every game. And I think that's something that the Pistons just have to ride out every game because sometimes it's a Hardaway game, sometimes it's a Beasley game.
Does that change for you, though, if he is cold in the first quarter? Because he was good in the first quarter, and I think that's what gave him grace through Beasley specifically, because that's more your guy.
Yeah.
But he hit early, and I think that's what gave him the grace to stay and get 26 minutes.
And you know what? I think that's something that you do kind of see how that first stretch goes, because the only other time I can think of it throughout this season was earlier in this series, that game 4 in Detroit when Hardaway was in fuego. In that first half, just absolutely balling, and then second half cold as ice. Usually with those two, it is a my game or your game.
Take the baton. One gets cold, the other gets hot.
Yeah, they don't lose it either within the game. They kind of just stay that way. So I think you got to just, as Pistons and three-point shooting being such a dire need for this team outside of Cade Cunningham, you need to just let that one rock. So I would just kind of let it play out, see where the cards fall, and then ride the hot hand. I would have went with Beasley tonight. The Pistons did go with Beasley, but I get the concern on it.
No, and I do. I honestly like that. Like, just largely the rotation, I would leave it the same. You know why? Because that's how they've really run it this whole year.
It's mostly worked in this series too.
If Beasley's hot, they will. If Hardaway's not hot to start the game, they will pull him out the game early, and they will get Beasley in there or somebody else in there. And that's where I do think we get an opportunity to really see a lot of this lineup that's largely worked. J.B. Bickerstaff not second-guessing himself. What we've seen him do is keep really the rotation the same. Why? Because they've battled like hell against them. They've pushed the Knicks in large parts to some brinks, and they've won on their home floor twice. And they dropped one at home that they should have had. So that's where I'm grateful that J.B. Bickerstaff is not like when they went down and it's a big game, he's not getting overly desperate as it relates to the moves he makes. He's sticking to what's working, and we see him cleaning up a little bit more of what you could affect as it relates to how do you make sure that your team is not a turnover machine down the stretch? How do you make sure that Cade Cunningham can get clean looks? Because when you hear OG Anunoby step to the podium after game 2 getting sauced up saying, well, they were doing this and doing that to get me off of them, but then it disappears. This is where JB now. That means that JB made a chess match, a chess move in game 2. Tibbs made one in the next 2 games. Or in the next game, what is JB Bickerstaff going to do? And in this game, we saw Cade get a little bit more open space to operate in the clutch. And I got something here for you guys as it relates to Cade in this fourth quarter. Shout out to Mob Hoops. And Deli Dale tagged me in this. He said, Detroit Kool-Aid, make sure Stick sees this. Mob Hoops, for the Cade is not clutch crowd, Cade Cunningham had 13 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 75% true shooting in the fourth quarter. And to be fair, this is what we want to see Cade do a lot. And when he doesn't, we have to also make sure that there is a certain aspect of fair criticism levied at leveled his way that way too. Because we know this. If this game is close, game 6, if it is close in the last 5 minutes of the game, we're going to need this Cade. If it's close going into the fourth quarter, you're not winning if you don't get this Cade Cunningham.
12 feet and in Cade. Now, I know he hit that 3, but you know why that 3 was there for him? Because of all the work he had done inside, because of the times he had gotten to the line.
Downhill.
And realistically, this team has fought to hit threes in this series, which haven't been falling for them aside from the one game, that I feel like the Knicks have just been able to camp out on the perimeter and jump passing lanes. Today, the Pistons, they wore them out going to the hoop, getting to the foul line. And realistically, it looked like the defense was more worried about the penetration than they were about the kick and the 3 shot. Mm-hmm. And so Cade had that room to operate, like you said. I'm blown away. I'm curious. I wonder how many game 6s there have been in NBA history where one of the teams was winless on their home floor.
That is Kool-Aid and I talk about trivia all the time. Kool-Aid has a big agenda for trivia, and I'm here for it. That would be a hell of a trivia question because I don't know the answer.
I want Chris to host some game show here, honestly.
And I'm down for that, but I can't even think of the last example of it.
How about the last team that lost 8 straight playoff games at home?
Pistons got to get this
but
done.
went on the road to force a game 6
in Madison
at home.
Square of all places, in the Mecca.
I'll tell you what, man. I'm glad Game 7's in the Garden.
What was the stamp?
I'm glad Game 7's in the Garden.
Listen, as much
I'd rather be there than here.
Because what was the stamp in both of those games? Realistically, we saw Cade have some of his better games in those wins at Madison Square.
Well, they're what, 3-1 there this year, right? Did they win both games there?
They're 4-1 this year. They've won
all the
4-1.
You're right. 2 games there.
The only game they lost was in the playoffs.
Yeah, unbelievable. 4-1.
They are 4 wins in Madison Square. With Cade,
Knicks got to be scared if this goes back on Saturday.
I think they're scared right now.
Madison
they were just in
Caesars
Detroit and
Arena.
know they got away lucky, man. They know that.
Come on back. Listen, Detroit fans, I know it's been a long time and you kind of forgot how it went. You might not even been born in 04. But make sure these Knicks know where they are. If you see the Knicks on the street, give them a Detroit basketball.
You know where they were
If they're
last time?
sitting there eating and they want some peace, don't give it to them. You see them stiffing the baristas right next door at Birmingham Road. Shout out
They
Lady
were
and the
here.
rest. Oh, yeah.
They were here.
And
They showed
Landry Shamet, Josh Hart, and Cam Payne. We only have 11 minutes. Can you please get us to our bus? If we miss it, we got to get to the game. Of course we will. Bumped him in front of everybody in line. And wouldn't you know it, no tip from any one of them. So Pistons
Are you
fans.
serious?
Yeah. They
Cam
stiffed
Payne's
him.
saving his money,
All
man.
three
This
of
is
them
his last
stiffed him.
NBA check.
You know what? I saw Papa Brunson because I believe they're at the Daxon. They were at the Daxon before.
Yeah.
I was just walking up there. My family, sometimes they go over to the library. Saw Papa Brunson just walk. I was like, that really looks like Jalen Brunson's pops, right? Mm-hmm. He turns around and they got the New York basketball shirt on. I look over at the Daxon, a line of New York Knicks fans. I was like, bro, I wanted to yell out the window at them. I wanted to be like, yo, what are y'all doing here?
Do it.
Because usually they're at the Townsend.
Hey,
Usually-
this
I was
is
like,
Detroit.
It caught me off guard a little bit.
Where the weak are killed and eaten, and
That's
you
right.
must grind to shine.
I'm showing
if
up
they
next
want to shine in our city, you make it hard for them. I'm calling on all Detroit fans. You make it uncomfortable, safe, but uncomfortable for any Knick and any Knicks fan you see here. You see them eating, you see them pissing, You see them waiting in a line. You see them do anything. Get that Detroit basketball in their face. And you remind them that we own MSG. I am imploring you. Make life difficult for any New York Knick and any New York peasant fan that shows up in the great city of Detroit over the next 2 days.
Let's go.
And you know what?
Dude,
this
I'm
is not
so
from
hyped.
somebody who's just
I'm so
talking the talk. This man has walked the walk. Literally, probably the most legendary.
Ask Jerry Sloan,
One
baby.
of our most legendary hecklers in all of NBA.
Jerry Sloan, Hall of Fame player and coach, said the best ever.
Listen, and you remember what Dwayne Wade said? He was like, bro, going to Detroit for the playoffs was some of the craziest stuff. We would stay at these hotels, and they fans would not let us rest. He said everywhere we went,
that's right,
we heard Detroit basketball.
Everywhere.
He said it was a different experience, and what we've heard is that this stuff has made differences. We know what happened with the Lakers when they came here. You've talked about it.
Some stories on that one.
Hey. Listen, that's where I continue to implore.
Shout out Steph K.
Be on it, Detroit fans.
For someone who was born in 2006, I wasn't around in 2004. We got people my age. We have to go in and we have to look at the history of these Pistons. People don't understand what the culture was like. I'm thankful enough to be around that. I've been around people who understand what the culture is like. I know what the culture is like. I know what the culture brings. We Detroit Pistons fans have to bring that back, and we have to relive that. People my age, from my time, we gotta go in and we gotta relive. We gotta live that because we might not get this again. I really hope we have a huge future in Detroit, but this is a once in a lifetime for us, so we need to be the most hype out of all of us. We have never seen this before.
I love that.
We have never seen this before. We need to be the most hype out of anybody because people in 2004 have seen this before. We haven't. Let's go in, let's give them a bunch of shit, and let's go in Game 6, 100% for our Detroit Pistons. Let's go, baby.
Jay, you preaching, bro.
Damn straight, baby. Damn straight. Well said, young man. Well said, young man.
Because this is yours. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's why I shared seeing the 04 Pistons, getting the Grant Hill jersey. Like, for you, this is that series for you. So you heard about what endeared a lot of us to the Pistons, and now this is an opportunity to be able to see yours, like all of our star and Cade Cunningham and this team and JB Bickerstaff really be able to get back to the promises they made. When you turn on the TV, you're going to recognize the Detroit Pistons basketball. I promise you. This is looking like it.
That's the thing, is it's so recognizable.
I'm so excited for games.
We have these different tiers of fans. You know, like you came in, you were a young man, or a kid really, with the 04 team. You know, we got this young man who wasn't even around. You know, I got a chance to watch a terrible team develop this bad boys identity, and then I got my father before me that somehow invested in Pistons tickets. Thank you, Dubs, for doing that when they were terrible. He bought them in 84, 85. But this feels so similar. I'm going to tell you right now, guys, I've been saying it since February. Yeah. This team, just like the 87 Pistons and the 02 Pistons, are going to take their next step to the second round, and they will lose in that second round to the Boston Celtics, the same way they did in 87, the same way they did in 02. And it doesn't matter whether you were born in 06, whether you were however old you were when you fell in love with Rip Hamilton's game, whether it was your dad taking you in 04 and you being a young one for the bad boys, or myself and anybody else that's been here for the full ride. This team plays the one way that we demand our Pistons to play. It's all-out effort. It's physical. It's mentally strong, and it's putting guys on their ass because the Knicks are damn peasants. Put them on their ass.
Shout out Pistons PR. You see that right there? Hey. I'm listening to Cade right now. My man sounds confident right now. He sounds confident.
Can we play that here?
I don't know. I think we can. It's his post game. It's his press conference. I got about a minute, about 2 minutes of Cade.
Maybe Stick. I know you're watching. Stick, are we good on that?
We definitely going to play it in the morning.
Yeah, let us know if we're good on that, Stick, and we'll play that tonight. But I'd love to hear some more questions out of the chat, some more comments out of the chat. Hit us with those super chats. Please smash that like button. Pistons post-game show, Game 5. My man Kool-Aid, Jerry and Chris in the Maz chairs. And we've got something to celebrate, guys. We are bringing this thing back for Game 6. Are you guys?
Literally, I'm having my friends off street because I'm here right now. I'm with you guys in the moment. I'm having my peoples look for tickets. So
There you go.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
gonna
play Cade
I'm
in the
gonna be
morning.
locked in.
I have
I'm gonna
not
be
been
locked
to
in.
a
rock.
playoff game since 2009. That shit hurts.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
For real.
Not gonna lie. It's been a long time. And honestly, I didn't even want to go to those series because
You know what,
I
man?
can't stand Allen Iverson in a Pistons jersey. I like Allen Iverson.
Yeah.
They're little,
We're
they're
gonna.
little-
I don't give a fuck, man. We're gonna make something happen, man.
Yeah, we'll make it happen. But, you know, listen, you guys talked about it. You couldn't get into that Milwaukee series. I wanted to steal one game from LeBron. AI didn't even play in 09 after we traded Chauncey 3 games into the season for some reason to fill seats, which just
Bro,
really
that still's
emptied
not
them.
A real season to me.
I hated
Yeah.
it, man. And we got swept because
I'll never
AI didn't even
forget
play.
that. I'll never forget that trade. I just remember hearing it on SportsCenter, being like, I was at my boy's house and we used to always, watch hoops, play hoops, talk about hoops, and I was just like, what? It was unbelievable.
Yeah,
it was unbelievable.
shocking.
Yeah.
I mean, I was living in Russia
The Ben Wallace
we
thing hurt,
traded-
but that was shocking.
when we got Stack and Montrose.
Yeah.
And like the Pistons hadn't done anything
remember
for
those
so
years.
damn long. They hadn't made a shocking trade since '89 when they picked up Aguirre halfway through the season. So that one to me, like I was excited about Stackhouse, and then when you move him for Rip. I wasn't a huge Rip fan. I always kind of hated how he would do this right next to Mike, but you loved him here. You loved him here. But to
was
take
a
the
dog.
guy, I mean, listen, they wanted to trade
Problem.
Zeke. When Zeke was hobbled and his wrist was broken and his hand was broken, we could have gotten nice pieces for him in New York. But Trader Jack McCloskey was not letting it happen. He wanted him to retire here. Chauncey should have never left Detroit.
Yep.
Ever.
100%.
Ever.
Ever.
Shout out
man.
Mr. Big Shot.
Goodness
Yeah.
gracious. And you know what? I know that the Detroit Pistons organization, they really want to make sure that this current team has a chance to build their own identity rather than having a lot of the old teams pushed on them. But you
Yeah.
know what this young team has done?
Embrace it.
They've moved themselves to embrace it. And you know what Tom Gores has worked to do? To restore the honor of the old teams. Because the way that those guys got treated at the end of their careers, as I've understood Tom Gores get better and more understanding of this entire pedigree, he's worked to restore that honor that you look at Ben Wallace. They just didn't want to pay him. It's just like, but this is your guy. Chauncey Billups. They
Like
just
$2
didn't
million
want-
extra, they couldn't pay
didn't
him?
want to pay Chauncey. This
Unbelievable.
is your guy. Richard Hamilton. They just didn't want to. This is your guy. So now to see them work to really restore that back to them, I actually do like that. And to see the current players saying, you know what? Cool, you guys are giving us a choice rather than making us have to accept this identity. But real talk, we have with this identity. And I think it's a lot better when you
I
have
love that.
players that can step into that identity rather than saying, oh, go out there and be Ben Wallace and be this and be that. It allows them to really have their game bud the way it's supposed to, their own individuality, while at least being able to look at the determination, the grit, and all of the work and hustle that they can identify with that 04 Pistons team. Because Cade is not Chauncey. He's not. But you at least want him to have the savviness and the leadership qualities of it. Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart, they are not Rasheed Wallace and Ben Wallace. But you want them to be able to go out there and have that grit, that physicality, that determination, that toughness. You see them doing the locking arms, saying, no, we want to make sure we're the most physical in the paint every night. That's what I love, that the intangibles that made the Pistons rise above, that's what I like that they're wanting to
And
adopt from them.
how about that Pistons royalty being at the Palace game 4?
that was so sweet.
Isaiah, Ben, Chauncey. Hey, I'd be remiss, Ryan Nurmi, to not mention the Sheed trade. I did see that. Nobody with another super chat. We got Game 6 LeBron, 2013. Will we see Game 6 Cade?
If we do, I will put my hate for LeBron James to bed forever. Forever, man.
Wait. Cade playing well will put LeBron James hate to bed?
I'm just trying to put the mojo out there. I know
Okay.
I've been unfair
I'll
to
take
LeBron
that.
James. I've been unfair. Like the basketball guys like Kool-Aid. You know he's dope. I just don't care because of 26 straight points.
What do you?
It
You're a
still
Cade guy?
hurts.
Are you a LeBron guy?
Absolutely.
Cade's going on.
Absolutely,
It's a
I'm a Bron guy.
It's a generational
I
thing.
hate LeBron. But he's so good.
I mean, when you grew up watching Mike and you just understood what he would do when the game was on the line versus
Mike,
when
too.
LeBron thinks things aren't going his way, they're two different people. And obviously one drove viewership this way, the other one drove viewership that way. But putting Cade into that conversation, if he can be what LeBron was in 2013, because we got the fourth quarter out of him. If we get a full game like we saw him in the fourth quarter at home, man, he's still like this quarter was great, but he hasn't had that game. I know the triple-double, but that game's
it's just
still
been
lurking.
Stretches, and I think that's something that Pistons fans have to kind of grow to accept. He'll get better at, but I think a lot of what Cade's game is, and a lot of why he's so great, is his feel for it and how surgical his approach is to the game, to where I don't think we're ever going to see, or maybe not ever is too strong of a word, but I think it'll be very rare to see that Cade Cunningham game that's like 50 points, blah, blah, blah. Like, he is very much a, death by 1,000 cuts, make sure every play down I'm making the right play. And that's why these role players love playing with him. That's why these veterans have come in and instead of trying to put him down, have lifted him up, is because he's not trying to do the James Harden who he was comped to, where it's just everybody, I'm getting mine, and if you guys just stand in your right spots and get the ball when I tell you to, then you can shine. Like, Cade Cunningham is really every play down. I'm seeing this guy try to make the right play. So while I said in this game, I'd love to see Cade come out and shoot 35-plus times with the season on the line. You've earned it. You're that guy. Go out and do it. Cade is just not that guy. He is going to continue to make the right pass. And even if Tim Hardaway is 1 for 9 from 3, but he is open, Cade Cunningham, his instincts are to give Tim Hardaway the ball. So I think that Pistons fans need to kind of dial back what they think a Cade Cunningham game is, because he's capable of it, but I think that's just the way he's wired.
How old is Cade Cunningham?
23 years old.
25, right?
23.
He's only 23? You sure about that?
He's under 25 for sure.
For sure.
I
under
thought he was
25.
25. He was born in 21, so yeah, he's 24 right now. Or actually,
He's going to turn 24.
He's going to turn
in
24
September.
probably.
Okay, so 23 years old, and he had a triple-double in his first playoffs. Michael Jordan was 26 in his fourth year of playoffs when he had his first triple-double.
I've been telling people, go back and you look at the starts of some of the stars. Cade Cunningham.
But how is the viewership?
This is the year of uncomfortable
Rising.
conversations.
It was rising in the late 80s, baby.
Okay.
No, with Cade, this is the year of uncomfortable conversations. People didn't want to talk about postseason Pistons. They were like, no, you guys aren't even going to make the play-in. Then when they got to play-in position, no, you guys are going to regress. No, Cade Cunningham is not an all-star. Cade Cunningham is not all-NBA. Then all of a sudden the conversations became like, wait, is he actually all-NBA? Is it time to talk about all-NBA second team? Cade Cunningham in MVP conversations? Cade Cunningham best guard in the East? It's not going to stop. Then you look at the stats, and there's only one other player in the league who puts up the stats he does. That's Nikola Jokic. At some point in time, and this is where wins and what he does in these moments is going to help with the narrative, but at some point in time, we're going to have to realize the type of player that we're actually dealing with. This is where you like to see, obviously, this type of Cade Cunningham tonight, where he goes out there in the clutch moments and pulls this thing through for his team, because everything else is there for Cade to be one of your generational players in the NBA. I know there's a lot of people who hate on Cade. You look at his effect on the game. You look at everything he's able to do across the box score. And then what did we see him do? We've seen Cade go out there and get multiple blocks in this series multiple times. That's what he's doing out there on both sides of the court. And that's why I'm really confident that he's going to go into this Game 6 and really take his narrative and everything about who he is as one of your league's top players into that. If they win this series, you're going to take this into uncomfortable conversation territory. Very uncomfortable. What type of player is Cade Cunningham really? Because right now, they're giving the Knicks all they can handle, and they are shorthanded and haven't shot the ball well at all.
I'm pretty sure that
That's not how this works.
I'm pretty sure that Cade heading into the fourth quarter was 2 of 8 or 3 of 9 maybe. He didn't shoot great in the fourth quarter. He ended up 6 of 17, so I think he went 3 of 8 in the fourth quarter. But he got to the line 12 times in this game. He had turned the ball over, 3-4 times in the first half maybe? He only had 1 in the whole second half. Didn't have many assists at halftime. Ended up with 8. Didn't have many rebounds at halftime. Ended up with 8. he came through when he needed to. And one thing that I loved about the Kobes and the Jordans, their greatness was knowing when to be great and when to get your other guys going. We saw that tonight. We saw the other supporting cast carry us through the first half, and then it was a team effort in the third, and then it was Cade in the fourth. No doubt about it.
I think you have to look at Cade more of the ilk of the Magic rather than the Kobe. Like, I think you have to look at him because he just has so much of that game managing, reading every play, processing. Nikola Jokic, I'll throw in that conversation as well. Those guys that are just that are picking their spots, whereas you see Ant today. Ant is a great example of the lineage of Kobe Bryant, where it's just, no, F this. We need a bucket here. We need momentum here. I'm going to make a play. Where Cade, it feels that, but he's still looking to make what he deems is the right basketball play, which is the
point
open,
guard.
which is
the
the
guys
open
you mentioned
three.
aren't.
Yeah.
And so it is different. He's got the ball in his hands. He's got to facilitate.
Yeah.
Whereas Kobe and Jordan, hey, there's 4
Those were
minutes
two
left of the
guards.
ball or in the game. I'm bringing it up.
Yeah.
You know, and when Cade has the ball all game, you can look at his usage and compare it to guys like Anthony Edwards right now. But Anthony Edwards isn't run the point all game.
Yep.
He's running it very few occasions. So his turnovers are going to be there. They just can't be there in the fourth quarter, and they sure weren't tonight.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I think that this team just they do such a good job of cleaning things up at the second half. It's almost a reverse of the Lions, right? Where the Lions almost kind of for last season were not a great second half team. They would always come out and punch you in the face right at the start of the game. And then the second half, the teams would make adjustments and they would kind of get back into it sometimes. That is the opposite of this Piston team. This Piston team will withstand that first punch, but then in the second half, they make the adjustments, they make the decisions, and I think that is how you can expect. Look, I think it's crazy to expect in Game 6 a blowout either way. I think it's crazy to expect anything different than what we've seen. I mean, so far, these 5 games, I said it during the stream of this game, all of these games have been on par with each other. We've just had different results. And so that's what I think it's going to be.
I mean, realistically, that's 4 minutes of that game.
Yeah.
Otherwise, these games are all decided by 6 or less.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, to have 2 losses at home be by a combined 3 points is just insane.
Yeah, Pistons have won by 6 and by 3. Knicks have won by 1 and by 2. And then obviously the first game with a 21-0 run. But, you know, the Pistons, they've learned a lot from that game. They haven't lost themselves for vast stretches. Now, we saw that first game at home was a game of runs, but they made their own as well. This team has only matured more and more each game. I think that even if we lost Game 6 and didn't force a Game 7, I think that this win in Game 5 with your backs against the wall, you can put your signature stamp on it and say, this is how far this young team got this year.
Yes.
They tripled their wins. They didn't give up. They won 2 games on the road against a higher seed.
As an elimination, facing elimination
Against
in one
the
game.
wall, baby.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely.
And
I
even
know
Game 2, you knew you couldn't go down 2-0.
Yeah.
Both of those, that
Were
second
must
game
wins.
and this one, those were effectively must wins. A lot of pressure on the road. And this is where you want to see them come home and have success at home. And now that I think about it, one of the cool things about being able to be in some of these practices and media availabilities and press conferences is that you get to hear them. And what I realize is these guys are pressing to win a home playoff game all season. For Cade's career and for a lot of these young players, they've all talked about it. And Ron Holland followed suit. He's like, bro, I hear all of the fans at Lions games. I hear what's going on at Command. He said, bro, I live like right down the street. So he's like, I want the full Detroit experience. I'm here. We really want this at LCA. Stewart said the same thing. Cade has said the same thing. They really want to bring winning back. They want to get this thing back to what it used to be. And that's where I hope that going out there in this game where they've had some struggles at home, not just in the playoffs. They've had some struggles beating decent teams at home, This is where you want them to go with no pressure on their shoulders or pressing to try and get this game done. Go out there and just stick to the game plan. Like it looked like tonight. Tonight looked like well-coached like basketball.
There was just a few moments where they lost themselves. And they allowed the Knicks to maybe tie it, but they never let it get away from them.
And I think that's more on the Knicks, though. They have a Cat and a Brunson who are going to, and a Tibbs as coach. You got the energy players, so they're going to make the runs. Because we know basketball is a game of runs and flurries, and sometimes it's about how you're able to manage that, how you're able to parlay, how you're able to parry, how you're able to kind of give the jab back, and then when you can make the haymaker, that's what this series is telling us. It's going to be a lot of this. You're going to get to the end of the game. You're going to be cut. You're going to be bleeding. You're going to probably have taken a nut shot and the referee didn't see it. It doesn't matter.
Poke to the eye.
Yep.
It poked to the eye. You know what?
Intentional.
And even if they say,
do it again to Tobias, man. He turned up.
But it's what Anson is saying. And Anson's exactly right. And this is the phrase to me of this series. They still have to rise above.
Rise above.
Yeah.
That's
So-
what
You've said that quite a few times today. I love
Because
it.
it's
You hated it at
real.
first. You were trolling me with it.
No.
And then you embraced it. He was trolling me a little
hate
bit.
it. I was using it to troll, but it was in agreement. What I was saying is that JB Bickerstaff, and this was something that I said on Woo too, just to add the other half of the context. One of the biggest coaching decisions or coaching jobs he was gonna have to do is keep his players on the court.
Yeah.
And that's where I was making a thing where he stepped to the podium. You could tell it was agitating him because he stepped to the podium and said, well, my guys aren't able to get comfortable. And that's where I'm like, we talked about what things could you do. You know what, JB Bickerstaff, he said F everything everybody else was saying. He kept Asar on Jalen Brunson and found a way to keep him out of foul trouble.
Key to the
still
series,
have an
man.
effective game.
Key to the series.
All over the
that
court,
kid
man.
on Brunson. Somebody in here earlier was saying Brunson's frustrated.
Yeah.
And now he's injured.
And hobbled. Not just injured. We all said, he'll be ready by game, whatever, right? But what happened in the fourth quarter of that game?
He hurt
The
himself.
last
again.
couple of games, he's went to locker room. And speaking of unhealthy players, you brought him up earlier, and we talked about it a little bit. But the question I want to ask with Isaiah Stewart is this deep in the series now. Obviously, all things considered, you want him, you want Ivy, whoever can be 100% back if they are 100%. Ivy, we're assuming, is not. But in Stu's case, if he is 85%, are you
Send it.
kind of rushing him back? I don't want to say rushing him back.
85% for me is enough. I don't know if that's enough for everybody else.
But yeah.
For me, it's enough. I just there are so many components out there, and when this game is mental, even if he can't go all the way. This is a situation where when Stu's out there on the court, everybody on the Knicks team is going to take notice. When Stu's on the court as big bro, JB has told us this. He said Stewart is something different when he's out there on the court. And this is where I'm glad to see this team grow up and be able to bring this toughness to a fully healthy New York Knicks team, bringing in their tough guys, right? But we just saw our team win. This is where I would really like to see Stu be able to come out and galvanize his guys and give the New York Knicks something else to think about. If you could pull out all the stops in Game 6, I would love it.
You hear that, Miles Turner? Beef stew will not let anybody knock your Legos over. I promise. You come to Detroit, all your Legos will be safe.
I got something from Tom Gores here. He put something out right after the win. Well, 11:08. He says,
He's growing on me. He's growing on me.
I wrote articles. People called me crazy. I said, I'm telling you, he's learning. This was even before Woodward.
He's been here long enough, but he seems like he learned in the offseason.
Like
the moment he bought out Monty, he's like, I'm in the game.
I thought that he showed a lot of good when he brought in Stan Van Gundy. We know how it went, but at the time, Stan Van Gundy and was it Gentry or someone else? They were not. Was it Doc? I think it might have been Doc Rivers and Stan Van Gundy, or either Gentry and Stan Van Gundy. They were highly sought after.
I think it was
highly sought after.
Hated that move.
One of the other
almost
guys-
as much as I hated the Flip Saunders move.
But you do remember, it was highly sought after. Everyone in the league said, "Yo, this is a good move by the Pistons." They don't usually
Hated it.
and it didn't work out.
Nope.
But I understood.
You know
what
why?
Tom
Because
was
those
trying to
guys
do.
are offensive-minded guys, and they came in here and drafted Luke Kennard. Who could they have taken? Who
Donovan
Donovan
Mitchell.
something or
I
other.
don't wanna-
He's
I don't
kind
wanna
of
play
good,
this
right?
game. Because Stanley Johnson is going to get
the hedgehog wanted was 3-point shooters. All that Flip wanted was offense. Let's get back to brass tacks in Detroit. Bad Boys 3.0. Look at JB Bickerstaff ready to go throw bows out there, man. Like, this is the Pistons basketball I know and love.
Fair.
Couldn't stand those two coaches.
Yeah. Stan Van and who?
Stan Van and Flip, get your ass out of here. Rest in peace, Saunders.
Yeah. One of my first cool basketball moments was actually Flip Saunders DMing me when I had just got Twitter, and I was like,
Flip?
Yeah, Flip Saunders DM'd me, which is crazy.
He's
and
a
he was
fan?
like,
That's what's up.
I just tweeted at him. You could tell he was an old man, didn't know how Twitter worked, because instead of tweeting at me, he DM'd me. And he was talking about how Pau Gasol is a great passing big, and I was like, Greg Monroe's a great passing big. And he DM'd me. He's like, you're absolutely right. I'm a big fan of Greg Monroe. He has great vision.
Wow. Shout out to you, bro.
Wait,
that was
coming out of the
crazy,
draft?
Dude, that was like my first. No, I think it was like Greg
Already on
Monroe's
the
like
team.
second season
Okay.
or something like that. Yeah,
He was a revelation where he
Because it
was.
was-
He wasn't supposed to be as good as he was. I liked Monroe.
I see the ski mask boy. He said, we
I
ain't
was
the
a
bad
Greg
boys.
Monroe simp.
And we ain't going to work Pistons. We need a new name. And I know they're using back to work for this playoff
You know what?
series.
You know what Pistol Pete had to say that I love it?
What up, though?
Back to bad.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that we went. Shout out to
I like
Pistol
that.
Pete. We were at the Barcade in downtown Detroit, where Pete is an absolute legend. He has his name on trophies down there. He's a legend at this pinball stuff.
Yep.
He goes and does national tournaments. But we had to talk about the Pistons. We were talking about how excited we were. Look at the squad. They're going to make the playoffs. We were watching the Red Wings piss away their season at that time. But he said, Kool-Aid, this team needs to be – I know that they want to avoid this. I know the league doesn't want this, but they're back to bad. He said, I wish that they would just adopt that, if not in name, at least in play. And then he ended it with, make them bleed.
Well-
and tonight, what were you saying? Cat, get them out the game. Because what?
Yeah.
We see them. They're bruising them up.
That $10 is still out there for anybody that can show me a picture of Cat where he looks sweet. It's a free $10 if you want it. I just can't find one.
Let me
I've
read
never
this.
seen that man look tough or sweet.
I'm gonna read this from Tom Gore. Shout out to Platty Dog. Tom Gore says, give us a fair shot and we'll show you there are no limits to our grit, heart, and hustle. Ready to
Hell
come
yeah.
home and get back to work in front of the best fans in the world. Shout out to T-Shirt Tom.
Shout out to T-Shirt Tom.
That's my guy, dog.
T-Shirt Tom. Hey, all right.
He's got a cannon on him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's mechanical, but you like that. Chris liked that one a lot.
Flag on the play. All sorts of pause.
Oh, it was a dad joke. I
All
see.
sorts of pause. No Diddy.
Shout out to Tom Gore. You got cannon on him.
Boys,
too
how we
funny.
feeling about Game 6 before we?
Well, listen, let's wrap it up because I know
Yeah.
everybody's got stuff to do, and we need to get our sleep
Like
because
sleep.
we all need to show up for the next 2 days and make sure that every New York peasant that ends up in Detroit knows where the hell they are.
New York peasant.
Absolutely. I know this guy. This guy gets no sleep. He's back here, Woo Crew in the morning, followed up by Big D Energy, Ermani and Edwards with, of course, Maz, and then the heavyweights. But then I'm not sure who will be back here for Thursday. Our team will be making some adjustments because I know you guys.
Oh,
you guys are credentialed.
I'll
Yeah,
be in the arena.
But
for
hey, Pistons
sure.
fans, if you joined us for the first time tonight or you've been with Woodward for a long, long time, New York peasants, we appreciate your presence as well. You probably didn't stick around as long after this game because we handed you your ass
where
on
they
your
at?
own floor.
There's been a couple, but I don't see the
We're
large
back on
majority.
Thursday night. We'll be doing the little bit of pregame. We'll be doing a watch party. We'll be doing postgame. Heck, it might be here. It might be downtown. Who knows? Although I don't like our record downtown.
Yeah, that's what, and especially this year. They haven't.
They gotta get this
Listen,
one, man. They have
this
to
is the
get this
Cade
one.
game.
No matter how this series goes, you can't go 0-3 at home. You gotta give the Detroit.
No one
fans
wants to
one.
finish a series
Yeah.
on your own court.
Yeah.
You don't want to end your season on your own court in the playoffs.
Dog, I'm just looking at the Pacers highlights again. I still can't believe that game.
Yeah, man.
Dog, they were up like double digits. The Bucks.
Just so y'all know,
F the
I would
Pacers.
pick Killian Hayes over Halliburton every time because it means we get Cade instead of that Sally.
I'm good with that.
I do not like, man.
I cannot stand Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
Am I the only one who feels like
He's
Tim
not
Hardaway
a Piston.
Sr.?
He's not
Oh,
a
yeah.
Piston at all.
Yeah.
It'd be like having Tyreek Hill on the Lions. Ain't happening.
You know what I see all over Pistons social media since we can celebrate the win? I'm seeing a bunch of Photoshop jerseys of one Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Oh, man, stop.
Get some
Pistons
grit.
fans, we got another game. Let Giannis enjoy his fishing in Cancun.
If we're trading for anybody, Domantas Sabonis. Let's get Arvydas Sabonis' kid. Kid can pass, hit the three. He's a double-double every damn night if he's not a 20-20. But don't trade this core, gentlemen. We have enough money to go out and get the Naz Reid or the Miles Turner that can turn this team into the Eastern contender.
And you're young enough to project internal growth.
And you know what? I don't think people understand.
Big time internal growth, bro. We don't even have our second best player on the floor or our best defender. Well, best rim defender.
And there are some people at the end of the first round, mid to end of the first round, that actually like as 4s and 5s. I'm so serious. And what did Troy Weaver unlock for the Pistons? What did he show them? This blueprint. Everyone talks about how easy it was to pick Cade. Realistically, look at Troy Weaver's work at trading back into the first round with no assets. And what's one of the most pivotal players that we thought? Stu. So it's like, and they got him where? That mid to low of the first round. I'm not counting the Pistons out in this one because Trajan is savvy as hell.
I appreciate that so much because I have, on multiple occasions this year, I have had to give love to Troy Weaver, okay? Listen, whether it's Joe Dumars, Weaver, or Trajan, they've all kind of blown their first pick. I like Ron, but he's not a superstar, all right? There's guys that came out later in that draft that we might have been able to take. And listen, Dalton Connect would help this team more than Ron Holland is right now. But when you look at the sum of the whole, and you look at what Troy Weaver did, he never took on a bad contract. He signed guys for 1 or 2 years. Well, yeah, Kevin Nash, former second pick, Bagley, former second pick, taking flyers on guys that maybe didn't get a shot where they were, but he never saddled this team with bad contracts. And whether it was Sadiq Bey or whether it was Jalen Duren or Sasser or any of these guys that he got after 10, outside, well, after 10 at least. I know that Duren was a lottery pick, but this guy's crushed it outside of Killian Hayes. And Killian Hayes, if you don't draft him, you're stuck with Tyrese Halliburton, and you don't have Cade, and that's not Detroit basketball.
And I'm just gonna say, let's not disrespect the executive of the year anymore and mention his previous tenure, because Trajan, I'm not entertaining
Was he
the Troy
the executive
stuff.
of the year?
He should be.
Oh, I thought he
should
won
be.
it. I was like,
I don't know if he won it. I haven't even checked the award because I know it's Detroit versus everybody. But
True.
But I don't want to disrespect Trajan and the work he's done.
I'm not
by bringing
disrespecting
Detroit.
him.
The
I know.
Pistons themselves
I know.
put out the thing
I
that
know.
this is
I
more
know.
like a Brady Hope
I don't
thing.
want to hear it,
But
Clay.
no,
You're not wrong. I don't want to hear
But
it.
listen, Trajan could have
wanna hear
taken
it.
the clean handoff and bumbled it.
And what I'm saying
but
is-
what he did, he got clean books with a great young core,
Right.
and then he crushed it.
And a little bit of a roadmap. What I want Trajan to do is to be like we've seen Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, and JB Bickerstaff do. And Trajan has shown us he's not going to act like the smartest guy in the room. If there's something to pick up from Troy, showing you guys in Detroit how to trade in and get multiple first-round picks, think about it. He got multiple first-round picks in three drafts.
And nailed all of them.
Got Jalen Duren. That was an extra pick. Got Sadiq Bey, Isaiah Stewart. Those were extra picks. Got
Sasser.
Marcus Sasser. Those are extra picks. I'm not saying.
I know.
I'm just not.
Boys, we got a playoff game, man.
Brother, we know we got
Just-
to play.
hey,
This show is
Troy
wrapping up
Weaver-
and winding down. We just talking about what this team
I know.
can
We just
do,
want to thank you,
the
Troy
hope
Weaver,
that they give.
and Godspeed and good luck down in the Big Easy with
Give
our
us
guy,
Trey
Joe
Murphy.
Dumars, baby.
Give us Trey Murphy.
Oh, I'm so glad you said him instead of Zion, brother.
Oh, fuck no. What do I want Zion to do?
Well, I mean, he'll be fun for 49 games because
Because
that's all he's going to play.
not even.
Hey, let's rock, man.
Not even. He'll be fun for who he brings courtside. That's it.
Well, gentlemen, I had a great
You know,
time.
you know.
I'm so thankful to be here watching this game with you guys. I'm so excited
One more super
for
chat.
Thursday, man.
Dante 151 499 super chat. Thank you, Dante. We should really just name the super chat lines or system after Dante 151. But I just realized that the Pistons and
Build
this is
them a
great,
statue.
They lasted longer than the Bucks and the Magic and the Heat in their series. And as much as people talk about Cade Cunningham, is he really a star? Go check Tyler Herro's first All-Star, as an All-Star in the playoffs.
And came out and said he needed Jimmy Butler to win a playoff series. Just
Everyone else needs the help, right? Everyone else needs the star.
Cade hasn't complained once.
Cade is.
I was crazy for wanting Cade to have help, but that's a whole nother.
He definitely needs it, but look at what he's doing.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying when
100%.
people want to criticize what they think his performance is or isn't.
Without
which one
Ivy,
of these
too.
all-stars do you, one of these young all-stars, these new all-stars, would you have taken over him in these playoffs? I'm not taking Hero over Cade.
Yeah, no, Evan Mobley. I don't want to hear any more about that Evan Mobley over Cade Cunningham
taking
draft
Evan
talk.
What about
Mobley
Jalen
over
Green?
I'm not.
You want to hear that anymore? I'm so tired of that. As those guys
I think he's
lose
got-
in the first round as a 2 seed, and maybe we get out of it as a 6
I think
seed.
he's got like 11 points in 3 games or something like that.
He had that one
doing all right.
explosion. Who, Jalen Green?
Yeah,
He had
Jalen
that
Green.
one big game.
Yeah, and then I think he had
nothing
like 11 points in the next like 3 games.
It's that roster that makes them good, but they're still young,
Yeah.
and there's just no cohesion. Like I don't know how
They're
they
a
got
mess.
the 2 seed. I definitely thought they might lose that first round matchup. Hey, we're about to get out of here, guys. I'm going to give you one last request. If you haven't already, please smash that like
Smash
button.
that like button.
Please,
man.
please, please.
Satisfy it. You already know how we do it. We treat it
Yeah.
right and treat it nice.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll give you just another moment to smash that like button. Be here in the morning for this guy, Woo Crew. The full slate followed Big D Energy, Armani and Edwards with Maz, and then the heavyweights. But then we'll all be back here Thursday night. Some of these guys will be at the game. Some of us will be here or downtown. Make sure you tune in. And New York Peasants, you guys are welcome as well.
Yeah, let's rock, man.
Detroit
Go Pistons, man. Got the bag.
basketball.
Victory Shade show tomorrow. You already know I'm fired up, man. Let's go. I can't wait.
Have a great night, Detroit. Much love.
Hey, shimmies.
We don't like to brag that we are the toughest sports network in Detroit, but we do have a guy named Darren McCarty on our side.